Chapter 1949. That very night, a horse carriage escorted by nearly 50 solemn and dignified cavalrymen stopped in front of Madame Yu's mansion, following which the curtains of the carriage were lifted up, revealing Madame Yu, who was wrapped in layers of bandages. She then alighted from the carriage with the help of two maidservants beside her. Her footsteps were hurried as she walked into the mansion. Finally, she stopped in front of her own bedroom. "The two of you can leave now." Madame Yu stopped in front of her bedroom and said softly, "This." The two maids were hesitant and didn't know what to do. "What? You don't even want to listen to me? Do you want me to sell you off?" Seeing the two maids hesitating, Madame Yu's face darkened and exuded a strong sense of authority. "We don't dare." The two maids were frightened, and their faces turned pale as they hurriedly knelt on the ground and said in a panic, "Leave now." Madame Yu reprimanded. "Yes." The two of them didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly replied before they got up and left. After the two of them left, Madame Yu's eyes flashed. She looked nervous as she stretched out her hands and placed them on the wooden door in front of her. With a little force, she pushed the door open. Creak! An ancient, low sound immediately rippled through the quiet night sky. "Chun Lang," Madame Yu called out excitedly when she saw the situation in the room. "Looks like you've understood." Seito, who was leaning on the wooden bed, said softly with a smile. "Yes." Madame Yu took a deep breath and suppressed her excitement. He hurriedly strode into the room and turned around to close the door. She then looked at Seito and nodded heavily. "Chun Lang is indeed very capable. I can't believe you thought of such a method to clear my name. I'm really impressed." "Zhao," he continued, "this is just a small trick. There's nothing to be impressed about." Seito sat up and said, "Also, you might have to suffer for a while." "What?" Madame Yu asked curiously. Seito smiled and asked, "Don't you feel that there's something wrong with your body?" "This." Madame Yu hesitated when she heard this. Speaking of this, Madame Yu's heart was filled with questions. Although her body was wrapped in bandages, she didn't feel any pain from her wounds. At the same time, her footsteps weren't as weak as other injured people. Her body didn't seem to be weak either. It was as if the injuries she suffered were fake in the eyes of the imperial physician and the maidservant. That's right. Everything was fake. It was just a smokescreen that I placed on your body to scare the people around you." As if he knew what Madame Yu was thinking, Seito continued with a smile. "Camouflage," Madame Yu exclaimed in shock. Seito smiled and pointed at the ground. In an instant, a large pile of gold, silver, jewelry, and antiques suddenly appeared in the room. They were piled together like garbage. "Do you think this is true?" Seito asked with a smile. Madame Yu stared in shock at the items that suddenly appeared on the ground. She walked forward quickly and touched them. In an instant, she felt as if she had touched something real. A cold sensation traveled from her fingertips to her brain. Madame Yu couldn't help but look at Seito. Seito didn't say anything. He pointed at the ground again, and all the gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, and antiques appeared just as they appeared. Suddenly, he disappeared, leaving behind only the empty ground and Madame Yu, who was at a loss for words. "Is this true?" At this point, Seito asked again. "My dear Chun, could it be a deity?" Madame Yu asked in shock. Seito smiled and didn't reply. However, in Madame Yu's heart, it was as if she had agreed. She was even more grateful for the decision she made at Marquis Julu. Her eyes were filled with respect, just like the slaves and maids outside. "Zhao Yu." Seeing the change in Madame Yu, Seito's expression turned serious as he looked at her and called out, "My dear Chun." Madame Yu looked back at Seito in shock. "I want the country of Zhao. Are you willing to help me?" Seito asked plainly. "This." Madame Yu stared in shock and didn't know what to do. However, because of the previous lesson, Madame Yu calmed down and gritted her teeth. "I will listen to your orders. You are really straightforward this time." Seito laughed lightly. "I won't hide it from you. I am completely disappointed in the Zhao family. Not only do they reject people who aren't from the country of Zhao, they also reject people who don't have the surname Zhao. This is the reason why the inexperienced Zhao Kuo was able to replace the great General Yin Pe. This led to the tragedy of Chongping and caused the country of Zhao to decline. Now that my husband is willing to take over the Zhao country rather than letting it fall into the hands of others and being reduced to a prostitute, why don't I use my hands to give it to my husband? Maybe it will bring about a new change for the Zhao country, and we won't be bullied by the Qin dynasty anymore. Madame Yu sighed as she spoke softly. Hearing up to this point, Sei Ito understood why Zhao Yu would indulge in sensual pleasures after Zhao Kuo's death. It was because she had lost all hope in her country and felt hopeless about the future. Thus, she used sensual pleasures to numb herself. However, there's one thing that I hope you can agree to. Madame Yu begged. What is it? Sei Ito asked in return. My dear Chun, after you take over the country of Zhao, please let my Zhao family go. Even if you have to kill us, please let my Zhao family leave behind our bloodline. Madame Yu knelt down and begged. It seemed like even though she had made her choice, she still had some feelings for the Zhao family and didn't want to see them get slaughtered. I can agree to this. After a moment of silence, just as Madame Yu's heart sank, Sei Ito's voice rang out. However, before she could reveal a happy expression, Sei Ito's words rang out again. However, this is on the premise that they don't plot against us. Otherwise, regardless of whether they are old friends or not, I will not let them live. Sei Ito said coldly. I understand. Madame Yu bowed her head and replied. After all, this wasn't the time when the royal family of Great Zhou was still around. The royal family didn't care about who was close to them and who was close to them. If they didn't implicate them, there would be 1 or 2 chances for them to restore the country. Hence, Zhao Yu understood that the man in front of her was giving her face. However, she also knew that this kind of thing couldn't be done a second time. If her family didn't take the bait and cause trouble, then they deserved to be killed. Who told you to not live properly and to covet riches and riches? Now, tell me what you think. Sei Ito's heart skipped a beat as he used his spatial powers to move Zhao Yu into his arms. He then placed his hand on Zhao Yu's chest and played with it as he asked. Madame Yu was no longer surprised that she had suddenly appeared in the man's arms from the ground. However, she suppressed the shock in her heart and said, if you want to take over the kingdom of Zhao, you must first have an identity, and it must be an identity related to the royal family. Only then can you be justified in doing things. You're saying that you want me to change my appearance? Sei Ito asked. If it's possible, then it will save a lot of trouble. However, I'm guessing that Qinlang won't agree to this, right? Hence, we only have the second method. Cuckoo. Zhao Yu's mouth opened slightly as her breathing quickened. That is to marry a woman from the royal family. You want me to marry you? Sei Ito lowered his head and looked at Zhao Yu. Although I have such thoughts, I know that I'm not good enough for Qinlang. Hence, I don't dare to hope for such a thing. Zhao Yu's face darkened as she said in a low voice. However, there are 2 other women in the royal family who could be married off. One is my cousin, Zhao Enai, who is also the wife of Zhao Mu, the brother of my late husband Zhao Kuo. The other is my brother's 3rd daughter, who is engaged to the crown prince of Wei, the 3rd princess, Zhao Qian. However, the former has been a widow for 9 years and doesn't see men easily. Apart from my brother, she also doesn't show any interest in other men. The other is young and beautiful. She also doesn't want to marry into the kingdom of Wei. However, my brother will never agree. After she finished speaking, Madame Yu paused before continuing. As long as my dear Chun is able to marry either of them, I will be able to persuade my brother to give you an official position and extend your influence into the army. I believe that within a few years, my dear Chun will be able to become the 2nd prince of Pingyuan country. At that time, Qinlang will have the time to steal the kingdom of Zhao. I didn't expect you to be so scheming, Sei Ito said as he pinched Madame Yu's chest. I've been trained to steal and spy on intelligence since I was young. Furthermore, with my status and body, I often go abroad to collect intelligence. Apart from my brother and Zhao Mu, no one else knows about this. Now that I've revealed everything to you, Qinlang should know my intentions. Madame Yu exclaimed softly as she looked at Sei Ito with her charming eyes. No wonder, Sei Ito said in realization. Don't worry, as long as you don't overstep your boundaries, I will treat you well. Continue. Then he said again. Other than completing the above step, Chunlang needs to pay more attention to Wuji. Madam, you said, Wuji may seem like a simple horse merchant, but his animal husbandry has already taken up half of the kingdom of Zhao. I also heard that he has activities abroad and is suspected to be in contact with the Qin people. Thus, my brother is wary of him. However, because his reputation in Zhao is too high and he has tens of thousands of generals, my brother does not dare to act rashly. He is afraid that his foundation will be shaken and other countries will take advantage of this. Thus, whether it is to steal the country or to find help, Wuji is a good target to use. Say Ito nodded slightly as though he agreed with Madame Ye's words. Seeing this, Madame Ye's smile grew and she continued. Other than Wuji, Qinlang only needs to pay attention to Guizhong and the old generals in the country, because they will be a great obstacle to Qinlang's plan to steal the country. Chapter 1950. After talking for almost an hour, Madame Ye finally finished explaining the power structure of the Zhao country. How about this? Tomorrow you think of a way to arrange for me to meet with the Zhao king. After listening to Madame Ye's explanation, Say Ito sighed and said to Madame Ye, who was in his arms, My dear, Qin wants to meet with the king. Madame Ye was surprised, but immediately understood. Yes, without a status. How can I marry Madame and I and the third princess? Indeed, I need to meet with the king to obtain a status. Say Ito, who had his own thoughts, smiled and didn't explain. Instead, he turned around and placed Madame Ye on top of the bed. Let's finish the unfinished business from this morning. After saying that, he tore with both hands, and another good quality robe of Chu was immediately torn into pieces, revealing Madame Ye's fair body that was hidden underneath. Madame Ye felt a chill in her body, and her body trembled. She wrapped her arms around Sei Ito's neck and raised her head. She took the initiative to kiss Sei Ito's lips as he pressed down on her. In the next moment, the no longer suppressed high-pitched moans and the creaking sound of the wooden bed reverberated throughout the room. The air flowed, and the room was filled with a lewd smell. 3 days later, accompanied by a strange creaking sound, a horse carriage slowly stopped in front of the Zhao country's Handan Palace. Then, the long curtains were lifted, and a woman who was as beautiful as a fairy, but also exuded a sense of nobility when she opened her eyes. She lifted her skirt with both hands and slowly walked out of the carriage. This woman was not anyone else. It was Madame Ye, who changed everything. Then, Madame Ye put down her skirt and turned around. She stretched out her hand to the front of the carriage. In the next moment, a hand as white as jade stretched out of the carriage and placed it on Madame Ye's hand. Then, with a slight movement of her arm, a handsome young man wearing a brocade robe walked out of the carriage with Madame Ye's support. His gaze was calm and composed as he walked out of the carriage with Madame Ye supporting him. Who else could this young master be but Sei Ito? After that, the two of them didn't speak. Under Madame Ye's lead, they entered the palace and walked towards the palace where King Zhao was. It didn't take long. The two of them arrived in front of a large hall. Is Brother Wang inside? At this point, Madame Ye, who was standing at the side, was speaking to an attendant who looked like he had been castrated. In reply to Madame Ye, His Majesty is inside and has been waiting for you for a long time. The eunuch hurriedly replied with a charming smile. Although Madame Ye had a bad reputation, she was still the most pampered sister of King Zhao. Even an inner attendant like him had to carefully serve and curry favor with a noble, so he didn't dare to be negligent. Let's go in. Madame Ye nodded and turned to look at Sei Ito. Sei Ito nodded and followed Madame Ye into the hall. In an instant, a huge hall of more than 100 square meters appeared in front of Sei Ito's eyes. There were braziers on both sides of the hall, and in the braziers were piles of charcoal. A gray woolen blanket was laid in the middle of the hall, extending all the way to a dark brown square table. Behind the square table, there was a man dressed in solemn ceremonial robes and a black crown on his head. His body was a little bloated, and his skin was fair. However, his eyes were sunken, and his lips were slightly thin. Coupled with his sleepy eyes, he seemed a little harsh and heartless, making others feel as if they were not valued. However, he had a dignified appearance, and he had the manliness of the northern lands. He was casually leaning back on a couch with his eyes closed, enjoying the breeze that was fanned by the female servants on both sides. Needless to say, this man was undoubtedly King Zhao. Brother Wang. Seeing this, Madame Yu couldn't help but call out, "Oh, Sister Yu is here." Zhao Wang opened his eyes and looked down at Madame Yu with a smile. "How do you feel? Are you feeling better?" "Thanks to Mr. Chen's help, my body is fine now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to come to the palace to see you." Madame Yu smiled. "That's good news." King Zhao smiled. Then he turned his gaze to Sei Ito and asked, "Is this the man you want to recommend, Mr. Sei Ito?" "Yes," Madame Yu confirmed. "Greetings to King Zhao." Sei Ito clasped his hands together and raised them above his head. Then his upper body and arms lowered to the ground as he greeted. Seeing Sei Ito's greeting, King Zhao frowned and didn't say anything. However, Madame Yu, who had been paying attention to King Zhao's expression, felt her heart tighten. She wanted to remind her lover. Then, without waiting for King Zhao to speak, Sei Ito straightened his body and looked into King Zhao's eyes. Instantly, King Zhao felt a pain in his eyes, and his consciousness became blurry. However, Sei Ito's image became clearer and clearer in his heart. His figure became taller and taller, and he couldn't help but feel an urge to worship him. However, he immediately felt a jolt in his heart and was awakened by his king's heart. However, before he could fully wake up, he felt an even stronger urge to worship that figure. The urge to swear loyalty once again surged in his heart. Until a moment later, all of you are dismissed. King Zhao waved his hand to the people around him. Yes, the servants responded in unison and exited the palace. Only King Zhao, Sei Ito, and Madame Yu remained in the palace. Dan pays his respects to His Highness. Seeing that everyone had left, King Zhao stood up and walked around the table to the front of the hall. He suddenly knelt down and bowed respectfully to Sei Ito. Dan was King Zhao's name. As for his surname, it was Ying. However, because his ancestors were infeft in the land of Zhao, this branch became the Zhao clan. Hence, he could tell others that his surname was Zhao. Hence, the Zhao of the Zhao country could be said to be the earliest origin of the surname Zhao. However, in the later generations, the surnames were combined. Hence, it wasn't clear whether a person's surname came from the Zhao clan or the Zhao clan. Hence, there was no distinction between the origins and branches. Seeing King Zhao like this, Madame Yu subconsciously wanted to cry out in shock. However, she immediately covered her mouth with her hands and looked at Sei Ito and King Zhao in shock. She couldn't understand what was going on. "You need to do two things," Sei Ito ordered. "First, find a way to infect me as a marquis. Second, when I become a marquis, immediately betroth Zhao Ni, Zhao Qian, and Zhao Yu to me." Hearing this, Zhao Yu, who was originally shocked by King Zhao's actions, was stunned. Then, she looked at Sei Ito in disbelief. Her eyes revealed surprise and joy. "Yes," King Zhao replied. "What about the Wei Kingdom?" At this moment, Zhao Yu suddenly thought of the marriage between Zhao Qian and the Wei Kingdom and hurriedly asked. Beside him, King Zhao, who had straightened up, also looked at Ito Sei with a questioning gaze. "Once I become a marquis, I will naturally make arrangements." Sei Ito waved his hand and said, "I will wait for your news at Zhao Yu's house." After speaking, he wrapped his arm around Madame Yu's waist and walked out of the palace with her in his arms. Along the way, all the men who saw Sei Ito's actions had looks of envy, jealousy, and hatred in their eyes. On the other hand, the women's eyes were filled with lust. They couldn't wait to replace Madame Yu. It couldn't be helped. There were very few men in the Zhao kingdom. After the Battle of Chongping lost 400,000 gold coins, the entire country almost instantly lost all of its young men, leaving only the elderly, women, and children. Even though they had recovered a little after so many years of recuperation, but compared to the number of women in the country, it was really pitifully few. The ratio was almost 7, 8, or even 10-1. In addition, this was the palace where men were not allowed to enter. So how could these women not feel thirsty and thirsty? Seeing this, Madame Ya leaned her body even more seductively into Sei Ito's embrace. She was like a proud peacock, constantly showing off to others. Just like this, under the watchful eyes of others, the two of them left the palace and boarded the carriage again. Almost as soon as the curtains of the carriage closed, Madame Ya hugged Sei Ito's body passionately and took the initiative to kiss Sei Ito. She sent her soft tongue into his mouth, allowing him to suck and nibble on it. Chunlang, I really love you to death. After a while, Madame Ya's body went limp in Sei Ito's embrace as she spoke softly while panting. Are you satisfied? So in the future, you have to help me properly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Sei Ito said indifferently as he reached into Madame Ya's clothes and climbed up the mountain. Chunlang, don't worry. From now on, Yer will only be loyal to you. I will only allow you to touch me. If I go back on my words, Yer will die a horrible death. Zhao Ye said emotionally. To the ancient people who believed in oaths, this was the heaviest promise they could make. Of course, the reason why Zhao Ye was so resolute was not only because she was emotional, but also because she was frightened by Sei Ito's methods in the palace. Thus, she used such an oath to express her loyalty and cut off all paths of retreat in her heart so that she could truly be loyal to him. Sei Ito smiled lightly as he lowered his head and sealed Zhao Ye's lips, sucking on them without restraint. Chunlang, wait for me for a while. After a while, Zhao Ye's face was flushed red as she spoke coquettishly. Then, she struggled to sit up in Sei Ito's embrace and took a few deep breaths to calm herself down. She tidied her clothes and got out of the carriage again. After half an hour, she finally returned to the carriage. However, at this moment, a mature, dignified, and charming young woman appeared beside Zhao Ye. The mature and dignified young lady was about the same age as Zhao Ye. She was about 24 or 25 years old and wore a plain robe. Her face was lightly powdered and her expression was calm and composed, as if she was well-mannered. The other charming and beautiful woman was younger, about 15 or 16 years old. She wore a dark-colored silk dress, her face was light pink, and she wore a golden hairpin in her hair. Her black hair was combed neatly, and she exuded the aura of a lady from a wealthy family. Almost instantly, Sei Ito understood the identities of these two people. Chapter 1951. P.S. Thanks to Lick, Boring Lord, and Million Lion for their precious monthly votes. These two people were none other than Madame and I, Zhao and I, and the third princess, Zhao Qian. Seeing the person sitting in the carriage, Zhao Ni's brows frowned slightly, and her footsteps subconsciously stopped. Sister, what are you doing? Come in. Seeing Madame and I stop, Zhao Ye was stunned for a moment, then she understood. She grabbed Madame Ni's wrist and half forced her into the carriage. Sister, this doesn't make sense, Madame and I said. At this time, Zhao Qian, who was behind Madame and I, also entered the carriage and saw Sei Ito. Her face blushed slightly. She lowered her head and silently sat down at the side. In this way, the innermost corner of the carriage was Sei Ito. Zhao Ye sat next to Sei Ito. Zhao and I sat on Zhao Ye's left, and opposite Zhao and I, Sei Ito's right, sat Zhao Qian. Fortunately, the carriages in the spring and autumn period were very big, like the small private rooms in the future, about 5 to 6 square meters in size. Although it wasn't too spacious for 4 people, it was more than enough to not feel crowded. What do you mean by not making sense? We will be a family soon, no problem. Zhao Ye laughed. Then, without waiting for Zhao and I, who was frowning, to speak, she shouted outside the carriage, "Start the carriage. Return to the residence." "Yes, madam." The carriage driver outside responded. Then, the carriage shook slightly, and everyone rushed back to Madame Ye's residence. Sister, what do you mean by what you said before? At this time, Zhao and I asked in an unfriendly tone. Come, let me introduce you to Sister and Qian. This is Chun Yi, a powerful person with shocking means. Zhao Ye laughed, and didn't immediately answer Zhao Ni's question, but pointed to Sei Ito beside her and introduced him to the two. He greets Madame and I, third princess. Sei-Ito smiled at the two of them. Zhao and I didn't speak, and looked at Sei-Ito lightly. Zhao Qin lowered her head slightly as a form of greeting. The reason why I was in the palace just now, other than to visit my royal brother, was because I wanted to see him. He wanted to recommend Mr. Qin to him. The result is also very good. His Majesty has already recognized Mr. Qin's talent and is preparing to bestow him the title of Marquis at an appropriate time. He has also betrothed me, my elder sister and Qian, to Mr. Qin as his wife and concubine. After the three of them greeted each other, Zhao Yi smiled and answered Zhao Ni's question. What? Zhao and I and Zhao Qian exclaimed in disbelief. The former was because he didn't expect that his royal brother wouldn't ask for his opinion. Thus, she chose a new husband for herself. The latter, on the other hand, was surprised that her father valued this Mr. Qin so much that he would go against the agreement with the Wei Kingdom and marry her off to him. How can Brother Wang do this? Zhao and I said angrily. Why not? Zhao Yi sneered. Sister, don't you understand? In Brother Wang's eyes, women like us are first things that can help him win over talented people, and second, we are sisters that he respects and dotes on. After all, Brother Wang is the king of the Zhao Kingdom. Then, Zhao Yi sighed softly with emotion. After hearing Zhao Yi's words, Zhao and I, who was originally filled with anger, couldn't help but fall silent. So, in order to prevent Sister and Qian from being at a loss and unable to recognize your husband, I made my own decision. I invited Sister and Qian to meet Mr. Qin in the name of an invitation so that they can get to know each other beforehand. We can also get to know each other and get to know each other. After a pause, Zhao Yi no longer hid her body and leaned on Sei-Ito. She smiled as she looked at Zhao and I and Zhao Qian, who were sneaking glances at Sei-Ito from time to time. It's my first time meeting the two of you, so I didn't prepare anything. I'll give you 2 gifts as a token of my appreciation. At this time, Sei-Ito flipped his palm, and 2 bracelets made of high-purity crystals appeared. He handed them to Zhao and I and Zhao Qian respectively. Sister and Qian are so lucky. You've just met Mr. Qin, and you've already received such treasures. I've been recommending you and building bridges for half a day, but I haven't received a single gift. I'm really jealous. Zhao Yi's eyes lit up as she looked at the crystal bracelets in Sei-Ito's hands. They could be considered as treasures in the world, as she said, half-jokingly. I can't accept such a valuable item. Zhao and I shook her head. When Zhao Qian heard this, she forcefully suppressed the emotions in her heart and slowly shook her head. Although this matter hasn't been announced yet, since Brother Wang has already agreed, the marriage between Sister and Mr. Qin is already set. Why should Sister refuse? Just accept it. As Zhao Yi spoke, she reached out and took one of the crystal bracelets. She leaned over and grabbed Zhao Ni's arm, forcefully putting the crystal bracelets on her wrist. When Zhao and I revealed a hesitant expression because of the bracelets, she secretly turned her head and gave Sei-Ito a look, indicating for him to follow. This kind of behavior was completely like selling one's sister or niece. Regarding this, Sei-Ito naturally wouldn't object. He moved his body in front of Zhao Qian and smiled at Zhao Qian, who happened to look over. When Zhao Qian blushed and lowered her head, he reached out and grabbed Zhao Qian's wrist, putting the crystal bracelets on her wrist. Very beautiful, Sei-Ito said softly. Thank you, Zhao Qian said shyly. Sei-Ito secretly squeezed Zhao Qian's hand and gave her an ambiguous smile. Only then did he let go of her hand and return to his original position. Sigh. Zhao and I first looked at the crystal bracelets on her wrist, then raised her head to look at Sei-Ito. In the end, she helplessly sighed and didn't resist Zhao Yi's arrangement. She silently sat by the side and turned her head. Her eyes were absent-minded as she looked at the rippling curtains of the carriage. No one knew what she was thinking about. Seeing this, Sei-Ito didn't say anything. He only looked at the youthful and beautiful Zhao Qian from time to time, using his gaze to tease her. From time to time, her cheeks would blush and she would lower her head, making her look like an ostrich. In this moment of silence, the carriage slowly drove towards Madame Yu's residence. However, at this moment, a violent tremor accompanied by the neighing of a fierce horse was suddenly transmitted into the carriage. Ouch! Under this sudden violent shaking, Zhao Ye, Zhao Enai, and Zhao Qian, who were unable to defend in time, immediately swayed. She fell into the arms of Ito Sei, who came forward bravely. "Are you guys all right?" Sei Ito lowered his head to look at Zhao Ye and Zhao Qian, who were in his embrace, as well as Zhao Ye, who had fallen into Zhao Ye's embrace. Zhao Enai, who was in Sei Ito's embrace, asked softly, "We're fine." Zhao Enai and Zhao Qian, who had regained their senses, blushed and hurriedly sat up from Sei Ito's embrace. "What's going on?" Immediately after, Zhao Ye also sat up and angrily shouted towards the outside of the carriage. "Is Madame Ye sitting in the carriage? My master, Shayun Kun, would like to invite Madame Ye to accompany him on a tour of Handan." At this moment, an unfamiliar male voice filled with energy was heard from the outside of the carriage. "Tell him I'm not free." Madame Ye's expression changed slightly and secretly glanced at Sei Ito, who was beside her. She then said with a face full of disgust and determination, "Madame is so angry." A frivolous, unfamiliar voice replied. Hearing this voice, both Zhao Ye and third princess Zhao Qian's expression changed slightly. Then, with a sound of I-O, the figure of a well-built man lifted the curtain of the carriage without being invited and leaned into the carriage. Seeing Sei Ito in the carriage, the man frowned unhappily. However, after seeing Zhao Ye, Zhao Enai, and Zhao Qian at the side, a lustful light rose in his eyes, and his face revealed a repulsive smile. "So Madame Nai and third princess are also here. That's great. I wonder if I can have the honor of inviting Madame Enai and third princess to travel with Madame Ye?" The man ignored Sei Ito's existence and continued to invite. "No need. It's rare for us sisters and nieces to have the opportunity to gather together, and we have some personal matters to discuss. We won't disturb Shayun Kuen's mood. Please forgive us." Zhao and I replied with an indifferent expression. "That's right. So we can only disappoint Shayun Kuen's good intentions." Zhao Ye smiled. Shayun Kuen's face stiffened after being rejected by the two. He laughed dryly to avoid the awkwardness and then looked sharply at the person sitting in the carriage. Sei Ito, who was surrounded by beauties, asked, "May I know who this is, Chun-Yi?" Sei Ito replied indifferently, "Chun-Yi? My apologies, forgive my bad ears, but may I know who you are?" Shayun Kuen sneered and asked again. "This has nothing to do with Shayun Kuen, right?" Zhao Ye frowned and said in a low voice, "It has nothing to do with me, but for the safety of the princess and the two madams, I have to find out his background and determine if this person is dangerous or not." Shayun Kuen retorted without any trace of politeness. Zhao Ye's voice choked on the spot. "Since you want to know so much, I'll fulfill your wish." Sei Ito sneered. With that, he flicked his finger and a gust of wind hit Shayun Kuen's forehead. As if he was hit by a truck, Shayun Kuen's body immediately flew back uncontrollably and rushed out of the carriage. He slammed into a warrior outside the carriage and rolled pathetically with that person, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. "Wah! Kill him!" Shayun Kuen, who was used to being domineering, had never suffered such a loss. His face immediately turned ferocious as he ordered the guests on his left and right. "Yes." As soon as these words were spoken, the henchmen responded in unison as they rushed towards Madame Ye's carriage and surrounded it. "Wait for a moment, I'll go deal with the small fries outside." Sei Ito stood up and said to Zhao Ye, Zhao Enai, and Zhao Qian in the carriage, "You be careful." Zhao Qian said softly with a slightly red face. "Don't worry, Qian. Those people outside definitely won't be able to harm your future husband. Just wait and watch the show." After personally witnessing how Sei Ito killed Zhao Mu and what kind of strange methods he had, Zhao Ye, who was very confident in Sei Ito, laughed out loud. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Enai and Zhao Qian on the side also looked at Ito Sei curiously. Sei Ito smiled at the two of them, bent down and walked out of the carriage and stood on the shaft. Kill him. Seeing Sei Ito appear, Shuinkan, who had been helped up from the ground, shouted fiercely, "Kill!" As soon as the words fell, the surrounding 5 or 6 strong men of different stature immediately launched an attack on Ito Sei. Huge fists and thick legs immediately appeared beside Sei Ito. Sei Ito, who was in the middle of the attack, didn't dodge. He sneered and reached out to grab the leg of a muscular man that was kicking at him. Then, he swung the muscular man up like a sledgehammer. In an instant, a whoo sound was heard. The few muscular men that were attacking Sei Ito were immediately sent flying with a series of pong-pong sounds. They fiercely fell on the ground 2 to 3 meters away and kicked up a large cloud of dust. That valiant and heroic image immediately made Zhao Enai and Zhao Qian, who were peeking inside the carriage, open their beautiful eyes. A wave of emotions surged in their hearts. It was very clear that, to the women of ancient times, a heroic man with superb martial arts was absolutely attractive to them. On top of that, if he also had good looks, then he was basically the same as the beautiful men of the modern era. If he also had good literary talent and good taste, then as long as he had the heart, no woman in the world would be able to escape from his evil clutches. This was also the main reason why a guy like Xiang Xiaolong could do so well in this era and have endless women. Then, Sei Ito casually threw away the muscular man in his hand and looked down at Shayuankan, who had a panicked expression. His eyes emitted a cold light as he said in a cold voice, "Zhao, this time I'll spare your life because of Lady Pingyuan. Next time, if you provoke me, Zhaoya, Lady Enai, or the third princess, even if the king stops me, I'll take your dog life and throw your corpse to the dogs on the streets." Shayuankan, who was threatened in this way, looked as if he had seen a dye house. One moment it was white, the next it was red, the next it was green, the next it was green. In short, it was very interesting. "Humph." Sei Ito, who had finished speaking, coldly snorted and turned to the carriage driver beside him. "Return to the residence." "Yes," the carriage driver said respectfully. Sei Ito ignored the carriage driver and ducked into the carriage. "Chunlang, you know Lady Pingyuan?" Zhaoya asked with an unpleasant expression. "I've heard of her, but I've never seen her." Sei Ito sat down next to Zhaoya and felt a slight shaking of the carriage as it began to move again. He chuckled. "What's wrong? Are you jealous?" "Yes, I'm jealous." Zhaoya leaned her body against Sei Ito and said in a sweet voice, "You must know that she and Lady Pingyuan are sworn enemies. So if Qinlang wants to marry Lady Pingyuan, she'll definitely not agree no matter what. Moreover, even my sister and Qian probably won't agree." Then, as if she didn't have enough strength, Zhaoya dragged Zhao Enai and Zhao Qian into the water. "Sister, what nonsense are you talking about?" Zhao Ni's pretty face reddened and said with slight anger. As for Zhao Qian, she lowered her head with a red face and didn't say anything. Chapter 1952. P.S. Thanks to Rose, Martial Emperor, and Always Late for their precious monthly votes. Other than the matter with Prince Xiaoyuan, there were no other obstacles along the way. The carriage arrived at Madame Yu's residence without a hitch. At this time, Ito Mori was the first to get off the carriage. He stood beside the carriage and stretched out his hand in a very gentlemanly manner. He helped Zhaoya, Zhao Enai, and Zhao Qian, who looked shy, get off the carriage and enter the mansion together. Finally, they stopped in a hall. Zhaoya summoned a maid and prepared a sumptuous meal. At least for this era, it was a sumptuous meal of meat, vegetables, and wine. "Forget it, Zhaoya. Get someone to take everything away. This time, I'll let you see what is called good food and wine in this world." Sei Ito, who had had enough of the taste and monotonous cooking methods of this era, as well as the wine that was similar to water, couldn't help but speak up. "Oh, then you will wait and see." Zhaoya, who still remembered Sei Ito's ability to point out gold, said hurriedly as her eyes lit up. After that, she summoned the maid again and took away the food and wine that had just been placed on the table, leaving only 4 empty tables in front of each of them. During the Spring and Autumn Warring States period, Qin, Han, and Three Kingdoms period, the aristocratic families and royal families who followed the ancient customs had always used the Western food-sharing system. It was only during the Tang and Song dynasties that they gradually changed to sharing food, which had continued until today. After that, Ito smiled at Zhao Ye, Zhao and Zhao Qian, who were looking at him curiously. With a thought, 4 or 5 dishes that were still emitting steam and fragrance, as well as a palm-sized white porcelain bottle and 2 transparent glass cups, instantly appeared on the tables in front of the 4 of them. This attracted the gazes of the 3 of them. Among them, Zhao and Zhao Qian were even more stunned as they looked at the things and food that had suddenly appeared in front of them. They were tongue-tied and couldn't say anything. "Come, have a taste." Ito picked up the chopsticks on the table and invited them with a smile. Then, he immediately picked up a piece of food from the plate and put it into his mouth to chew. With Ito taking the lead, Zhao Ye and the other 2, who could no longer resist the temptation of the aroma, picked up their chopsticks one after another. They carefully picked up some food from the plate and elegantly put it into their mouths. In an instant, Zhao Ye and the other 2's movements paused, their faces involuntarily revealing a shocked expression. "How is it?" Ito, who had poured himself a glass of wine, asked with a smile. "After this, I won't be able to eat the food I used to eat." Zhao Ye looked at Ito with a resentful expression and said softly, "Yeah." Zhao who happened to be shocked by the delicacies, answered subconsciously. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately came back to his senses and turned his head to the side in embarrassment. "Chun Lang, you have to take responsibility for this." Ignoring Zhao Ye said coyly. "Well said." Ito smiled and said, "Now, let's have a taste of these wines." Then, with a wave of his arm, the white porcelain bottles on the table of Zhao Ye, Zhao and Zhao Qian immediately floated up on their own. The lid and the body separated and tilted. A wisp of clear, spring-like liquid was poured into the glasses, which were also considered extremely precious in the eyes of the people of this era. After a moment, when the wine was poured, Ito raised his glass and invited, "Please." Chun Lang is indeed a celestial being. The items that he casually took out, they are all rare treasures in our eyes. Zhao Ye picked up the wine glass on the table and sighed with a shocked expression. However, although her voice was low, in this quiet room, it was still clear and audible. Therefore, immediately, Zhao and Zhao Qian, who were admiring the glasses in their hands, looked at Ito with shock and disbelief. "Sister, Qian, this time we are in luck, so we must seize it." Zhao Ye, who noticed their expressions, looked at them and said with a smile, "Come, let us toast to you." Then, Zhao Ye turned to Ito and raised her glass. Zhao and Zhao Qian came back to their senses when they heard that. Their faces blushed and they raised their wine glasses. Obviously, under this continuous shock, even the rational Zhao Ni's mind was a little shaken, not to mention the young Zhao Qian. None of them refuted Zhao Ye's words and made a gesture of tacit agreement. "Please," Ito smiled. Then, he raised his head and drank all the wine in the glass. Zhao Ye, Zhao and Zhao Qian followed suit and raised their heads to drink the wine in the glass. However, in the next moment, all 3 of them turned red, turned around, and coughed violently on the ground. Obviously, even if Ito specially took out the low-alcohol liquor, it was still too strong for the women of this era. They couldn't get used to it in a short time, so the 3 of them couldn't help but cough violently. "Phew, what a strong liquor." After a moment, Zhao Ye, who was used to drinking, was the first to get used to it. Her cheeks were red as she sighed. At the same time, Zhao and Zhao Qian, who still felt that their throats were a little uncomfortable, nodded in agreement. "Come, eat a few more mouthfuls," Ito said. Just like that, under the influence of good food and wine, as well as Madame Ye's adjustment, the 4 of them happily enjoyed this sumptuous meal. However, at the same time, because of the high alcohol content, Zhao Ye, Zhao and and Zhao Qian were all drunk. In the end, under the service of Zhao Yu's 8 personal maids, they were carried into the room and placed on the big bed that was big enough for 5 to 6 people to lie on. They fell asleep soundly. On the other hand, Sei Ito, who had become a loner, put away the things that he conjured and returned to the front room that was connected to the bedroom alone. He lay down on a low bed that was big enough for one person to lie horizontally and started to rest as well. After that, they didn't talk for a while, and in the blink of an eye, it was already nighttime. Accompanied by a seductive moan, Madame and I, Zhao and I, sat up from the bed with her hand on her forehead. "Where's this?" Zhao and I, who was still a little hungover, looked at the unfamiliar environment in a daze as she whispered to herself. However, she immediately recalled something, and a flash of realization appeared in her eyes. "All right, this is Sister Ya's mansion." Thinking of this, Zhao Ni's expression changed, and she quickly lowered her head to check the clothes on her body. Although it looked a little messy, it was still her clothes, and no one had touched it. Only then did she let out a long breath and relaxed. These 2 people. Then, Zhao and I turned her head to look at Zhao Ya and Zhao Qian, who were lying on both sides of her, and chuckled softly. Then, she gently moved off the bed, put on her shoes, and stood on the ground before walking out of the room. "You're awake." However, just as Zhao and I walked to the front room, a familiar male voice suddenly rang in her ears, giving Zhao and I a shock. "Greetings, Mr. Chun." Thinking of her embarrassing situation, Zhao and I bowed and greeted. "Why didn't you sleep a little longer?" Seito looked at Zhao and I and smiled. "I'm a little thirsty," Zhao and I replied softly. "And it's getting late. I should go back to the palace." "You don't have to worry about the palace. After you got drunk, I already asked Zhao Yu's maid to inform the Queen's palace that you and the 3rd princess will be staying here today." Seito put the bamboo scroll in his hand aside and flipped his palm to produce a cup of water. He walked to Zhao and I and handed it to her. "Thank you." Zhao and I took the cup shyly, thanked him, and took a small sip. Seito leaned forward slightly and put his head in front of Zhao Ni's face and said softly, "So beautiful." "Mr. Chun." Zhao and I leaned back slightly, but was immediately stopped by an arm that suddenly appeared at her waist. She said helplessly, "Just like you said, although it will take some time, the matter between you and me has already been settled. So, you don't have to call me Mr. Chun anymore. Just like you, call me Darling Chun or husband." Seito looked down at Zhao and I in his arms and smiled. Zhao and I turned her head to the side and said hesitantly, "This, sir, can you please respect Zhao Ni's reputation?" "All right then." Ito Mori, who knew the truth of haste, let go of Zhao and I. He turned his head and held her hand to prevent her from breaking free. Then he pulled her to the wooden couch and said softly, "I heard from you, that Zhao and I is proficient in several languages. It just so happens that I need to learn some foreign culture recently. I wonder if Zhao and I can teach me?" "This, Sistia knows it too, right?" Zhao and I asked curiously. For women from noble families like them, although they were not required to be very knowledgeable, they still had to master several languages. Not only was it convenient for communication, but it was also so that when they married into another country in the future, they would be able to understand the local language. Even Zhao Ya, who had been trained as a spy since childhood, needed to master 1 or 2 languages of the 7 countries. In this regard, Sei Ito naturally understood. After all, he had lived with Zhao Ya for so many days. He had troubled Zhao Ya a lot to find bamboo slips from various countries and people who were proficient in various languages. He learned from them, recorded them, and transmitted them back to the Rubik's Cube world so that the researchers, spies, and ninjas inside could learn and try to develop translation tools. It's just that in this way, he would lose an opportunity to communicate with Zhao and I, so Sei Ito naturally would not stupidly say it out loud. Therefore, he only smiled at Zhao and I and skipped the topic. Then he pulled her to the side of the bed and sat down with Zhao and I. "Come, help me see how to read these words." Sei Ito did not wait for Zhao and I to dodge. He directly picked up the bamboo slips that he was looking at before and handed them to Zhao and I to let her explain. This is the language of the Song country that has been destroyed. These words are ya, song, li, yin. This whole sentence is Zhao and I, who only thought that Seito was really asking for advice, patiently explained to Seito. But before she could finish the sentence, she felt her body tighten, and she fell into Seito's arms again. Chapter 1953. Reading at night is indeed a different kind of fun, Seito said softly. The warm breath from his mouth blew on Zhao Ni's cheeks, making her cheeks itch. Her cheeks couldn't help but become red. Teacher, Zhao and I called out angrily. But before she could say anything, her delicate lips were immediately sealed by Seito's large mouth. His tongue rushed forward, entering Zhao Ni's mouth, skillfully tangling with Zhao Ni's resistance. In the world of Sun Qinji, Zhao and I was a naturally dignified and polite person. Even her husband was extremely respectful to her when he was alive, strictly adhering to ancient etiquette. Every month, they only shared the same bed for one night and did not make any physical contact outside of the bed. When had she ever encountered this kind of excessive invasion? She wanted to resist, but she quickly retreated in defeat under an unprecedented stimulation. She subconsciously let out a low moan. Hearing this low moan, Seito felt as if he had heard a call to charge. The movements of his hands became even more unrestrained. First, he used strength in his arms to carry Zhao Ni's body horizontally into his embrace, making her sit sideways on his legs. Then his arms slid, pushing out from under Zhao Ni's clothes, directly sliding down to her smooth and plump chest, grasping it. Instinctively, Zhao and I used her hand to press down on the strange big hand on her chest. However, Seito understood that this was only Zhao Ni's instinctive reaction to the sudden attack. It wasn't that she was truly unwilling. Thus, Seito did not hesitate and continued to move on Zhao Ni's body, teasing Zhao and I even more. After a moment like this, Seito, who felt that Zhao Ni's anger was about to dissipate, gently let go of Zhao Ni's lips. Zhao and I opened her small mouth due to her hurried breathing. She weakly opened her beautiful eyes, as if she was resentful, and rolled her eyes at Seito. Then, she immediately closed her eyes in embarrassment. Seeing this, Itose immediately understood. Without hesitation, he lowered his head and kissed Zhao Ni's lips again. While kissing and entangling with her, his hands moved continuously. He untied the belt on Zhao Ni's body and took off her clothes one by one. During this process, Zhao and I, who had completely let go of all her reservations, did not resist and allowed Seito to do as he pleased. Soon, a beautiful body as white as sheep fat appeared in front of Itose's eyes. Then Seito used his instant transmission to take off his clothes and slowly pressed Zhao and I under his body and began to attack with all his might. Zhao and I was a chaste woman who usually kept her chastity. Once she was aroused, she was often even more uncontrollable than a slut. As a matter of fact, the lust and love that had been accumulating for a long time were triggered at this moment like a flood. The seemingly endless melodious singing and the creaking of the wooden couch immediately reverberated throughout the entire front hall. And, after an unknown amount of time, accompanied by a low moan, Jaya woke up from the water. But before she could completely regain her senses, a moan that was extremely familiar to her entered her ears. Jaya's expression was slightly stunned. She sat up from the bed in a daze, put on her shoes, got off the ground, and walked towards the direction of the sound. However, just as she turned around to screen, a figure hiding at the side and peeping suddenly entered her sight. Chienair. Jaya's expression was a little surprised as she called out softly. Not sure if it was because the voice was too soft or because the obscene sounds floating in the room were too loud. Zhao Qian, who was hiding at the side and peeping, did not hear Jaya's call. She still looked forward as if she was hiding and peeping. Little girl, you're thinking of love. Jaya chuckled. Then she moved to Zhao Qian's side and peeked outside. In an instant, two bodies that were covered by the gauze curtains and were lying on the wooden couch, fiercely colliding with each other, immediately appeared before her eyes. Zhaoye, who saw this, did not understand what was going on. She immediately smiled foolishly and whispered to herself, "This woman finally can't hold it in anymore." Zhao Qian, who heard Zhaoye's whispers, was shocked. She subconsciously turned around and was about to let out a low cry. However, before she could make a sound, a palm immediately covered her mouth. It was Zhaoye's palm. "Don't speak, or your aunt and I will die of embarrassment," Zhaoye whispered to Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian quickly nodded and was released from Zhaoye's hand. "Is it nice to see?" Zhaoye glanced at the scene outside and teased. Instantly, Zhao Qian's face turned red and she lowered her head in embarrassment. "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Once it's done, you'll have the same experience. If he wants, us aunt and niece will have to serve him together." Zhaoye spoke softly as if she had experienced it before. Hearing this, Zhao Qian's gaze fell back onto the two people who were engaged in intense activity. Her mind could not help but imagine the situation that Zhaoye had described. Then, her cheeks immediately turned rosy. "Ain't ya? I'd like to relieve myself. I don't know where else I can get out of here." Zhao Qian quickly retracted her gaze and whispered shyly, "Come with me." Zhaoye smiled softly and stepped forward to hold Zhao Qian's hand. She then led her to the other side. Time flew by and a night passed in the blink of an eye. It was now the next day. In an awkward and ambiguous atmosphere, the four of them quietly had their breakfast. "Yeah." Just then, Seito called out. Zhaoye looked suspiciously at Seito. "I'll give you a few things later. Bring them to the palace and hand them over to King Zhao. I believe that with these things, the conferment and marriage will be much simpler," Seito said. "Oh, were they?" Zhaoye asked curiously. On the side, because this could be said to be a matter related to themselves, Zhao and Zhao Qian also looked at Ito-sei with puzzled eyes. Seito did not pretend to be mysterious. He smiled, and a few things appeared on the ground. Among them, there were a few that were repeated. There was a U-shaped iron product, a dozen or so metal needles that were nailed all over the bottom and long in the middle. And then there was a long belt with half-moon-shaped iron petals on both sides, which looked like a saddle and a pile of fine dust. "What are these?" Zhaoye was puzzled. "Horseshoes and iron nails for horseshoes, saddles, and stirrups, as well as cement that can harden sand into walls in a short period of time," Seito explained with a smile. Then Seito explained in detail the functions of these things to Zhaoye, Zhao and Zhao Qian. "Chunlang, are you serious?" Zhaoye asked in shock. "Of course." Seito smiled. "I'll teach you how to use them later. You can teach them to King Zhao and let him use them to demonstrate to the officials. Okay, as long as these things can achieve the desired effect, even if it's a little lower, I'm confident that I can get Chunlang a title of lord," Zhaoye said with glowing eyes. The reason why Zhaoye was so confident was because of the country of Zhao's situation. As one of the northern countries that resisted the Xiongnu, the Zhao country had always been harassed by the Xiongnu, and most of them were defeated. It was only when the Zhao ruling king decided to change the style of the Han Dynasty cavalry that there was a significant change, and they were able to resist the Xiongnu. However, it was also because of the long years of Xiongnu's invasion that the Zhao's cavalry strength had increased to an unprecedented level. This was why Zhao became one of the 7 heroes of the Warring States period. However, just like the previous dynasties before the invention of horseshoes, the Zhao's war horses also suffered from the 2 serious injuries of horseshoes and broken hooves. As a result, the consumption of war horses did not decrease and almost reached the level of a few hundred horses a year. This seriously affected the development of the Zhao's cavalry. At the same time, this was also the main reason why Zhao relied too much on the Wu family. Apart from the fact that half of the livestock in the country was taken up by the Wu family, it also required the Wu family to provide a sufficient number of horses every year. From this, one could see the importance of horseshoes and nail horseshoes to Zhao. This was a technology that could change the strength of a country. Just this merit alone was enough for Seito, a commoner, to become a duke, not a duke from the later generations. Now, with the addition of the saddle and stirrups that could greatly shorten the maturity time of the cavalry, it was absolutely easy and joyful to become a duke. Moreover, there was also the cement that could affect war and the development of the country. Being a duke was really not a big problem. At most, he could marry 3 royal daughters at once. On this point, the elders might have some objections. After all, no matter what, as the 3rd princess, Zhao Qian still had a marriage agreement with Wei. Due to the strength of Wei, they would not easily allow King Zhao to pass this request. As for Lady Ye and Lady Yanai, they were just 2 married women. Although they had the status of royalty, it was not that important. Other than causing a heated discussion, it would not cause any opposition from the officials. Also, you should also tell King Zhao that I am the murderer of Zhao Mu and let him spread the news. As for the reason, just say that Zhao Mu is a traitor of Chu and his goal is to replace King Zhao. After pausing, Sei Ito continued. As soon as his voice fell, Zhao Qian and Zhao and I at the side let out a cry of surprise. Sei Ito and Zhao Yi turned to look at Zhao Qian and Zhao and I. No, nothing. Zhao Qian hurriedly shook her head and said. However, the gaze that she looked at Sei Ito with was filled with a lot of emotions. At the same time, Zhao Ni's eyes were filled with more tenderness. These are the evidence. You can give them to King Zhao together. Sei Ito did not mind and said as he waved his hand, and a pile of silk cloth appeared on the ground. These things are naturally the toys in Zhao Mu's mind. However, Sei Ito used the visualization method to reproduce them. However, whether it was the content inside or the notes of some letters, it was no different from the real thing. Okay, Zhao Ye, who had seen what Sei Ito did to King Zhao, did not hesitate and nodded happily. Chapter 1954. P.S. Thanks to Boring Saint, Evil Blade, and Soaring Eagle for their precious monthly votes. Things went as Sei Ito expected. After 3 to 4 days of verification, the entire Zhao kingdom came to a consensus. They agreed to give Sei Ito the title of Marquis of Julu, replacing Zhao Mu with the title of Marquis, and taking Suya and Enai as his wives. However, Princess Zhao Qian was adamantly against marrying him. As for the title of Marquis that Zhao Ye had promised beforehand, it was rejected by the court officials. It couldn't be helped. The status of women during the Warring States period was too low. Even though Zhao Ye was the royal sister and was doted on by King Zhao, she still didn't have much power in the court. As for the title of Marquis, it was a title given to people who had both land and official positions in the court. For example, Xinling Marquis, Pingyuan Marquis, Chunshin Marquis, and so on. Therefore, to a certain extent, a Marquis was a person who fought with the old officials in the court for meat and won. The old officials and members of the imperial family naturally wouldn't like this person and wouldn't want such a person to appear again. Therefore, it was only natural that such an outcome would occur. Sorry, Chen Lang, I wasn't able to complete the task. Zhao Ye said to Sei Ito with a face full of guilt after returning to the mansion. Don't worry, I expected this. When I go to the palace tomorrow to receive my title, I will naturally have a way to deal with those old guys. Ito-sei stretched out his hand and pulled Zhao Ye, who had walked in front of him, into his arms. He put his hand into her clothes and held Zhao Ye's plump and elastic breasts. While playing with them wantonly, he sneered. It's time to teach those old guys a lesson. They actually dared to call me a rude slut in front of Brother Wang. They shouldn't have privately discussed the matters of the court. They should have gone back to their mansions to reflect on their mistakes. They are too hateful, Zhao Ye said with a face full of resentment. As expected, no matter who you offend, you should never offend a woman, especially a woman who has the ability and loves to hold grudges. Oh right, go lie down in the palace later. Go talk to Zhao Qian and tell her not to worry. Tell her that she will definitely become my woman, Sei Ito said with a smile. Darling Chun is really good to Qian. Zhao Ye pouted her lips and said with a jealous look. You're jealous of your own niece. You're really jealous. Say Ito clenched his fist. Zhao felt the pain and laughed softly. Yes, yes, yes. It's all your fault. You shouldn't be jealous. I won't do it again. Zhao stole a glance at Sei Ito's expression and realized that he wasn't angry at all. She quickly put on a charming smile and said, just like in women's training, although there was no such rule during the Warring States period, it was common knowledge that jealous women would not have a good ending. It was not because they were angered by their husband's family, divorced. They would either be hated by their whole family or be sold or punished for some reason. Being beaten to death had happened before. Therefore, in order to not cause trouble for themselves, all the women in this era were extremely obedient. Even if they were fake, they still had to maintain a facade. Don't worry, darling Chun. Qian is your niece. How could ya not care? After the court meeting was settled, she went to see Qian and settled her down. Now, she's probably waiting for darling Chin's miracle to happen. Zhao paused and changed her position so that Sei Ito could have more fun with her. You're so considerate, Sei Ito said with a smile. In addition, Mr. Chun, Guya spies have reported that the Wu's people are very interested in cement, horseshoes, and other things. They may send a letter to visit you after you receive the title. Mr. Chun, you have to make some preparations. Then, Zhao's expression became serious, and she said, I heard that Wu Tingfang is the #1 beauty in the Zhao kingdom. Sei Ito raised his eyebrows. Yes, that woman is too flirtatious. Even I feel ashamed of my inferiority when I see her. Why? Darling Chun wants to take her in? Zhao asked while looking at Sei Ito's face. For the time being, the Wus are still useful to me. If possible, I don't mind giving the Wu's daughter a wife and forming a marriage alliance with them. Sei Ito nodded slightly and admitted, yes, although Darling Chun has contributed the horseshoes technology, the Zhao Kingdom's dependence on war horses cannot be completely eliminated in 1 or 2 years. Moreover, the Wus control half of the livestock industry in the Zhao Kingdom. They have a great influence in the Zhao Kingdom. If used well, they can help Darling Chun obtain the Zhao Kingdom better, Zhao said to herself with a look of realization. Sei Ito smiled and did not deny it. How are the places I asked you to prepare? Sei Ito then asked. The places have been chosen. They are in the suburbs of Handan and in the south of the city. They are not far from Er's mansion and can be reached in a moment. If Darling Chun wants to use them, you can arrange them at any time, Zhao replied. Is that so? Let's go. Take me to the suburbs to have a look, Sei Ito said as he pulled his hand out and stood up. Okay. Zhao straightened up and tidied her clothes. She left the house and went to the courtyard of the mansion. She ordered the coachman and carriage to come over. Outside the mansion, she sat in the carriage and drove towards the suburbs. Just as Zhao said, in less than half an hour, the carriage stopped in front of a wasteland where a few mud huts and farmers lived. Then Zhao and Sei Ito got out of the carriage and stood beside it. Where was this place before? Ito Seiji asked in a low voice as he looked around, only to find that it was empty. This was the fief that Brother Wang gave to me. However, after Zhao Kuo's death, it was left unused and has been maintained in this state. Darling Chun, please feel free to use it, Zhao replied. Sei Ito nodded and released his psychic energy to scan the surroundings. How big is your fief? Sei Ito asked as he scanned the area. Everything within this perimeter is my fief. It is around 8,000 mu, Zhao said proudly. Indeed, 8,000 mu of land was not a small number. It was 2 to 3 times larger than the fiefs of ordinary scholar officials and officials. With the current situation of food production in this era, it was not a problem to feed 1,000 people. Moreover, this was a precious piece of land in the suburbs of Handan City. It could be seen how much King Zhao doted on Zhao. Not bad at all, he said after a while. After a while, Sei Ito withdrew his psychic energy. He did not find anything wrong with this piece of land and nodded. Let's go and take a look at that place in the city, Sei Ito said. Zhao naturally had no objections. She and Sei Ito got back into the carriage and headed towards the city under the coachman's guidance. In the next moment, he stopped again. Madam, sir, we've arrived. The coachman reminded them from outside. Hearing this, Ito and Zhao Yu did not hesitate. They immediately got out of the carriage and got off. In an instant, a mud house that was more than 10 meters wide appeared in front of Ito's eyes. Following this, Ito opened the door and walked in. Then, a spacious environment appeared in front of Ito's eyes. The space was very large. It was close to 100 square meters. There were no decorations inside, and it was completely empty. What was this place originally? Ito asked. It was originally a shop that belonged to a merchant from the state of Qi. However, it was later bought by a merchant from the state of Zhao to sell some Chu goods. A few days ago, Sir Chun said that he wanted a good shop, and I thought that this place was suitable. So, he got someone to buy this shop. Zhao Yu, who had followed him into the house, explained. Although she spoke casually, how could Ito not understand? The so-called transaction must have involved the use of power. Otherwise, why would such a good shop be sold? However, Ito did not care about this. After all, Ito was not a saint. He did not have the leisure to care about the situation of unrelated people. Very good. You did well. Ito nodded and said. Then, Sir Chun, are you not going to reward this servant? Zhao Yu leaned against Ito's body and said in a soft voice. Come here, Ito said with a smile. Zhao Yu's face lit up, and she quickly walked in front of Ito. At this moment, her eyes lit up. A very beautiful silver-white necklace that reflected the sunlight outside appeared in front of Zhao Yu. It was a cypress gold necklace with a small diamond at the bottom. Then, Ito stretched out his arm and put the necklace around Zhao Yu's neck while Zhao Yu was looking at him with joy. How is it, Sir Chun? Does it look good? Zhao Yu asked anxiously. See for yourself, Ito said as he stretched out his arm. A mirror immediately appeared in his hand, and he handed it to Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu, who had seen her appearance so clearly for the first time, was startled and unconsciously let out a cry of surprise. However, it was immediately replaced by joy. She grabbed the mirror and held it in her hand, admiring her appearance in the mirror. Since you like it, this is also for you, Ito said with a smile. Really? Thank you, Sir Chun. This servant loves you to death. Hearing this, Zhao Yu's face immediately lit up. She quickly stepped forward and hugged Ito's body tightly, taking the initiative to give her fragrant lips. Ito did not hesitate. He lowered his head and kissed her. Their tongues skillfully and intensely tangled together. A few minutes later, all right, let's go back and be beautiful. Ito let go of the panting Zhao Yu and smiled. Then, the two did not stay in the shop for long. They turned around and left the shop, boarded the carriage, and returned to Madame Yu's residence under the coachman's driving. As for the following erotic, lingering, and licentious acts, it was needless to say. The next morning, after eating the delicious Ito made by the cook in the residence, Zhao Yu and Zhao Yu sat in the carriage and moved to the palace in the center of the city. A moment later, the carriage stopped in front of the palace's main gate. Ito and Zhao Yu got off the carriage. Under Zhao Yu's lead, they entered the palace and went straight to the main hall where the court was located. This was a very large building, covering an area of more than 200 square meters. There were a large number of armed guards around. There were very few decorations inside. In addition to the braziers placed on both sides of the main hall for warmth in winter, there was only a large wooden screen with a dragon totem drawn in the style of the Zhao kingdom behind the throne at the innermost end of the hall. Two maids holding large feather-long staffs stood on the left and right of the screen, protecting King Zhao, who was sitting in front of the screen and behind it. On the left and right of King Zhao, there were more than 10 male officials of different ages sitting respectively. They were wearing official robes. Their bodies were upright, and their eyes were lowered as if they were meditating and sleeping. It was difficult to tell what they liked or disliked from their calm faces. This commoner Chun-Yi, concubine, greets your majesty. Ito and Zhao Yu both bowed politely. Sir, please get up. King Zhao did not dare to be arrogant. He quickly got up and helped them up. Thank you, your majesty. Ito and Zhao Yu looked at each other and smiled. They immediately stood up from the ground. Chun-Yi. At this time, King Zhao sternly shouted, "This commoner is here." Chun-Yi bowed and replied, "Player Chun-Yi, the joy of the Zhao kingdom. He is young and talented. His intelligence is shocking. He knows how to use horses' feet, stirrups, and saddles. He can reduce the consumption of cavalry and increase the speed of troops. He also knows how to use clay to build the Great Wall. He can be rewarded with the title of a vassal of a country, a huge deer, and 1,000 gold coins. He can be married to Princess Ya and Ni of the royal family. His beauty is excellent, and he can be looked forward to in the future." King Zhao's expression was solemn as he spoke loudly. In plain language, it could be summed up in one sentence. Chen-Yi, a good person from the Zhao country, has great talent at a young age. He has contributed a great service by offering horseshoes, stirrups, stables, and cement. He can be conferred the title of a vassal of the country, a land of great deer, and a reward of thousands of gold. He can make Zhao Ya and Zhao Ni two his wives, and Zi will reward him, hoping that he can make more contributions in the future and so on. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Sei Ito and Zhao Ya said in unison. At this point, Sei Ito officially had his first identity in the Warring States period. He was Marquis Zhu Lu of the Zhao Kingdom and the in-laws of the Zhao clan. Then, Sei Ito stood up and looked around at the scholars and officials of the Zhao Kingdom. At the same time, these scholars and officials also raised their heads and looked at Sei Ito standing in the middle of the hall. However, at this time, Sei Ito suddenly sneered and released his psychic energy. Without any hesitation, it pierced into the minds of the people around him. Instantly, the officials felt a pain in their heads, and their consciousness became hazy. It was not until a moment later that they came back to their senses. However, at this time, the way they looked at Sei Ito was completely different from before. There was no longer any disdain or judgment in their eyes. Instead, they were filled with respect. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in the wrong place, they would have immediately prostrated themselves on the ground like King Zhao and shouted, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Just like that, all of the upper echelons of the Zhao kingdom were in his hands. Sei Ito had secretly taken over the Zhao kingdom. Following this, Sei Ito bowed and said, "Your Majesty, this subject wishes to marry Princess Qian. Your Majesty, please allow it." This, King Zhao purposely revealed a trace of hesitation and looked at the people in the hall. After seeing that none of the officials had any objections, he happily said in a loud voice, "This humble one allows it." In 3 days, Princess Qian, and Princess Qian will be married to Marquis Zhu Lu. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Sei Ito continued to put on a show. "All right, you can leave. Remember to quickly set up the cement field." King Zhao also put on a show. "Yes, Your Majesty," Sei Ito replied. Chapter 1955. Who's that old man on the right of King Zhao? Sei Ito suddenly asked after they left the palace. "That's the encyclopedic master appointed by Brother Wang when he inherited the throne. I remember he's called Fanzeng." "Why?" Zhao Ya asked. "That person isn't simple," Sei Ito said softly. "When he used his spiritual power to capture the consciousnesses of all the officials in the palace and modified their consciousnesses, he encountered resistance. Although it wasn't very strong, it still surprised Sei Ito. After all, this was the first person Sei Ito had encountered who could use spiritual power so proficiently since he entered the Qin Quest world. "Do you know his background?" Sei Ito asked again. "I'm not sure. Probably only Brother Wang knows." Zhao Ya shook her head. "I see. Then let's go to Brother Wang's place and wait for him," Sei Ito decided as he grew more and more curious about the encyclopedic master. In this regard, Zhao Ya did not refuse. She led Sei to the palace that King Zhao often went to. "Halt! This is the king's sleeping palace. Unrelated people are not allowed to enter." Just as the two of them arrived in front of the palace, 2 soldiers brandished their weapons and blocked their path. "Move aside. Don't you recognize me?" The chi shifter was used to pointing at Zhao Ya and shouted straightforwardly. We naturally know Madam's identity, but this person, the two soldiers were in a difficult position. This is the king's newly conferred Marquis Ju Lu. Remember this. We have a secret matter to discuss with the king here. Move aside if you don't dare to hurry. If you delay this matter, be careful of your heads, Zhao Yu said loudly as she pointed at the two guards' noses. The two guards looked at each other. In the end, they helplessly withdrew their weapons and let Zhao Yu and Sei Ito in. However, immediately after, one of the guards left his post to report the situation to King Zhao. Less than 10 minutes later, King Zhao appeared in the sleeping palace with a series of hurried footsteps. Dan greets my lord. Seeing Sei Ito sitting peacefully inside, King Zhao bowed and greeted. Get up. King Zhao was King Zhao after all. He was someone with status. He had to show a certain amount of respect to such a person, not to mention that he was going to marry his sister and daughter. Thus, whether it was for public or private reasons, it was not good to let Zhao Wangjin kneel down. Thus, he waved his arm and released a stream of air, holding Zhao Wangjin up. May I know why Master is here? King Zhao stood up and asked cautiously. Who is this encyclopedic teacher of yours? Sei Ito asked. My lord, he is a hermit that I hired when I was young, because when I first ascended the throne, he was too young and was unable to handle all the affairs of the court. Thus, he invited 3 knowledgeable people to assist him in the court and set up the post of encyclopedic scholar to settle him down. Mr. Fan is one of them, Zhao Wang replied. Then do you know his background? Sei Ito asked again. If I remember correctly, he seems to be from the Qi Kingdom. As for which sect he is from, I don't know, Zhao Wang replied after thinking for a moment. Then what about the other 2 encyclopedic scholars? Sei Ito continued asking. They have already died, Zhao Wang replied. Sei Ito nodded and ordered, have someone call Fanzing here. Yes, Zhao Wang replied. He turned and walked to the entrance of the hall, where he summoned a guard and had him call Fanzing. Then he walked back. Is the Jade Annulus of Yi clan still in your state of Zhao? Sei Ito asked again. Yes, Zhao Wang replied. Take me there, Sei Ito said as he stood up. Yes. His consciousness had already been altered. Zhao Wang, who had taken Sei Ito's orders as an imperial edict, didn't hesitate and immediately replied respectfully. Then, he led Sei Ito and Zhao Yu out of the palace and toward the royal treasury. Along the way, the 3 of them didn't speak. They quietly arrived in front of the royal treasury. It was a building that wasn't very large. It was even a little inconspicuous compared to the surrounding buildings, as if it was an old house that no one used. However, the security around it was extremely tight. There was a sentry every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. They faintly surrounded the entire house. Their bows were drawn, and they were pointing at the various doors and passageways. Your Majesty, seeing Zhao Wang and the other 2 arrive, the guards at the door knelt and greeted them. Open the door, Zhao Wang ordered. Yes. The guards complied and stood up. Using their combined strength, they slowly pulled the thick and heavy door open to both sides, revealing a passageway that led to the inner room. Seeing this, Zhao Wang didn't hesitate and led Sei Ito and Zhao Yu inside. The path wasn't long, only about 3 or 4 meters. They quickly walked through it. Then their eyes lit up. A room filled with all kinds of strange bronze wares, exquisite items, sacrificial items, and other miscellaneous toys appeared before Sei Ito and the other 2. Without stopping, Zhao Wang walked straight to the innermost part of the room. Finally, he stopped in front of a square wooden box that was half a meter wide, more than 10 work points thick, and painted red and black on the surface. My lord, King Zhao stepped aside and bowed as he called out. Sei Ito didn't say anything. He silently walked up to the square box and opened it with both hands. In an instant, a piece of deep green jade that was wrapped in a soft luster was revealed. It was a huge piece of jade that flickered under the illumination of the room's lanterns. It was the Bao He clan jade annulus that had been roughly polished into the shape of a wall plate. Sei Ito placed the box lid in one hand and extended his other hand to lightly touch the jade seal that had yet to be forged into the jade seal of the wall of He clan. In a flash, he felt an abnormally warm sensation pass through his palm and into his heart. Soon after, a strange energy that was similar to the energy on the Great Tang's wall of clan, but even more vigorous and primitive, emerged and began to roil over the surface of the wall of clan like clouds. As expected of an immortal stone from the outer world, Sei Ito softly said. With a wave of his arm, he used the heaven and earth sleeve to put away the wall of clan. After doing all this, Sei Ito turned to Zhao Wang and said, "I'm taking the wall of clan with me." "Yes," Zhao Wang replied with a lowered head. "Brother Wang, what is this?" However, at this moment, along with Zhao Ye's question, a melodious melody that was as beautiful as the sound of an immortal could be heard clearly from a synthesizer. Upon seeing this box, Zhao Wang's calm face suddenly flickered. He hastily walked up to Zhao Ye and took the box. "This is a treasure passed down from my ancestors, but I don't know what it's called." But when Sei Ito saw the pitch-black 5-story pagoda rising from the box and the music coming from the pagoda, his face turned even stranger. "Damn, is this really the world of the Qin clan? How could there be something like this inside?" Sei Ito inwardly cursed. "How come I didn't know about this?" Zhao Ye asked in confusion. "You were probably too wild when you were young and didn't pay attention," Zhao Wang half-heartedly said. "The illusory sound treasure box," Sei Ito indifferently said. As soon as these words were spoken, King Zhao's body immediately trembled. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, as if he was a patient with a fever. "Illusory sound treasure box? Are you talking about this thing?" Zhao Ye asked in astonishment. Sei Ito didn't say anything and slowly walked up to Zhao Wang and took the illusory sound treasure box from his hands. "Azure Dragons, 7 mansions?" Sei Ito glanced at Zhao Wang and said. Upon hearing these words, the latter's body trembled violently as if a taboo had been broken. "Oh, it seems that there are still some secrets in this world that I don't know. Zhao Dan, can you tell me?" Ito Sei turned his head and looked at Zhao Wang with a smile and said softly. Zhao Ye looked at the trembling Zhao Wang and Sei Ito, who had an evil smile on his face. She finally realized that she had discovered something incredible, and it was related to the entire country of Zhao. The so-called Azure Dragons 7 mansions are actually 7 locations that correspond to the heavenly stars. The location that my country of Zhao knows is the Taiyang Mountains, which correspond to the high position of the 7 mansions. Legend has it that there is an underground palace deep in the Taiyang Mountains, and there is a secret room in the palace. As long as the illusory sound treasure box is placed in the center of the secret room, something can be opened. Furthermore, there are 6 other locations that are similar to the secret location in the state of Zhao. They are in the hands of the kings of Yan, Qi, Chu, Wei, Han, and Qin. At this moment, the pale-faced king, Zhao, finally opened his mouth to explain. "Do you know what it is that can be opened?" Sei Ito raised his eyebrows. "I don't know, but it is said to be some kind of power that can change the world." Zhao Wang shook his head and replied, Sei Ito made a sound of slight disbelief. In the process of passing down the secret from one generation to the next, not everyone can accurately pass down the secret. If there is an accident during the process, it is possible that the secret will be lost. Thus, even though our country of Zhao was lucky enough to pass down the secret, there are still some areas that are not correct. For example, we do not know the location of the underground palace, and the correct method to open the illusory sound treasure box in the secret room has also been lost. Naturally, we do not know what the real thing is. Zhao Wang bitterly smiled. Hearing this, Sei Ito could roughly guess what the accident that Zhao Wang was talking about was. Although it was not like the Warring States period in Japan, it could not be said that there was no such thing. Thus, it was not a problem for 1 or 2 true princes or inheritors to die during this period of time. In addition, there were wars between the feudal lords, and each country's royal family was constantly changing, so it was difficult for the secret to be passed down. At the very least, the country of Jin was divided between the 3 countries of Zhao, Wei, and Han. The country of Qi was also replaced by the Jiang surname by by the Tian family. The country of Chu was now without an heir, and Li Yuan and Chun Shinjuan's son were forced to inherit the throne. Chapter 1956. Knowing that Lord Zhao really didn't know more, Ito Sei didn't force him. Anyway, he already knew about the underground palace in Tying Mountain from Lord Zhao. At worst, he would spend some effort to search for it later. Ito Sei didn't believe that in this era, there was no force that could resist his search. But because of this, Sei Ito didn't know what to do with this world. This is great. Even the legend of Qin has joined in. In that case, the school of Yin Yang is no longer just a simple historian, astronomer, and seasonal official, right? There should be people who have mastered the Yin Yang forbidden arts, right? There's also the school of Moism. That mechanical city should also exist, right? Oh, right. There's also the Korean assassin group and their secret art, the fire charm art. Sei Ito thought to himself. Thinking of this, Sei Ito's heart moved. He asked Zhao Wang again, "Is there a swordsman from the school of Moism called Yin Ping among your subordinates?" There seems to be such a person. Zhao Wang tilted his head and thought for a while before answering. In the past, he had been obsessed with men and messed around with Zhao Mu every day. He didn't know the situation in the sect at all. Zhao Mu had used the opportunity to get many people in. Although some of them did leave some impression because of their great reputation, he couldn't remember most of them clearly. But obviously, as the leader of Zhao Mo, Yin Ping's name made Zhao Wang remember him. "Master wants to see him?" Zhao Wang asked. "Yes, there are some things I want to confirm with him. But there's no rush. Let's leave here first. Let's go see your beau when Fanzeng." Sei Ito nodded. But at this time, Sei Ito, who already knew that the legend of Qin had infiltrated this world, had already guessed Fanzeng's position. Then Sei Ito put away the phantom sound treasure box and brought Zhao Ye and Zhao Wang back to Zhao Wang's palace. In King Zhao's bedchamber, there was a thin man with an aged face and white hair. However, his eyes were bright and spirited. An old man who looked like an energetic young man was sitting in the palace, quietly waiting for King Zhao's return. It was encyclopedic knowledge teacher Zeng. When Fanzeng saw King Zhao and Sei Ito arrive, he immediately prostrated and respectfully said, "Greetings, master. Greetings, king." "Get up," Sei Ito said. "Thank you, my lord." Fanzeng thanked Sei Ito and straightened up. He watched as Sei Ito sat down across from him. After all, this was the palace of the state of Zhao. Even if his identity was secretly the ruler, he still had to disguise himself on the surface. Naturally, it was not good for him to sit on the throne directly. What if someone barged in at this time? He couldn't hypnotize them one by one, right? At the same time, Zhao Ye sat down beside Sei Ito. "Fanzeng, which family are you from?" At this time, Ito Sei asked. "My lord, I am from the Yin Yang family." Fanzeng lowered his head and replied. This was the answer that Sei Ito had expected. During the Warring States period, apart from the Taoist and Yin Yang schools, which had gradually split into different factions, Sei Ito could not think of any other family that was researching and developing psychic power. Yes, perhaps now, there are also those in the legend of Qin who were proficient in illusions and astrology. "Why did you come to the state of Zhao?" Sei Ito asked again. "I was ordered by the leader to observe the state of Zhao, to see if the state of Zhao has the power to change the world," Fanzeng replied. "So your Yin Yang school has been preparing to abandon the House of Zhou for a long time?" Sei Ito asked softly. "Yes," Fanzeng nodded and admitted. This was normal. After all, the House of Zhou had declined. Although they still maintained the imperial name, their decrees could not even leave Luoyang, let alone spread to the world. As a result, even though the House of Zhou had many official positions, such as historian, astronomer, and priest of the Four Seasons, the Yin Yang school's heart had begun to change. They were preparing to find a new master to serve and continue their teachings. "Then do you know the Yin Yang arts?" Sei Ito asked curiously. "My lord, this subject is from the Yang school. I am only proficient in astronomy and literature. I have not grasped the Yin Yang secret arts," Fanzeng said. "Yin school, Yang school?" Sei Ito repeated. "Yes, In the yin-yang school, there are two factions, the yin school and the yang school. They respectively pass down the teachings of astronomy and literature and the yin-yang secret arts. However, the leader of the upper echelons is the same person. He is the commander with the title of Tai. Below him are the left and right guardians, the fifth elder, and below them are the ordinary disciples. Fan Zeng explained the structure of the yin-yang school. Zhou Yin, who is currently promoting the beginning and end of the five virtues in the state of Wei, is one of the prominent representatives of the yin-yang school. Fan Zeng then used the famous people of the present era as examples. That can't be right. Since the yang school specializes in astronomy and literature, you shouldn't not know any secret arts, right? Sei Ito frowned. We do, but it's not the yin school's secret arts that can be used in battle. It's astrology that specializes in predicting disasters, Fan Zeng explained. That's more like it, Sei Ito thought to himself. If they didn't even know astrology, how could these prominent members of the yin-yang school become the head of the Heaven Appraisal Bureau in the future? However, the only difference between the descendants of the yin-yang school and the officials of the Heaven Appraisal Bureau in the future was that the descendants of the yin-yang school of this era master astrology that could be used to predict certain things. It wasn't the ordinary astrology of the future that simply calculated time, latitude, and time and star orbits. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. The yin-yang school's last legacy only lasted until the beginning of the Han Dynasty. The successors after that were all under the guise of a few schools of thought. By the time the Wei and Jin dynasties arrived, they had completely disappeared. Only the descendants of the yin-yang school, who were under the guise of Taoism, were still alive and had left behind all kinds of legends. On the other hand, Japan had completely inherited the yin-yang school of worship system from the state of Qi. They developed the shrine system and the yin-yang school system, and even made it into a national religion. After a pause, Sei Ito asked again, how do the yin-yang school members usually communicate with each other? The Xian school members communicate through normal letters. The yin school members don't know. As the secret branch, they can only look for us, not us, Fan Zeng said with a bitter smile. All right, you may leave. Sei Ito nodded and said, yes, this subject will take his leave. Fan Zeng replied and left the bedroom. After Fan Zeng left, Sei Ito turned his head and ordered King Zhao, who was sitting on the main seat, I will also be leaving. Have someone inform Yin Ping to meet me at Zhaoya's place. Yes, King Zhao replied. Then, Sei Ito stood up and left the bedroom with Zhaoya, who had also stood up. On the way out of the palace, Sei Ito said to Zhaoya, who was in his arms, the wedding is in 3 days. During this time, it is not appropriate for me to see Qian and Zhao and I. You go see them. All right. Thinking that she would officially become the wife of the person next to her in 3 days, Zhaoya, whose heart was filled with joy, agreed with a smile. Go. Sei Ito patted Zhaoya's butt and said with a smile. Zhaoya charmingly rolled her eyes at Sei Ito and walked towards the back palace with her waist bent. Soon, she disappeared from Sei Ito's sight. Sei Ito, who had turned back into a human, did not stay in the palace any longer. He directly left the palace and sat in the carriage waiting outside. The coachman drove the carriage back to Madame Ya's residence. Go back to the palace and wait for Madame, Sei Ito said to the coachman after getting off the carriage. Yes, the coachman replied. He then shouted again and drove the carriage back to the palace. After watching the carriage leave, Sei Ito did not stay at the entrance and walked back into the residence. At this time, a young and beautiful female servant walked to Sei Ito's side and softly reported, Sir, the Wu family and Great Shang's Guozhong just sent people to deliver a letter of greeting. They hope to see you. Send someone back and say that I will be at home in the afternoon and evening. Tell them to come over. Sei Ito casually replied. Yes. The maidservant replied softly and agreed. Okay. I don't need anyone to serve me for the time being. You can leave. Sei Ito waved his hand. Yes. The female servant's face showed some disappointment. She replied and turned to leave. together with this female servant and 7 other obedient and beautiful female servants. They were all carefully selected by Zhaoya from all the female servants in the residence. They were responsible for taking care of Zhaoya and Sei Ito's daily life. They were also responsible for Sei Ito's pleasure when Zhaoya needed it or when it was inconvenient for Zhaoya. Therefore, every female servant was very eager to have sex with Sei Ito in order to stabilize their position and live a better life. After half an hour, a new female servant came to Sei Ito's room. She bowed and reported, "My lord, a swordsman who claims to be from the Emo family, Yin Ping, has come to the residence and says that he wants to see you. He's here? Take me there." Sei Ito put down the bamboo scroll in his hand and stood up. "Yes," the female servant replied, and led Sei Ito to Yin Ping's room. In less than 2 minutes, Sei Ito saw Yin Ping in a room with a screen and decorations on both sides. It looked like a room for a banquet. Yin Ping was not short. He was about 1.78 meters tall. He was skinny and wore hemp clothes. He wore a pair of straw sandals that exposed his fingers. His face was cold and solemn. He seemed to be in his 30s or 40s. His entire body faintly emitted a sharp sword aura. He looked like he did not want anyone to get close to him. However, when he saw Sei Ito arrive, he still forced a smile on his face. He stood up and cupped his fists. "Mo family's Yin Ping greets Marquis Jiulu. Mr. Yin, please stand up." Sei Ito raised his arm and said. Yin Ping did not insist. He stood up and looked at Sei Ito as he walked to the innermost seat and sat down. "Mr. Yin, please sit." Sei Ito said, "Why did the Marquis summon me?" Yin Ping sat back down on the cushion and asked with a puzzled expression. "It's very simple. I want to ask Mr. Yin about the Mo family." Sei Ito smiled. Chapter 1957. In the normal living room, there were several exquisite crystal lampstands with exquisite workmanship, as if they were not of this world, placed around the room. They were emitting a rootless light, and the light was so bright that it lit up the originally dim living room. A multi-story crystal tower lamp hung from the ceiling, similarly emitting a magnificent light, making the hall seem like an ethereal palace. An octagonal square box was placed on the wall on the right side of the hall. The bottom of the box was as big as a futon, and it had a 5-tiered, pitch-black tower inside. The tower rotated and slowly played a piece of music that sounded like a celestial being. Beside the low table, there were a few exquisite transparent objects and a white vase with an ink painting on its surface. It was unknown what function it had. Mr. Wu, Steward Tao, don't be in a daze. Please take a seat." As the owner of the mansion, Zhaoya's eyes were full of pride as she greeted the three with a smile. She had completely forgotten that her reaction when she first saw these things was no different from theirs. We were impolite. After being called by Zhaoya, the three finally recovered from their shock and looked at each other. They bowed and apologized, then separated and sat down at the low table on the left and right. "Zhao, have someone serve the dishes." After the three sat down, Zhaoya turned to the maid beside her and said, "Yes, madam." Zhao replied and slowly left the hall. Madam's house is truly magnificent. It doesn't seem like other people's realm. At this time, Tao Fong, who had the lowest status among the three, suddenly praised. Then, he changed the topic. Instead, he asked, "But forgive my poor eyesight for not being able to recognize the origin of these things. Could madam explain a thing or two to me? These things were all given by the Marquis. This madam also doesn't know what these things are called or where they come from." Zhaoya said with a proud smile. "Oh." Tao Fong, Wu Yingyuan, and Guozong's eyes flashed, and their gazes fell on Sei Ito, who was sitting beside Zhaoya. "This is a crystal glaze cup. It comes from an overseas country and is not something from the Central Plains," Sei Ito said with a smile. "So that's how it is." The three of them suddenly understood. However, they secretly made up their minds to get in touch with the new Marquis of Jiulu and see if they could get the exclusive rights to these crystal lamps from him and make a huge profit. At the same time, many female servants walked into the room and came to the table of Wu, Gua, and Tao. They placed exquisite dishes that they had learned from later generations on the table. For a moment, a rich aroma drifted in the hall, attracting the attention of the three people. Men, pour wine for the three gentlemen. At this moment, Zhao ordered again. As soon as he finished speaking, three of the female servants standing by the side walked over to Guozong, Wu Yingyuan, and Tao Fong. She gently took the white porcelain bottle on the table and opened the lid. She poured the clear and transparent wine into the cup beside her. Whoosh! A rich wine aroma immediately filled their nostrils. Then, their eyes lit up as they stared at the wine in their cups with sparkling eyes. Obviously, as great merchants, Wu, Guo, and Tao immediately realized the commercial value of the wine in their cups. Come, let's drink this cup first. Seito raised his cup and raised it. To the marquis, Zhao, Wu Yingyuan, Tao Fong, and Guozong also raised their cups. They raised their cups. As soon as they finished speaking, they raised their heads. They finished the wine in their cups. However, in the next moment, Guozong, Wu Yingyuan, and Tao Fong's faces turned red as excitement appeared on their faces. Good wine. Wu Yingyuan and the other two, who had caught their breath, exclaimed in unison. Marquis, does this one also come from the overseas country? Guozong could not help but ask. That's not it. Seito smiled. Guozong's eyes lit up as he stared at Seito, waiting for him to continue. Wu Yingyuan and Tao Fong did the same. This wine was brewed by me using a secret method. I did not need to go out to sea to find it. Seito did not let the three wait and continued. Marquis is indeed talented. Not only do you have many achievements in the military, but you're also so skilled in the entertainment industry. I am impressed. Guozong praised. However, before Seito could reply, Guozong continued. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but how much is this wine produced? Is it for sale? I'm afraid I will have to disappoint Mr. Guo. Seito said calmly. I do not intend to sell this wine. I intend to keep it at home to supplement my family's finances. After all, I cannot compare to the two of you. My family is rich and prosperous. Guozong and Wu Yingyuan, who were originally disappointed, felt their hearts tighten as they looked at Seito with caution. They really did not understand what this newly promoted marquis of Zhulu meant by this. Was he trying to get some benefits? Or was he preparing to do something to their two families? For a moment, the hall, which had been very lively just now, immediately became quiet. However, at this moment, Seito suddenly smiled and two rays of light shot out from his eyes. In an instant, they pierced into the eyes of Wu Yingyuan, Guozong, and Tao Fong, who were carefully observing him, entering the depths of their consciousness. Wu Yingyuan, Tao Fong, and Guozong felt dizzy as their impression of Marquis of Zhulu underwent a complete change. They were no longer as cautious as before. Instead, they were filled with the desire to sacrifice themselves for Seito. Then, Wu Yingyuan, Guozong, and Tao Fong all turned and knelt down, respectfully calling out, Greetings, Lord. Rise, Seito said calmly. Thank you, my lord. The three of them expressed their gratitude, straightened up, and sat back down at the short table. Although I've seen it a few times, Chun Lang, your bewitchment technique is truly frightening. Just by looking at them, you can make them change their minds and become loyal to you. It's truly frightening. Zhao, who was next to Seito, sighed softly. If I didn't need it, do you think I would be willing to do this? Seito curled his lips and said. This was Seito's truth. If he didn't need it, he really didn't want to use this kind of method to control people. Although it helped him a lot, it also made him lose a lot of the fun of fighting with others. Thus, the more time passed, the more unwilling he became to use this kind of method. Similarly, there were also methods to steal secrets like mind-reading and soul-searching. Wu Yingyuan, Guozong. Then, Seito called out their names. Your subordinates are here. The two people who were called out hurriedly responded respectfully. Tomorrow, send your spy leaders to my residence. I have other uses for them. Seito said calmly. Yes. The two people responded in unison. In addition, Wu Ingyuan, Guozong, send your daughters Wu Tingfang and Guoxiu are here tomorrow. 3 days later, they will marry me together with Madame Ye, Madame and I, and Princess Zhao Qian. Then, say Ito ordered again. Yes, Lord. Wu Ingyuan and Guozong still responded. All right, have a taste of these delicacies. Say Ito waved his hand and said. Only then did the two people get up and taste the delicious food on the table like normal people. From time to time, they would exclaim in admiration. Congratulations, Mr. Chun. You've taken in 2 more beauties. Zhao Ye said with a displeased expression. Seeing this, Sei Ito laughed and reached out to hug Zhao Ye's soft body. He explained in a low voice by her ear, although I can use hypnosis to control Wu Ingyuan and Guozong, they are not the only members of the Wu and Guo families. Thus, even if those people do work for me under their orders in the future, they will not truly be loyal to me. They will still be loyal to the Wu and Guo families. However, if I marry Wu Tingfang and Guoxiu, it will be different. Just like how I can obtain the identity of fake Zhao if I marry you, Zhao and I, and Qianer, I can also obtain the identity of a member of the Wu and Guo families. This way, I can be considered half a member of the Wu and Guo families. The servants under me will naturally do their best. They might even change their allegiance to me after a slight setback. This is much more effective than simply controlling Wu Ingyuan and Guozong. This servant understands. I was just in a bad mood just now and made a small fuss. This servant has made my lord spend a lot of effort. Although she did not say anything, she was very happy with Sei Ito's explanation. Feeling that the man beside her really cared about her, Zhao Ye's heart was filled with joy. She said softly with a gentle expression, although you and I are united for mutual benefits, as husband and wife, we naturally need to care for each other. You should know that I am not like those men nowadays. Before you betray me, I will not do such a thing. Sei Ito moved his head close to Zhao Ye's ear and nibbled on her earlobe as he said softly, This servant understands. Zhao Ye's eyes were filled with lust as she said in a sweet voice, This servant will only recognize Mr. Chun in this lifetime. No matter how many women you take, this servant will never let go of Mr. Chun. Since you say so, when Wu Tingfang and Guoxiu arrive tomorrow, I'll be relying on you, Sei Ito said with a chuckle. If I understand. Zhao Ye snorted and rolled her eyes at Sei Ito as she agreed. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 rounds of dishes, Sei Ito announced the end of the banquet. He had people send the slightly drunk Guozong, Wu Ingyuan, and Tao Fong out of the residence and put them in the carriage they came in. He had the coachman send them home. Then Sei Ito, Zhao Ye, and the 8 maidservants she had chosen entered the bathroom. They took off their clothes and dived into the water to bathe. The 8 maidservants, 2 groups, 16 soft hands began to stroke Sei Ito and Zhao Ye's bodies. All of you retreat to the side. At this moment, Sei Ito suddenly said, Yes. The 8 maidservants replied and retreated to the edge of the large bath. Here you too. Ito Sei turned his head and looked at Zhao Ye, who was still beside him. Although she was puzzled, Zhao Ye nodded slightly and waded through the water to the other side of the bath. Seeing that everyone had left, Sei Ito did not hesitate. With a thought, the huge jade annulus of he and the imperial jade seal appeared in his hand. Chapter 1958. The imperial jade seal was none other than the product of the fusion of the Great Hua dynasty's jade seal of He clan and the imperial jade seal of the 3 kingdoms. It was the symbol of the Great Hua Empire's imperial jade seal. As soon as the 2 items appeared, an invisible force spread between them, creating a distorted and blurry space. The water in front of Sei Ito was pushed to the sides. A circular depression appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Looking at this strange scene, Zhao Ye and the 8 maidservants beside her widened their eyes in unison. They covered their mouths and noses with their hands, as though they were trying their best to suppress their shock. At this time, Sei Ito suddenly threw the 2 items into the air and collided with each other. In an instant, the air shook violently, and a visible shock wave spread out in all directions with the two items as the center. Seito, who was already prepared for this, moved his mind and put Zhao Ye and the 8 maids into the Rubik's Cube world. However, the surrounding walls and various decorations were not so lucky. They were all turned into dust by the shock wave and scattered silently. Then, a strong light bloomed from the two items, turning into a pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. Under the influence of this strong light, the surrounding space of more than 10 meters seemed to be isolated from the rest of the world. It became blurred and distorted, making it impossible for people outside to see what was happening inside. It was also impossible to cross the boundary of space by half a step. It was just like the guards of Lady Ya's mansion who were trying their best to attack the space wall, but were all bounced back. Crack! Then a crisp sound was heard. A crack appeared on the surface of the huge jade seal of Clan from the Warring States period. Obviously, it was the combination of the will and faith of the creatures of two worlds. Compared to the jade seal of Clan, which was transformed by a strange power, although the jade seal of Clan from the Warring States period was large and contained much more power, it was still no match for the Imperial Jade Seal. It was about to be shattered into pieces by the boundless power of the Imperial Jade Seal. Seeing this, Seito did not dare to hesitate. He quickly moved his mind and took out the psychic jade that he had obtained from Jia Baoyu in the world of dream of the Red Chamber. He waved his hand and threw it into the sky. Almost as soon as the psychic jade came into contact with the energy of the two items, a very mysterious power of creation burst out from the jade. It connected heaven and earth, creating ripples in the void, and it slowly flew to the side of the two jade seal of Clan. It was as if it was dipping into water, melting it. Its seal of Clan. Seal of Clan's jade seal of Clan softened as if it had encountered a strong acid. The jade seal of Clan's wall of Clan's jade seal of Clan began to melt into water. At this time, if one were to pay attention, they would discover that although the two Japanese walls were softening and melting, the Japanese wall of the Warring States period was obviously softening and melting faster than the Imperial Jade Seal. Usually, the Japanese wall of the Warring States period was softening and melting faster than the Imperial Jade Seal. Ow! What a waste of this opportunity. Seito could not help but sigh as he sensed the power of creation seeping out from the wall of Clan. This was because he knew that this world did not have a situation similar to the Three Kingdoms world where Nanhua and Zhuxiai were ambushed. Since Seito believed that he could deal with any situation, he did not release Baiyan and the others to protect him before the fusion. This caused them to miss this opportunity. Although he recalled it now, under the influence of the strange power released by the two jade annulus of He and the psychic jade, the surrounding space had been completely sealed. Unless he used a powerful force to break the space, even if he was in the Rubik's Cube world, he couldn't carelessly open it. Otherwise, it was very likely that it would destroy the fusion process of the jade annulus of He in mid-air, making all his efforts wasted. Therefore, he naturally couldn't summon Baiyan and the others. He could only watch as they missed this opportunity. Sigh, I have no choice but to enjoy it alone. Seito sighed as he sensed his body being washed by the power of creation. His body was recovering at an extremely slow speed from the corrosion caused by the power of the world. Then, he calmed his mind and paid attention to the fusion process of the jade annulus of He in mid-air, as well as silently comprehending the mysteries and rules of creation. However, while he calmed down, the entire Handan city was in chaos. A large number of residents were shocked by the pillar of light in the night sky. Their faces were filled with reverence as they knelt down on the streets or in front of their own courtyards. They sincerely kowtowed as if they were worshipping their ancestors. Warriors and swordsmen, as well as some daring people and spies from various countries, rushed to Lady Ya's mansion to investigate the true body of the Pillar of Light. They wanted to see if there was a chance for them to obtain such a heaven-shaking treasure. At the same time, The entire Zhao's royal family and nobles were shocked. They quickly ordered the 4 gates to be tightly sealed, and no one was allowed to enter or leave. They also sent an army to Lady Ya's mansion to surround it and protect it. And they were truly protecting it. After all, the entire Zhao's royal court, including the 2 great merchants, Wu and Guo, had been hypnotized by Sei To. Therefore, even though they did not understand what was happening, they knew that it definitely had something to do with their master. Thus, they did their best to protect it. As for what other people thought, that was none of their business. Just like that, under the nervous gazes of the entire Handan city and the surrounding cities, time slowly passed by for several hours. The night turned into day once again, and from the refreshing day, it turned into a scorching afternoon, and then it turned into the afternoon. Even so, no one in Handan City let down their guard. They anxiously looked at the pillar of light that shot into the sky from Lady Ya's mansion. However, just as the sky was about to turn dark, the pillar of light in the sky suddenly trembled and exploded. It turned into golden light that filled the sky and slowly disappeared into the air. Then, in the next moment, a long dragon's roar reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. Roar! Then, a golden dragon danced in the air, circling around Lady Ya's mansion. It's a dragon. A dragon. Our Zhao is destined to be blessed by the heavens. We have the protection of a godly dragon. Long live the Zhao, long live the Zhao King. No one knew who started it, but as the voices spread, the voices became louder and louder. After a while, it sounded like thunder in the sky above Handan City. Long live the Zhao. Long live the Zhao King. Long live the Zhao. Long live the Zhao King. However, at this moment, another majestic dragon's roar reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. Roar! The dragon's roar was melodious and clear, as if it sounded in everyone's souls. It instantly suppressed the orderly shouts. West, Xianyang City, like everyone else, Sei To also heard the dragon's roar and turned to look in the direction of the dragon's roar. He muttered to himself, "It should be the 9 cauldrons of the Zhou dynasty." It seems that the dragon chi emitted by the jade annulus of the clan has aroused the dragon chi of the people. Although the Zhou dynasty still existed, the Eastern Zhou dynasty had been destroyed by the Qin dynasty a few years ago. As such, the 9 cauldrons, along with the Zhou dynasty's people and treasures, were all moved to the Qin dynasty and kept in the Qin dynasty's treasury. As such, Sei To guessed that the dragon chi was in Xianyang City and not anywhere else. Thinking to this point, Sei To did not show off anymore. He waved his arm and collected the jade annulus of the clan that was floating in the air. In an instant, the golden light that filled the sky retracted and the golden dragon's figure disappeared into the air. Following this, without waiting for everyone to react, he willed it, and a large amount of fine lightning bolts spread out like snakes and thin vines. In an instant, they covered the entire Lady Ya residence. Then, with a flash of lightning, it was as if time had flowed backwards. A new Lady Ya residence appeared under the gazes of the surrounding soldiers, guards, maids, cooks, and servants, as well as the officials, warriors, and spies who had come to watch the show. It's a miracle. The surrounding people who had witnessed all of this exclaimed with trembling voices. Those who have nothing to do with this, please disperse. Everyone in the residence, please return to the residence. Following which, an ethereal voice rang out from the surroundings of Madame Ya's mansion. It's the Marquis voice. One of the servants in Lady Ya's residence suddenly said, "That's right, it's the Marquis voice." After that person said this, the other servants all confirmed. "Let's go. Let's return to the residence." One of the servants, who suddenly felt different, waved his arm and said loudly. Then, he walked towards Lady Ya's residence. When the other male and female servants saw this, they didn't hesitate and immediately followed him. "Marquis, what Marquis?" A person who didn't know what was going on asked the surrounding people. "Idiot, there's only one Marquis who can be in Lady Ya's residence." That's the newly promoted Marquis Zhu Lu. Someone who knew what was going on said condescendingly. Then he asked suspiciously, but why would he be there? Could it be that the commotion just now had something to do with him? As soon as this was said, the surrounding people's eyes flashed. No one knew what they were thinking in their hearts. The king has ordered the army to return to camp. Along the way, get rid of those who have nothing to do with you. At this moment, the sound of galloping horse hooves could be heard. A rider on a horse rushed to the vicinity of Lady Yu's residence and shouted loudly, "Retreat!" The general who was leading the troops replied. Immediately, the army moved and regrouped into one group. As they forced those who had nothing to do with them to leave, they moved back to the army camp. As these people who had been chased away by the army dispersed, the strange phenomenon in Handan City, the newly promoted Marquis Zhu Lu Chen Yi, and even the wedding between Marquis Zhu Lu and the princess of the royal family 2 days later became the topic of conversation and information in the hands of spies. This information spread to the surrounding cities and the other 6 countries. Author's note. Author's note. Chapter 1959. P.S. Thank you to Holy Knight and Halcyon for your precious monthly votes. In the outskirts of Handan City in the state of Zhao, Seito's figure suddenly appeared in the air above Madame Yu's fief. After that, Ito Mori stretched out his hand and pointed downwards. The ground below immediately surged up as if a monster was about to come out of the ground. Then, houses made of mud and stone silently appeared one after another on the ground. They were separated from each other and occupied a large area, just like the factories in the modern world. At the same time, within the houses that couldn't be seen from the outside, strange-looking metal machines with unknown functions appeared abruptly, filling up half of the houses. After all this was over, Ito Sei's mind moved again. He summoned hundreds of strong men from the Rubik's Cube world. They were dressed in hemp clothes and straw sandals. They were full of spirit. They stood in front of the house. Seeing Sei Ito floating in the air, the men immediately knelt on one knee and saluted in unison. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Rise," Sei Ito said calmly. "Yes." Everyone stood up as they were told. Tianqi. At this time, Sei Ito suddenly called out a person's name. "Your subordinate is here." A young man with a slender figure, dressed in simple linen clothes made of slightly better material than the others, walked out of the crowd and cupped his fists in response. He had an astute appearance. Seeing this person walk out, Sei Ito flipped his hand and a simple black ring appeared. The black ring didn't look very impressive as he flicked it towards Tianqi. He said calmly, "This ring contains all of the materials needed to make paper, brushes, inkstones, and wine. I'll leave them to you for the time being. You'll be in charge of coordinating the various matters here." From this, it could be seen that the houses with the metal machines were none other than the factories used to make paper, brushes, inkstones, and wine. As for the houses without the machines, they were given to the men to live in. After all, he couldn't let them sleep in the open air, right? As for why he did all this, the reason was very simple, and that was to spread his name. Let his reputation grow, just like Confucius, Mencius, and the others from 100 years ago. Let the world know of him. Other than that, it was also to prepare for his next plan. Finally, it was to earn some world energy that would be created by promoting the development of the world. "Yes." Tianqi's face lit up. "Zhao Wu," Sei Ito said again. "Your subordinate is here." A burly man with a bear-like back and a tiger's waist and a rough face answered. When he opened his eyes, a man with a glint in his eyes stepped out and answered. "I appoint you as the head of security, and you will be responsible for the security of this place. If you encounter any intruders, kill all males and capture all females," Sei Ito said. "Yes." Zhao Wu replied sternly. "If the soldiers come to ask, just say that you are the servants of Marquis Zhu Lu. If they still don't know what's good for you, just say that you are the servants of Marquis Zhu Lu. You can capture them all and send someone to Madame Yu's residence to look for me." Sei Ito said again. "Yes." Zhao Wu and Tianqi replied at the same time. Following this, Sei Ito ignored Zhao Wu, Tian Qi, and the other people who were staring at him. He flew up a bit more and looked at the terrain of the entire fief. Then he flicked his fingers, shooting out red, green, yellow, black, and white rays of light. They entered the ground and the air. Following this, Sei Ito said in a low voice, "Activate." In an instant, the air trembled, and a blurry and distorted mark appeared in the air. However, this situation lasted for a very short time, not even half a minute, before it disappeared into the air, leaving no trace behind. It was as if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. This is your first task. Print it out. After doing all this, Sei Ito flipped his hand and took out an item from the air. He threw it at Tian Qi and said calmly. After speaking, his figure flashed, and he disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. At this time, Tian Qi reached out and grabbed the item that Sei Ito threw in his hand. He held it in front of him and looked down. Shuo Wen Jiezi, Tian Qi read softly. Naturally, the book that Sei Ito chose as the first task was not a simple Shuo Wen Jiezi. It was called Shuo Wen Jiezi on the surface, but it was actually a translation dictionary of Li and Zhao Shuangwen. It was written in both Li script and the current Zhao script. It was the Shu Wen Jiezi that fit the meaning of the words of the Warring States period. Moreover, in order to facilitate the promotion of clerical script and slowly make clerical script replace the seven countries' language as the unified language, Ito Sei also used a trick to enlarge the clerical script and shrink the Zhao script. He used the preconceived idea of brainwashing to subtly influence the scholar's acceptance of clerical script. As for the author's name, it naturally became the name of the compiler, Sei Ito Chini. Everyone, His Majesty's task has been given. It is time for us to act. Tian Qi retracted his gaze and turned to look at the 100-strong men behind him. We will obey Master Tian's orders. The strong men replied in unison. At the same time, Sei Ito, who had finished arranging the fief, returned to Madame Ya's residence. Chen Yi, you're back. Are you done with your work? Seeing Sei Ito suddenly appear, Madame Ya, who had been released from the Rubik's Cube world before going to the fief, smiled happily. Yes, tomorrow, send a servant to the fief and get in touch with the people I left there to discuss the logistics. Ito Sei, who sat next to Madame Ya, said with a smile. Okay. Madame Ya leaned over and nodded in agreement. However, at this time, Xiao Yu, one of the 8 maidservants, walked in with light steps. Lord, madam, Miss Wu and Miss Gua have arrived. Xiao Yu reported to the two of them. I thought they wouldn't come today. However, they still sent them here at this time. It seems like Wu Yingyuan and Guizhong have the intention of letting their daughter stay here tonight. Xiao Yu raised her head and looked at the sky that was already completely dark outside, and she could not help but say, Just 2 ladies? Sei Ito asked. There are also 2 men. They said that they were ordered by their master to come and see Lord. Xiao Yu replied, Yes, let them in. Sei Ito ordered. Yes. Xiao Yu replied in a low voice and slowly walked out of the room. Sei Ito lightly patted Zhao Yu's slender waist and motioned for her to sit properly. The latter rolled his eyes at Ito Sei in annoyance and sat up straight as instructed. After a while, accompanied by a series of footsteps, 2 men and 2 women followed the maidservant Xiao Yu into the room. The 2 men were over 30 years old, but one of them had dark skin. He had a thin appearance, and 2 iron-chained sickles hung from his back like an unsheathed sword. He naturally emitted an intimidating aura. The other person's skin was slightly yellow and looked dry. He wore hemp clothes, and his eyes were slightly narrowed. It was as if he hadn't fully woken up, but his eyes occasionally flashed with light, and the corners of his mouth curled up as if he was smiling. His aura was not obvious, as if he was an ordinary person who could not be found if he was thrown into a crowd. Very ordinary. The 2 girls were around 16 or 17 years old. One of them was wearing a fitting white robe and looked extremely seductive. Her shoulders were sharp like knives, her waist was thin like silk, her neck was long and beautiful, her skin was smooth and white, her eyes were bright and beautiful, and her smile was dimpled. She wore a cloud-shaped bun and an emerald green hairpin. With the pearl hanging from her waist and the small boots on her feet, she looked like a fairy who had descended from the heavens. She raised her head slightly and sized up Seito with a proud and bold face. She did not have the shyness of a normal young girl. The other person seemed to have deliberately dressed up. There was a light rouge on her face, and she was wearing simple and elegant clothes. She also had a pearl and green jade hairpin on her waist and head. Although she was not as coquettish as the girl next to her, she was like a green lotus that was about to bloom. Her eyes were slightly closed, and her cheeks were red. She seemed to be shy, afraid, and curious as she secretly glanced at Ito's Sei, showing the charming beauty of a girl. Wu Tingfang, Guoxiu, Wu families Wuzhua, Guo families Guoli, greets Marquis Julu and Madame Ya. Seeing Sei Ito and Madame Ya, the four of them bowed in unison. Sei Ito replied faintly. Then, he secretly gave Zhaoya, who was beside him, a look. Zhaoya, who received the instruction, smiled brightly and immediately stood up from the cushion. As she walked towards Wu Tingfang and Guoxiu, she smiled sweetly and said, Tingfang is indeed the publicly recognized #1 beauty in the Zhao kingdom. You are so beautiful that even I, your wife, am a little jealous when I see you. Madam, you are too humble. Compared to you, Tingfang is like a flower by the roadside. It is not worth mentioning. Wu Tingfang, who did not know what Madame Ya meant, replied carefully. Madame Ya chuckled and turned to look at Guoxiu. I didn't think that Sir Guozong's home was hiding such a beauty. If it wasn't for the Marquis saying that he wanted you, this foreign really didn't know that our Handan city had such a beautiful girl who doesn't lose to me and Tingfang. Sir Guo really hit it well. Xiao is not as good as Madame says. Guoxiu said shyly. You don't have to be humble. 2 days later, the three of us, Madame and I, and third princess, Zhao Qian from the palace will become family. You cannot hide from this. When that time comes, you will naturally see the good in Xiao. Zhao reached out to hold Guoxiu and Wu Tingfang's wrists and smiled. Let's go. The men must have something to discuss. It is not good for us to disturb them here. Let me show you around the mansion. After speaking, she did not wait for Wu Tingfang and Guoxiu to speak and pulled them out of the room. Seeing this, Wu Tingfang and Guoxiu had no choice but to follow. But other than that, there was only a strong sense of curiosity in their hearts. They were curious to see what the interior of this mansion, which the residents of the city said was a gift from the gods, looked like. On the other side, seeing that Zhaoya had taken Wu Tingfang and Guoxiu away, Seito did not hesitate and directly released his spiritual energy into Wu Zhua and Guo Li's minds and forcefully changed their consciousness. After a moment, Seito retracted his spiritual energy and looked directly at the two people in the room. Wu Zhua, Guo Li greets Master. After a moment of preparation, the two people who had regained their senses immediately knelt down and kowtowed with their heads touching the ground. Get up, Seito said softly. Yes. The two of them stood up as instructed. Then, without any movement from Seito, close to 100 men and women dressed in black and wearing masks suddenly appeared in the hall like ghosts. The two of you bring 50 people back each and arrange for them to enter the Wu and Guo family's intelligence network. Seito ordered. Yes. The two quickly lowered their heads and replied. Remember, other than Wu Yingyuan and Guozhong, don't tell anyone else about this. Then, Seito's expression turned serious and a cold, murderous aura enveloped Wu Zhua and Guo Li's bodies, causing them to shiver. We understand. The two of them knelt down again and replied. Yi Xiao, Ying, take them away. Seito retracted his murderous aura and said to the men in black. The men in black who received the order did not say anything, and immediately two of them came to Wu Zhua and Guo Li's sides and each grabbed one of their belts. Then, just like when they appeared, they disappeared from the room with a swoosh. Of course, the hundreds of masked men in black also disappeared. Now it's time to see how the other countries react. Seito, who was still sitting in the main seat, looked out at the night sky, and muttered to himself. About half an hour later, Zhao Ye, Wu Tingfang, and Guoxiu returned to the room. Their clothes were brand new, and there were some water stains on their hair. They also emitted a clear smell of shampoo. Looking at Wu Tingfang and Guoxiu's rosy complexion, Seito's eyes brightened and a faint smile appeared on his face. "How is it? I told you that your current appearance would definitely attract the Lord's attention. You didn't believe me. Do you believe me now?" Zhao Ye looked at Wu Tingfang and Guoxiu and said. Hearing this, Guoxiu blushed and lowered her head shyly. Wu Tingfang, on the other hand, raised her head proudly. "Are you satisfied with me?" Seito asked Wu Tingfang and Guoxiu with a smile. "Yes." Guoxiu raised her head slightly and shyly looked at the young, handsome, and masculine Itsunari. She responded in a small voice. The moment she responded, her face turned red and she lowered her head completely. "If we are not satisfied, will the Lord allow us to go back?" Wu Tingfang asked. "I don't think so." Ito Mori smiled. "What? You're not satisfied with me?" Seito asked. The Lord's looks and bearing are naturally better than the average man, and Tingfang is very impressed. But Tingfang is strong. If the Lord can show Tingfang outstanding martial arts skills, Tingfang is willing to give myself to the Lord and will never return. Wu Tingfang said proudly. "Don't you know that the traitor Zhao Mu was personally killed by the Marquis?" Zhao Ye frowned and could not help but ask. Chapter 1960. "I know." Wu Tingfang looked straight at Seito as she said. Then, without waiting for Zhao Ye to say anything, he continued, "But Tingfang has not seen it with my own eyes, so naturally, I cannot be convinced. So, if Lord Marquis wants Tingfang, I ask Lord Marquis to show Tingfang your superb martial arts. That's fine. This Marquis will make Tingfang willingly submit to me." Seito laughed loudly. Then, he stood up from the cushion and strode out of the hall. Seeing this, Wu Tingfang didn't hesitate. She turned around and quickly followed. Zhao Ye and Guoxiu were helpless and could only follow them out of the room and into the spacious courtyard. "Watch carefully." At this time, Seito, who was standing in the middle of the courtyard, gave a low shout. A wooden stick that was as thick as an arm seemed to be controlled by some kind of power and flew towards Seito on its own. He reached out and grabbed it. At this point, even though Seito still did not show any superb sword arts or martial arts, just this method of grabbing things through the air was rarely seen in the world. It made Wu Tingfang, who was a mind screen expert, feel her heart move. However, Wu Tingfang did not stop. She was filled with anticipation to see what other astonishing methods this mysterious Lord Marquis would show her. Under her expectant gaze, there was a cracking sound. The wooden stick in Seito's hand suddenly exploded, turning into a dozen pieces of varying sizes that flew out in all directions. Then, a thin carved wooden sword that was shorter than a long sword and longer than a short sword appeared in Seito's hand. Under the moonlight, wisps of white smoke rose from it. Then, Seito's body stretched out. Relying on his astonishing martial arts, he began to demonstrate a seemingly ordinary set of moves. However, this was a sword technique that was hidden in the secret steps of the cold-killing secret steps. For a moment, sword chi flew out in all directions. Like arrows, they shot out in all directions, leaving slender sword marks of varying depths on the surrounding walls and the surface of the buildings. This situation lasted for more than 5 minutes before Seito suddenly stopped. "How is it?" Seito turned to Wu Tingfang and asked with a smile. "Good sword art. The Marquis is so skilled." Tingfang is convinced. Wu Tingfang's eyes were filled with excitement as she replied straightforwardly. "Haha," Seito chuckled. He flipped the wooden sword in his hand and threw it in front of Wu Tingfang, saying, "This is for you. My lord's gift is really shabby." Zhao Ye teased as she looked at Wu Tingfang, who received the wooden sword. "Shabby?" Seito smiled mysteriously. Then he suddenly shouted, "Tingfang, advance and stab." Almost subconsciously, Wu Tingfang followed Seito's instructions and displayed a basic advance and stab. In a split second, A white light flashed on the short sword. A sharp white sword chi immediately shot out from the wooden sword. It flew straight for dozens of meters and bombarded the courtyard wall in front of them. Boom! Suddenly, smoke and dust rose up. A hole as thick as an adult's fist appeared on the wall. The crack extended and slowly spread to the surroundings. This? Wu Tingfang stared in front of her with a dumbstruck expression. She couldn't believe what she had caused. She was very clear about her own strength. She was just an ordinary swordsman, not to mention the swordsman realm that could release sword chi. Even if she was a swordsman who could rely on his skills, there was still a big gap between her and a swordsman. Not to mention, to release an attack that was obviously stronger than a swordsman's sword chi. That was simply a fantasy. But now, the truth was in front of her eyes. She had indeed done it, while holding the wooden sword that her future man had given her. So in an instant, Wu Tingfang quivered and put the wooden sword back in front of her. Her face was full of joy and excitement as she looked at it. This, on the side, Zhaoye and Guoxiu, who didn't know martial arts, were also stunned by Wu Tingfang's attack. They couldn't believe it. Remember to practice your swordsmanship diligently. Otherwise, if you don't replenish your sword chi for a long time, the power in the wooden sword will completely disappear. It will become no different from an ordinary wooden sword. Seito glanced at the excited Wu Tingfang and lightly reminded her. Yes. Wu Tingfang was surprised at first, but then she quickly agreed. Then she asked with some doubt, I just need to practice my swordsmanship like usual? And just practice your swordsmanship like usual. The only difference is that after you finish practicing, you need to hold the wooden sword and meditate. Let the wooden sword absorb the sword chi in your body. Seito explained. During the Warring States period, although there were ancient chi cultivation techniques that were passed down among the nobles and dukes, they were mostly used for health and were rarely used for fighting. But now it was different. This wasn't the real Warring States period in history. It was the world of the legend of Qin, created by Huang Yi. Although there was no description of practicing Nigong in the original work. Since the sword Saint Xiao Dao could play with spiritual energy, it wasn't impossible for it to be passed down in many places. Moreover, now that it was mixed into the legend of Qin system, there would be a lot of Nigong being passed down. Oh, sure enough, Wu Tingfang's face showed that she didn't have any doubts. Obviously, she knew what meditation and meditating meant. Seeing this, Seito didn't say anything more. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the broken wall in front of him. Instantly, a yellow light flew out and directly entered the wall. Immediately after, the wall emitted a yellow light. The broken wall and cracks were healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a while, it became a perfect wall again. This was the first time Wu Tingfang and Guoxiu saw Seito's miraculous methods. Naturally, they were stunned. Our marquis isn't immortal. What you see now is just a small trick. In the future, you will be stunned. So, following our marquis is the right choice. Zhaoye, who was already used to this, patted Wu Tingfang and Guoxiu's shoulders and said with a charming smile. Hearing this, Wu Tingfang and Guoxiu were shocked. Their faces were filled with disbelief as they looked at Seito. In this regard, Seito didn't explain. He directly went forward and hugged Wu Tingfang and Guoxiu's slender waists. Then, he brought them and Zhaoye back to the room. Sitting on the huge bed that was enough for 7 or 8 people to lie on, he softly chatted and improved their relationship. Just like this, under Seito's teasing, whether it was the flirtatious Wu Tingfang, the shy Guoxiu, or the mature and seductive Zhaoye, they were all amused and laughed loudly. They sat together and gradually rolled together with Seito. However, this time, Seito was very polite. Apart from taking advantage of Guoxiu, and Wu Tingfang, he didn't take the final step with them. Instead, he prepared to take them on the night of the wedding. Wu Tingfang and Guoxiu were naturally very touched by this point. Their love for Seito grew even more. In the blink of an eye, it was already the next day. From this morning onwards, the entire Madame Ye's residence wasn't peaceful at all. It wasn't that there were ministers who came to visit. There were people from other countries who came to visit. There were also those who had heard of Madame Ya's reputation and thought that they were pretty and talented young men who came to chat with her. There was an endless stream of them. At night, when there weren't any guests, there were warriors, swordsmen, and thieves who climbed over the walls to sneak into Madame Ya's residence. In short, the entire Madame Ya's residence wasn't peaceful at all. However, it was a good thing that Ito and Madame Ya, as well as the ninjas who were stationed around the residence after the incident, stopped them. Thus, there wasn't any impact on the daily life of the residents. Look, it's all your fault for attracting these annoying flies. At night, Xiaoya, who was lying naked in Ito's arms, complained. Bear with it. When the wedding ceremony is over, those ministers and foreigners won't have a reason to visit and will stop. Ito smiled and consoled her. I hope so, Xiaoya said helplessly. All right, Chunlang, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's do it again. After all, I'm moving back to the palace tomorrow, and we can only meet again after you pick me up the day after tomorrow. Let me satisfy you this time. Then, Xiaoya turned around and climbed onto Ito's body and said seductively, Haha, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Ito laughed. It's okay, come on. Even if I die, Yer is willing. Xiaoya said coquettishly. After hearing Xiaoya's words, Ito didn't hesitate. He immediately turned around and pressed Xiaoya under his body. Then, he stabbed the noble sword into the princess's palace and started to fight fiercely. Violent sounds of Jiao Chuan and mellow moaning immediately reverberated in the palace that had just quieted down not long ago. The night breeze blew softly and spread the spring scenery. 2 days later, in the early morning, when the sun was only halfway up the horizon, a group of mighty cavalry in red uniforms stood in an orderly manner outside Madame Ya's palace. Then, the door of the palace with the red chic character pasted on it opened. Ito, dressed in red Han Chinese clothing, walked out and went straight to the front of the cavalry. The carriage was painted red and had the chic character pasted on the window. He shouted loudly, Let's go. Then, the carriage moved forward and headed to the palace under the escort of the mighty cavalry. Because it was still early, most of the residents in Handan City were still sleeping. Other than those who were preparing to sleep after a night's work, there were almost no pedestrians on the streets. Therefore, it didn't take long for the procession to arrive at the gate of the palace. Then, Ito got off the carriage and took the reins from the coachman. He pulled the carriage and walked into the palace. In just 5 or 6 minutes, Ito pulled the carriage to the palace where third princess Zhao Qian was. The reason why Zhao Qian was the first to be picked up and not the others was because Zhao Qian had just married and was a princess. She was much more honorable than Xiaoya and Zhao and I, who had just married. Therefore, it was reasonable for Zhao Qian to pick her up first. Ito stopped and walked in front of Zhao Qian's tightly shut palace gates. He took out a roll of red silk cloth, unfolded it, and read the words on it loudly. Chapter 1961. The red silk was the marriage invitation. In ancient times, marriage required 3 books and 6 rites. They were the letter of appointment, the book of rites, the marriage invitation, the marriage invitation, the marriage invitation, the marriage invitation, and the marriage invitation. Among the 3 books, the letter of appointment was the letter of engagement. The man and woman formally entered into a marriage contract. The marriage invitation was used when the marriage invitation was given. The book of rites was the book of rites. It was a list of gifts detailing the types and quantities of the gifts. The marriage invitation was used when the marriage invitation was given. The marriage invitation was the marriage invitation. The marriage invitation was used when the marriage invitation was given. The marriage invitation was the first of the 6 rites in ancient times. When a bride was chosen, a matchmaker would be invited to act as a matchmaker. It was called marriage invitation, and today it was called marriage proposal. The marriage invitation was when a man asked the bride's name and date of birth. It was an auspicious omen, and today it was called 8 characters. The marriage invitation was when the marriage invitation was given. If it was an auspicious omen, a matchmaker would be sent to present the marriage invitation. The marriage invitation was when the bride would send monetary gifts, gift cakes, gifts, and offerings. It was the formal betrothal gift, and today it was called marriage invitation. The marriage invitation was when the man would ask a fortune teller to choose a good date. It was called choosing a date. The final marriage invitation was what Sei Ito did before. The groom would ride a limousine to welcome the bride. It was called marriage invitation. Only when all 9 were present could it be considered a proper marriage. If anyone was missing, it would be laughed at afterwards. Of course, this only applied to the aristocrats and dukes. As for the commoners, it wasn't so strict. It could be simplified as long as there was a certain meaning to it. Sei Ito did not care much about this, but even if it was just for show, he still had to prepare something for Zhao Qian, Zhao Ye, Zhao and I, Wu Tingfang, and Guixioer. What's more, these women were really going to be with him from now on. Therefore, other than a marriage invitation, as for the other etiquettes that could be made up, Ito-sei had asked people to make up for them 2 days ago. As for the things that couldn't be mended, he had already revealed his celestial qualities. So what if he didn't have those pleasing things like asking for names, meeting people, and asking for dates? Zhao Ye, Zhao and I, Zhao Qian, Wu Tingfang, and Guixio didn't care about this. They trusted Sei Ito as an immortal. After reading the letter, Sei Ito reached out and pushed open the palace door. He strode into Zhao Qian's bedroom and walked to the front of the bed. Then, he bent down and carried Zhao Qian, who was dressed in golden ornaments and jade, bridal style, and carried her out of the palace and into the limousine. At the same time, as Zhao Qian's personal maidservants and her dowry, the 2 maidservants Zidong and Chui Lu hurriedly followed behind. Finally, he stood beside the limousine. Seeing this, Sei Ito smiled faintly, took the reins, and continued moving, turning around and heading toward Zhao Ni's palace. After a while, he smoothly brought Zhao Ni, who was also dressed in red, into the limousine. This surprised Sei Ito. He originally thought that Zhao and I wouldn't be successful. He would be stopped by Zhao Pan, who didn't like him. He didn't expect that Zhao Pan didn't even show up. Out of sight, out of mind. What an interesting fellow. Sei Ito thought to himself, and once again took the reins of the carriage. They headed towards the palace where Madame Ye lived before she got married. About an hour later, Sei Ito led the 5 brides, Zhao Qian, Zhao Ye, Zhao and I, Wu Tingfang, and Guixioer. Beside the carriage, there were 10 beautiful maidservants of different looks. The carriage, together with the Guo family's entourage, returned to Madame Ye's residence. At this point, the originally quiet Madame Ye's mansion was filled with the nobles and officials of the Zhao country, as well as the influential figures of the Zhao country. There were even some foreign guests and envoys from other countries who didn't receive an invitation, but still shamelessly joined in. The entire place was filled with a hubbub of voices. The bridal procession is back. At this moment, a sharp-eyed person suddenly shouted. In an instant, the people in the mansion were in an uproar, and all of them looked over. Thank you all for coming to my wedding. If there's anything I haven't done, please forgive me. Seeing everyone looking over, Sei Ito stood in front of the residence and bowed. Marquis Zhu Lu, you're too polite. You're too polite. You're too polite. The guests in the mansion answered one after another. Thank you. Sei Ito slightly cupped his fists, then turned around and walked to the front of the carriage, pulling the curtain aside. My dear ladies, it's time to come out. Sei Ito teased. Hearing this, the 5 of them blushed and moved to the entrance of the carriage with small steps. Using Sei Ito's palm as support, they jumped out of the carriage one by one. Almost instantly, the voices of the guests in the mansion stopped at the same time, and they all fell silent at the same time. Sei Ito turned around and looked at the guests in the residence who were attracted by the beauty of Zhao Qian, Zhao Ye, and Wu Tingfang. He frowned and coughed lightly. Cough. So beautiful. Marquis Jiulu is so lucky. If only we could marry a beauty like Marquis Jiulu. Then, as if pressing the play button, A string of praises, jealousy, and envy sounded from the guests and flowed into the ears of Sei Ito, Zhao Qian, and the others. Everyone, please make way. We should go and pay our respects to the king. Seeing this, Sei Ito couldn't help but say, as the father and elder brother of Zhao Qian, Zhao Ye, and Zhao and I, King Zhao and Queen Hanjing naturally came to the residence as well. However, due to consideration of their status and safety, they sat in the main hall with the other scholars and officials, and did not mingle with these fellows who had appeared out of nowhere in the outer room. Then, Sei Ito held Zhao Qian's hand with his left hand and the owner of the residence, Zhao Ye, with his right hand. Followed by Zhao and I, Wu Tingfang, and Guoxiu, they walked into the residence together. They passed through the crowd of envious and jealous guests and arrived at the main hall where King Zhao and Queen, as well as the upper echelons of the kingdom of Zhao, and some of the foreign dignitaries were. Chun Yi greets the king. Seeing King Zhao, Sei Ito let go of Zhao Qian and Zhao Ye's hands and bowed. Zhao Qian, Zhao Ye, Zhao and I, Wu Tingfang, Guoxiu greets father, brother king. Zhao Qian and the other four girls bowed together. Quickly rise. Right now, there are only family members here. There is no need to be so courteous, King Zhao said with a smile, as if he was very fond of Sei Ito and very fond of Zhao Qian, Zhao Ye, and Zhao and I. Thank you, father, brother king. Zhao Qian, Zhao Ye, and Zhao and I said. On the other hand, Sei Ito, Wu Tingfang, and Guoxiu didn't know what to say. The former was because he married the other party's daughter and sister. Their status was too messy, and they couldn't call him that. Moreover, King Zhao was secretly his subordinate, so they didn't want to call him that. The latter had nothing to do with King Zhao. Other than king, there was really no other way to call him. Okay, the auspicious time is almost here. Quickly pay your respects. Queen Hanjing, who had sharp eyes, smiled faintly and interrupted. Excuse me. Since there was a way out, Sei Ito didn't hesitate. After bowing to the surrounding people and apologizing, he brought the five girls to the empty space on the side, used for paying their respects. He invited Guo Kai, who was both the matchmaker and the doctor of Zhao. At the same time, he was also Guoxiu's clan relative. Sorry to trouble you, Dr. Guo, Sei Ito said politely. Marquis, you are too polite. Guo Kai returned the greeting. Then he straightened his face and loudly sang, The auspicious time has arrived. Begin paying your respects. When these words came out, the entire hall and the guests outside immediately became silent. First, pay your respects to the heavens and earth, Guo Kai sang. In response, Sei Ito brought the five girls to the open space on the side. They all knelt on the ground and paid their respects to the heavens and earth. Second, pay your respects to the ancestors, Guo Kai sang again. In response, Sei Ito, who had just stood up, led the five girls back to the hall and paid their respects to the ancestral tablets that had been temporarily created. Of course, although it was temporarily created, they had asked old Master Chun, and after several generations, they used the name of the last ancestor of the branch family to create the ancestral tablets. Third, pay your respects to the king. Guo Kai sang again. Sei Ito, who had just paid his respects to the ancestors of the Chun family, brought the five girls to the front of King Zhao and Queen Hanjing and paid their respects. Husband and wife pay their respects to each other. After the ceremony, Guo Kai continued to sing. Sei Ito and the five girls turned around one after another and stood facing each other, paying their respects to each other. The ceremony is complete. Finally, Guo Kai sang loudly. This ceremony is witnessed by the heavens and earth. I hope you will do good deeds in the future. Yes, Sei Ito, Zhao Qian, and the others replied in unison. Everyone, please excuse me for a moment. Sei Ito turned around and said to the crowd, then shouted, Come, let the banquet begin. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, female servants with good looks quickly walked among the guests like butterflies. They placed the exquisite dishes of the later generations on the various tables and served the clear wine of the later generations to everyone. Wow, What is this? It smells so good. This is wine. There is such clear and transparent wine in the world. Then a series of shocked exclamations came from the mouths of the guests. In response, Sei Ito smiled slightly and looked at Zhao Qian, Zhao Ye, Zhao, and I, Wu Tingfang, and Guxiuer. He led them quietly out of the main hall and returned to the backyard of the mansion from the side, to the bedroom that had become their new house. Phew, I'm so tired, Sei Ito said with a sigh as he sat in the middle of the 5 women, stretched out his arms, and hugged Zhao, Qian, and Zhao and I. He then kissed the 2 women's faces. Chunlang, you should be satisfied to be able to marry the 5 of us at once. Don't you see that the nobles outside are so envious of you? Zhao Ye teased. That is because your husband is capable. If it were them, no matter how much money and power they have, it would be impossible, Saito said proudly. Looking at the confident look on Ito Sei's face, the eyes of the 5 women were filled with splendor again and again, and their eyes lit up. Chunlang, it's time to go out. Otherwise, the people outside will say that you are rude. The dignified and decent Zhao and I said. Still call me Chunlang? Saito said with a smile. Us, husband. Zhao Ni's face was red as she whispered like a mosquito. Chapter 1963. P.S. Thank you to Wongit, Nikfini, and Kronup for their precious monthly votes. After toasting each other, the banquet ended. The guests and madams who had eaten their fill prepared to leave. This marquis is very grateful that everyone took the time to attend my wedding. Therefore, I have prepared some gifts for everyone. I hope that everyone will accept them. At this moment, Sei Ito, who had drunk the last cup of wine with everyone, faced the hall and said loudly to everyone, Come, give the gifts that this marquis has prepared to the guests. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of beautiful female servants walked out from aside. They moved through the crowd like butterflies and placed thin books in the hands of the guests. This is because they had never seen paper before. The guests who did not know what paper was were confused. There are words on it. Shoal Wenjiezi. I can recognize the small words from the state of Zhao. What language is the large word from? Why have I never seen it before? Yeah, what are those words? Could it be a language from a country that I have never heard of? After being reminded by someone, the guests present fell into a discussion about the language, but most people only thought that it was a foreign language. No one thought that it was a new language, a language that was newly created by Ito Sei. However, after thinking about it, other than the ancient Songjie who imitated nature and created hieroglyphs, many years had passed. Although there were people who tried to create new words, they all improved on the original foundation. Generally speaking, one could still see the general pattern. They could recognize it. However, the script created by Sei Ito was different. It was completely different. It changed from round to square. Moreover, the writing method was also very different. Therefore, even the scholars present could not recognize what it was and mistakenly thought that it was a foreign language. Sei Ito did not stop the guest discussion immediately. Instead, he waited until all the guests had received the new book before clapping his hands to attract everyone's attention. He said loudly, Everyone, you must be very confused about the things in your hands, right? That's right. Marquis Zhu Lu. Can you please tell us what this is? An old man with an official title asked. Although the others didn't say anything, their eyes and expressions showed that they were waiting for Sei Ito's answer. Sei Ito smiled and replied, What you are holding in your hands is called book. It is a product of paper that I nailed together. Book? Paper? The guests muttered softly. Books. I'll wait until I understand. Looking at the writing on it, it was similar to the silk and bamboo slips that were commonly used nowadays. But what was this paper? Are you referring to these white, soft, and greasy things? A middle-aged man with a beard asked. As you said, this is paper. Ito Sei reached out and took a book from the maidservant beside him, Shouwan Jiezi, and bent it. Using his thumb as a guide, he quickly flipped through the pages. Don't you think that paper is lighter and easier to carry than heavy bamboo slips? and expensive silk slips? Seito asked. Oh, it seems to be real. It is indeed very light. Moreover, the content recorded inside seems to be much richer than silk slips and bamboo slips. After Seito's reminder, one of the guests who was flipping through the book exclaimed in surprise. Oh, it really is. There is so much content. There was such a thing a long time ago. Why would I have to suffer the pain in my arm back then? For a moment, more sighs sounded from the guests. Oh, immediately after, another exclamation filled with surprise sounded from the crowd. Chun-yi. May I ask Marquis Ju-Lu? Is this Chun-yi the Marquis? The man who exclaimed asked in surprise. That's right, it is this Marquis, Seito said proudly. Then is it true that the words on the title page were all created by the Marquis's strength alone? The man who received the answer was even more shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he asked anxiously. As soon as this was said, all the guests once again exclaimed in shock. Indeed, this script is a new word that I have painstakingly created. Seito nodded and admitted. Wow, an uproar that was even more exaggerated and intense than before instantly sounded from the crowd. After more than a minute, when he felt that everyone had vented their emotions, Seito clapped his hands again and attracted everyone's attention to himself. He said, in today's world, although each country has its own language, the Zhou language is widely spread among the nobles and officials. It is compulsory for the children of each family to learn to communicate. Therefore, the Zhou language can be said to be the language of the world. However, on the other hand, there is no such thing as the world's language. It is still the same as before, and each country has its own language. As a result, the two countries have no common language to use. They can only cultivate their own words and understand their meaning. Only then can they know what they do and what they think. Therefore, this Marquis has often thought hard about whether I can create a word for the world to use. After many years of consideration, I have finally created this new word. I hope to borrow everyone's hands to spread it throughout the world. Everyone was silent as they pondered Seito's words. Of course, most of them were probably not convinced. After all, a word created by a wild Marquis that came out of nowhere really made these nobles distrustful. Seeing the faint expressions on many of the nobles' faces, Seito, who had already expected this, did not mind. He continued, this word, this Marquis has named it Li Shu. It is a slave that is attached to and used by people. Therefore, Li Shu seeks to be used by the people of the world. Marquis Ju-Lu is righteous. A famous scholar praised loudly. Marquis Ju-Lu is righteous. The other guests also praised, whether true or false. Everyone is too kind. Seito cupped his fists and smiled. In addition, from today onwards, the third shop in the north of the old street in the south of the city will officially sell paper, brush, ink, and ink, as well as the book Shaw 1 Jiezi. In the restaurant diagonally across the street, we have begun to sell new wine and new food. I hope you will have the time to enjoy it. Then, Ito-sei changed the topic and promoted the two shops that were about to open. That's easy. That's easy. The guest said politely. The night of spring is too short. This Marquis will not accompany everyone. Please forgive me. Seito cupped his fists and said, Ha! The guests laughed kindly and raised their hands to bid farewell to Seito. Then, they followed the servants and left Madame Yu's residence in an orderly manner. They got on a carriage and rushed back to their own residences. Naturally, it was about the clerical script and paper. The news about the delicious food and wine they ate at the wedding, as well as the two shops that were about to open, also spread in Handan City as the guests left. Then, the news spread to the other 6 nations through the pigeons sent out by the spies of each nation in Handan City. What? You said that there were no carrier pigeons during the spring and autumn warring states period? Then it can only be said that you did not investigate properly. As early as the Book of You, there were records of people raising and using pigeons. Otherwise, why would the future Xiongyu use pigeons to send messages? As for the Book of You, It was a book that recorded the history of the struggle between Wu and Yu from the end of the Spring and Autumn Warring States period to the beginning of the Spring and Autumn Warring States period. It was related to the politics, economy, military, astronomy, geography, calendar, language, and many other aspects of the Wu and Yu region in this historical period. It was known as the ancestor of local records. Therefore, carrier pigeons already existed as early as the Warring States period. Moreover, this was not a real historical Warring States period. It was a strange world that was a mixture of the Qin dynasty and the legend of Qin. It was very normal to have carrier pigeons. At the same time, on the other side, after sending off a few important guests, Sei Ito returned to the bedroom with the smell of alcohol. "Ladies, your husband is back." As soon as he entered the room, Sei Ito laughed loudly. Husband, since she had already called him, it was not difficult to call him again. Therefore, Zhao and I easily called out. At the same time, she stood up from the bed and quickly walked to Sei Ito's side. She reached out to support him, looking like a wife who was worried about her husband's drunken state. "Don't worry, this won't make me drunk." Sei Ito, who took the opportunity to wrap his arms around Zhao Ni's waist, smiled. Then, Sei Ito looked up at Zhao Ye, Zhao Qian, Wu Tingfang, and Guixioer and said, Come and drink with me." Hearing this, the four of them did not hesitate and stepped to the side of the square table. As the oldest woman, except for Zhao and I, Zhao Ye naturally reached out to take the wine jug and poured wine into the 6 white porcelain cups next to her. Then, she put down the wine jug and handed the wine cups one by one to Sei Ito, Zhao and I, Zhao Qian, Wu Tingfang, Guixioer, and herself, who walked to the table. "Ladies, let's drink this cup with your husband." Ito Sei handed the wine cup forward and smiled. Zhao and I, Zhao Ye, and the other 4 women stretched out their wine cups at the same time and lightly touched Sei Ito's light cup, making a ding sound. Then, they withdrew their arms and raised their left sleeves to cover their faces. They raised their heads and drank the wine in the cup. "Okay, the wine has been drunk. Now, it's time for us to consummate our marriage." Putting down the wine cup, Sei Ito smiled and looked at the beautiful ladies in front of him who were dressed up beautifully. Zhao and I, Zhao Ye, Zhao Qian, and the other 4 blushed and turned their heads to the side. "Let's start with Qian." Sei Ito's gaze swept across the 5 women one by one and finally stopped on Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian was shocked and subconsciously let out a cry of surprise. Ito Sei did not pay attention to it. He let go of Zhao and I and walked to the front of Zhao Qian. He bent down and carried Zhao Qian up. He strode to the bed, not far away, and gently put Zhao Qian down. Then he turned over and looked at the shy beauty with appreciation. "There's someone next to us," Zhao Qian whispered. "It's okay. They won't be able to run away later. They're all going to consummate their marriage, so you'll be able to see their shy expressions in a while." Sei Ito chuckled. At the side, Zhao and I and the other 4 who heard Sei Ito's words were embarrassed and turned to leave the room. However, it was just a thought. They wouldn't really rush out because of this. Not only would that be inappropriate, it would also make them a laughingstock if word got out. Thus, they just turned their heads to the side and acted like ostriches, trying to avoid trouble. "Qian, your husband is going to start," Sei Ito whispered. Zhao Qian covered her face with her hands and said softly. Sei Ito grabbed one of Zhao Qian's wrists and gently moved it away, revealing Zhao Qian's beautiful face. He lowered his head and gently sucked on Zhao Qian's lips. He teasingly opened her teeth and stuck his tongue into Zhao Qian's mouth. At the same time, his arm moved down and slid to Zhao Qian's waist. His fingers nimbly undid her belt and slowly pulled open her clothes. Zhao Qian's breathing quickened as her chest heaved up and down. She was beginning to feel aroused. Sei Ito gently let go of Zhao Qian and let her breathe. However, his hands didn't stop moving around her body. After a while, Zhao Qian's fair body appeared in front of Sei Ito's eyes under the candlelight. "No." Zhao Qian subconsciously covered her body with her hands. "Qian, you're so beautiful." Seito gently moved her arms away and praised softly. Then he lowered his body and lowered his head to suck on Zhao Qian's chest. He used his teeth and tongue to gently pry it open. As a virgin, Zhao Qian had never been stimulated like this before. She immediately let out a delicate cry. At this moment, Seito had a thought and used his teleportation ability to move his clothes away, making himself naked. Then his body moved up and his lips kissed her chest, collarbone, neck, earlobe, cheeks until finally he sealed Zhao Qian's lips once again. Then Zhao Qian frowned and let out a low moan with a pained expression. Fortunately, this situation didn't last for long. She quickly relaxed under Seito's gentle comforting. Slowly, she began to enjoy Seito's conquest. The sound of gentle moans and rapid breathing, as well as the strange creaking sound of the bed as it swayed, echoed in the room. Even as experienced people, Zhaoya and Zhao and I couldn't help but blush. Their breathing was slightly hurried, and they turned their heads. They looked like they wanted to watch, but were also embarrassed. Not to mention Wu Tingfang and Guoxiu, who had never done anything like this. Both of their cheeks were red, and their eyes wandered. From time to time, they glanced at the two people moving on the bed. Their expressions were both curious and scared, but also faintly expectant. Just like this, under the observation of the four people, Zhao Qian, who had never done anything like this, finally couldn't take it anymore. She let out a long moan and collapsed. Her face was flushed, and she was breathing rapidly. Tingfang, it's your turn. Seito quietly caressed the beauty in his arms, then turned to look at Wu Tingfang and said, Let Sister Xiao go first, Wu Tingfang said nervously. Sister should go first. Guoxiu quickly shook her head and said, and hid her body to the side. Aya, no one can outrun you. What's there to give? Let Tingfang go first. Seeing this, Zhaoya couldn't help but tease. Then, she stretched out her hand and pushed the unguarded Wu Tingfang to the front of the bed. Seito smiled and stretched out his hand in front of Wu Tingfang. Chapter 1964. The next day, My lord, madam, it's time to get up. Accompanied by a gentle knock on the door, a female servant's voice came from outside. The five women's eyelids slightly moved, and they slowly woke up from their sleep. But immediately after, they all sucked in a cold breath and completely woke up from their daze. It's all your fault. Why did you have to go through the back door? You made me so embarrassed that I didn't even dare to move. Zhaoya, who woke up, unhappily slapped Ito's chest and complained. Qin Ting Fong, and Xiao all suffered from the pain of having their melons broken. As their aunt and sister, can you bear to watch? Ito's hand forcefully pinched Zhaoya's full breasts and said with a mischievous smile, This is great. You're even now. Moreover, it's your first night. It's so early in the morning, yet you're saying such shameful words. Don't you feel ashamed? Zhao and I, who also suffered from the pain of having her chrysanthemum burned, said unhappily, We're already husband and wife. What's there to be ashamed of? Ito said with a smile. Then, he pulled his hand away from the five women and sat up. Come, turn over. I'll treat the two of you. Ito said to Zhaoya and Zhao and I who were beside him. Zhaoya and Zhao and I hesitated for a moment before enduring the pain and turning over, revealing their backs and buttocks to Ito's eyes. Ito opened his hands, which glowed with a green light, and pressed them on the two women's buttocks. In an instant, Zhaoya and Zhao and I both felt the pain on their buttocks lighten and was no longer as painful as before. It's done. After a moment, Ito withdrew his hands and said, My husband is indeed amazing. The godly doctor involved is only SOSO. Zhaoya, who turned over and sat up, said with a charming voice, Okay, sister-ya, it's time to go wash up. We still have to return to the palace to see Brother Wang. Zhao and I, who also turned over and sat up, said, On the second day of the wedding, when he returned home, he would bring the bride to see his father. The father of Zhaoya, Zhao, and I, and Zhao Qian was naturally the king of Zhao, King Zhao. Guoxiu and Wu Tingfang belonged to the Guo family and the Wu family. Therefore, Sei Ito had to visit 3 families in one day. He was very busy. Okay, Zhao Ye answered and shouted towards the door. Come in. Yes. Creak. The maidservant outside the room nodded and pushed the door open to enter the room. You two should sleep more. It won't be too late to get up when I come back, Sei Ito said to Wu Tingfang and Guo Xiu'er, whose wounds had been healed. No, let's get up together. Wu Tingfang got up and said. She then got out of the bed and put on her clothes with the help of her maidservants, Chuning and Xiaoying. Guo Xiu'er, who was at the side, was not lazy either. She also got up from the bed and began to tidy up under her maid attire. Seeing this, Sei Ito did not insist. He grabbed an unlined garment from the maidservant, Xiao Mei, and covered his body. He stepped out of the room and went to the bathroom. Then, under the help of the maidservants, Xiao Mei, Xiao Zi, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Zhao, he began to bathe. During this period of time, there was naturally no lack of the erotic scene of the two of them taking advantage of each other. About half an hour later, after Sei Ito finished bathing, he also took a bath and redressed himself to be dignified and beautiful. The coquettish and charming Zhao Ye, Zhao Enai, Zhao Qian, Wu Tingfang, and Guo Xiu'er came to the hall together. They enjoyed the first breakfast of the family. After breakfast, Sei Ito, Zhao Ye, Zhao Enai, and Zhao Qian separated from Wu Tingfang and Guo Xiu'er. Riding on the newly modified carriage, they headed towards the palace. The visit at the palace went very smoothly. Nothing happened during the whole process. It was a simple trip back to the palace. However, just as the few of them were preparing to leave the palace and return to the residence, Zhao Ni's expression suddenly became hesitant. Noticing the change in Zhao Ni's expression, Sei Ito couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" "Husband, I want to take Pan into the house. Is that okay?" Zhao and I gently bit her lips and said softly, Pan is the child of Sister and I and her late husband. Zhao Ye, who thought Sei Ito didn't know who Pan was, explained. I know that child. Sei Ito chuckled, then looked at Zhao and I and said softly, although that child is not mine, he is still your flesh and blood. If Anaya wants to take him back, it is naturally okay. Thank you, husband, Zhao and I said excitedly. You and I are husband and wife. No need to be polite. Sei Ito smiled. Okay, you go pick him up. We will wait for you outside. Sei Ito continued. After saying that, he walked out of the palace again. Elder sister, I can understand your feelings of wanting to take Panner over, but you should also know what kind of person Panner is. He is really quite unbearable. Therefore, after he enters the residence, you should pay more attention to him. Otherwise, it would be bad if you end up offending her husband. Zhao Ye, who purposely stayed a step behind, moved closer to Zhao Ni's ear and reminded softly. Thank you for your reminder, sister. I will wake up. Zhao and I replied softly. It's good that sister is awake. Quickly go back. Don't let husband wait for too long. Zhao Ye smiled. After saying that, she didn't stay any longer and quickly caught up with Sei Ito and Zhao Qian in front, gradually disappearing from Zhao Ni's sight. Sigh. Then, Zhao and I sighed softly, turned around, and walked towards the palace where she lived before she got married. On the other side, after a short walk, Sei Ito, Zhao Ye, and Zhao Qian left the palace and got back into the carriage they came in, chatting casually. Then, after more than 20 minutes, the light changed and Zhao Ni's figure reappeared in the carriage. However, she wasn't alone. Behind her, a burly young man who looked to be about 15 or 16 years old appeared in everyone's sight. It was Zhao Pan, whom Sei Ito had met before. Pan, why aren't you greeting him? Zhao and I, who was sitting low, said with a stern face. Pan greets Father Zhong. Zhao Pan, who respected his mother very much, bowed as he was told. The so-called Zhong was the second in the 4 generations of Bo, Zhong, Ye, and Ji. In modern terms, it was second uncle, and so on. Thus, it was translated as uncle. However, in this situation, it was more like a stepfather. The only difference was that it was different from a real stepfather. It was more or less the same as a real stepfather. That is, I always respect you as a father, but I don't really recognize you as my father. Sei Ito, who didn't care about the meaning behind Zhao Pan's address, chuckled and nodded, accepting Zhao Pan's greeting. This allowed the nervous Zhao and I to relax. Sit. Sei Ito pointed at the empty seat in front of him and said. Zhao Pan didn't say anything else and sat down cross-legged next to Zhao and I. He turned his head and looked through the curtains of the palace outside. Clearly, even though he agreed to move in with Sei Ito because of his mother's persuasion, he was still unhappy and wouldn't let it go so easily. Old Ma, start the carriage. Remember to go down South Street. Sei Ito, who had completely ignored Zhao Pan, said, Yes, my lord. The coachman called Old Ma replied and shouted, Go. Then, he started the carriage and slowly drove off. Speaking of South Street, I heard from the people in the palace that my lord husband has just published a new book called Shunjezi and written the new characters that my lord husband created in it. It's currently being sold in a shop on South Street. Is that true? Zhao Yi seemed to have thought of something and asked. Yes. Sei Ito softly replied. My lord husband is truly amazing. He was actually able to imitate the High Sage and create new characters all by himself. Zhao Yi, who had received an affirmative answer, didn't doubt it at all. My lord husband, do you have any more of that book? Zhao and I curiously asked. Do you want to read it? Sei Ito asked with a smile. The latter and Zhao Qian nodded in unison. Sei Ito didn't beat around the bush. With a flip of his hand, 2 Warring States editions of Shunjezi appeared in his hand and handed them to Zhao and I and Zhao Qian. The two received the books and curiously flipped through them. For a moment, the carriage fell silent. The only sound that could be heard was the occasional flipping of the pages. 10 minutes later, the carriage arrived at South Street. My lord, we've arrived at South Street. The carriage driver reminded. Hearing this, everyone came back to their senses and looked out from the curtains on the left and right, as well as the door in front. In an instant, a bustling scene appeared before everyone's eyes. They saw a carriage stop in front of the Fragrant Book House's signboard with the character Zhao and Li written on it. The workers noisily took out soft rice paper from the shop. However, it was only rice paper. At most, there were 2 or 3 pieces of good ink and a few brushes of different thicknesses. As for the book, not a single person showed any interest in it. It's so lively. Zhao Qian, who had never left the palace, softly said, It seems that my lord husband's paper is very popular. Zhao Yi continued. However, they didn't notice that Sei Ito, who had seen this scene, frowned slightly. It seems that I need to increase the profits. Sei Ito thought to himself. Old Ma, start the carriage. Let's return to the residence. Sei Ito immediately ordered. Yes, Marquis. Then, the carriage began to slowly move again. Are we not going to take a look? Zhao Yi asked doubtfully. No, Sei Ito said indifferently. Perhaps sensing Sei Ito's lack of interest, Zhao Yi didn't say anything else. She gently leaned her body against Sei Ito's body. Zhao and I and Zhao Qian also didn't say anything. They once again focused their attention on the book in their hands. The rest of the journey was uneventful. The carriage smoothly returned to Madame Ye's residence. I'll help my sister arrange Pan Er's residence, Zhao Yi said as she got off the carriage. Okay. Sei Ito responded softly and brought Zhao Qian into the residence. However, they didn't stay for long. After sitting for 10 minutes, they brought the refreshed Guoxiu and her dowry maids back into the carriage and drove towards Guozhong's residence. Chapter 1965. Wu Shiqiang, Wu Yingyuan/Wu Yingjin, greets my lord. The 3 strong men, 1 old and 2 young, saluted with their hands folded. Wu Shiqiang, the old head of the Wu family. Wu Yingyuan, the person in charge of the Wu family, Wu Tingfang's father. Wu Yingjin, Wu Yingyuan's 3rd brother. The reason why the 3 of them appear in front of Sei Ito was because this was the Wu castle. Just like in the palace, The return of the Guo family was also smooth. Therefore, after having a cordial lunch with Guizhong and his two sons and discussing some matters with Guizhong, Sei Ito brought Guixioer and her maidservants back to Lady Ya's mansion. He brought Wu Tingfang, who had been waiting for a long time, to the Wu castle in the grassland outside Handan City and began the return trip. However, Sei Ito's identity was still there. Even if he came to the Wu family as a son-in-law, no one in the Wu family dared to give him a grand gift. They still paid their respects in the usual manner, which was what they saw before. "Old Castle Master Wu, you are too polite." Sei Ito returned the greeting. Although he said so, Sei Ito's actions were not polite at all. When Wu Tingfang was not paying attention, he immediately released his mental strength and pierced into the minds of Wu Shiqiang and Wu Yinjin, as well as another youth with a pale face and weak footsteps, whose face was full of arrogance. He seemed to be wooing Yuan's son and quickly changed their consciousness. In a moment, the three of them were shocked and looked at Sei Ito with respect. Sei Ito secretly gave a look to the Wu family people and did not let them greet him. At the same time, he smiled and held Wu Tingfang's hand and walked to the side. He sat down with the Wu family people. "My daughter is naughty by nature. I didn't neglect my lord, right?" At this time, Wu Yuan opened his mouth and said, "Father," Wu Tingfang said shyly, unwilling to comply. "Haha, don't worry, father-in-law. I'm very satisfied with Tingfang. Otherwise, I wouldn't have specially brought Tingfang to Wu Castle today." Sei Ito laughed and joked. "It's good that you're satisfied. This way, the entire Wu family can rest assured." Wu Shi smiled. "Humph." Regarding the words of his grandfather and father, son Zhengrong snorted. Wu Tingfang, who was feeling very dissatisfied, let out a soft snort. "By the way, this is—" Sei Ito looked at the youth sitting at the bottom of the Wu family and asked, "This is my son, Tingwei." Wu Yuan hurriedly introduced. Then, he turned to Wu Tingwei and said in a low voice, "Hurry up and greet the Marquis." "Wu Tingwei greets my lord." Wu Tingwei hurriedly got up and bowed. "It is indeed him, the one who wanted to betray the Wu family in the original work and was executed by Wu Yuan himself." Sei Ito thought to himself. Then he nodded and chuckled, "Yes. If you work hard for your father, you might be able to achieve something in the future. Yes." Wu Tingwei, whose mind was filled with loyalty to Sei Ito because he was under the control of the hypnosis technique, responded with a serious expression, as if he had heard an imperial edict. Then, everyone sat together and chatted for a while, which was considered to be the return gift. "By the way, I heard that the Wu family recently recruited a new swordsman. He is known as the young Master Red Embellishment. Not only is his swordsmanship superb, but he also has an extraordinary appearance. I wonder if this is true?" Sei Ito suddenly asked at the end of the conversation. "It is true. That person's name is Lien Jin. He is a swordsman recommended by one of the directors, Wu Hei," Wu Shi replied. "I wonder if I can meet him?" Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and asked. "Marquis's orders are naturally impossible," Wu Shiqiao answered. Then he opened his mouth and called a servant over, asking him to call the young Master Red Embellishment, Lien Jin, over. It didn't take long, only a little more than 3 minutes, for a handsome young man with a red tasseled crown, a yellow warrior suit embroidered with dragon patterns, and a pair of black warrior leather boots walked into the hall. He was very tall, at least 8 meters tall, and had a strong build. His body was full of masculine charm. Lien Jin greets Marquis, Jiulu, Madam, Old Fort Master, Master, Third Master, and Young Fort Master Sunday. Lien Jin cupped his hands and bowed. Lien Jin's forehead was high and wide, his eyes were straight, his nose was straight, his lips were tight, and his eyes were sparkling, as if he had an indescribable arrogance and conceit. "You are Lien Jin?" Sei Ito asked with a faint smile. "Yes, Marquis, I am Lien Jin." Lien Jin lowered his body and answered softly. "I heard that your swordsmanship is very high." Sei Ito asked again. "I'm naturally inferior to you, Marquis, but compared to those warriors outside, I don't think I'm a match," Lien Jin replied. His words were filled with flattery to Sei Ito and full confidence in his own strength. "Ha, you're very confident," Sei Ito said with a chuckle. Lien Jin, who knew that Sei Ito had not finished speaking, did not say anything and waited quietly for the rest. "I'll make a move later. If you can take it, I'll give you the position of the chief guard of the Marquis's mansion. If you can't take it, then there's no value in your existence anymore," Sei Ito said faintly. Upon hearing this, Lien Jin's skin tightened and his pupils constricted. Obviously, he vaguely sensed that he did not know how he had offended the newly promoted Marquis Jiulu, making him feel a little dissatisfied with him. Could it be because of Wu Tingfang? However, he knew that he could not refuse this suggestion, so he did not hesitate and agreed respectfully. "Since you're interested, Marquis, I'll naturally accompany you to the end." "Huh," Sei Ito chuckled and stood up from the cushion. He walked around the square table to the center of the hall and stood opposite Lien Jin. Lien Jin straightened up and slowly pulled out the bronze sword hanging from his waist from its sheath. He held it in his hand and pointed the tip of the sword at the ground. His gaze was solemn as he stared at Sei Ito opposite him with rapt attention. At this moment, Sei Ito stretched out his hand and gestured to the side. With a crisp bang, a bronze longsword suddenly flew out from the side and shot into Sei Ito's palm. He held it tightly. Seeing this, Lien Jin, who had originally felt somewhat relaxed, immediately felt his heart tighten and became extremely heavy. "I'm going to make a move," Sei Ito said as he slowly moved the sword in front of him and pointed the tip of the sword at Lien Jin. The moment he finished speaking, the scene fell silent, as if it had been affected by some strange existence. The entire hall became deathly quiet. There was no sound at all, as if it was a vacuum. "One move, only one move. I'll definitely be able to take it." Feeling the changes in his surroundings, Lien Jin, whose forehead was slightly sweating, repeatedly encouraged himself. In an instant, there was a soft thud. A light breeze blew past his face and lifted the corner of his clothes. Then, the shocked gazes of Wu Shixian, Wu Yingyuan, Wu Yingjin, Wu Tingwei, and Wu Tingfang entered his sight. Lien Jin, who could not understand the expressions of the Wu family, almost instinctively had a bad premonition. "You've lost." At this moment, he heard Sei Ito's voice from behind him. "What?" Lien Jin's pupils contracted, and he said in disbelief. Then, in the next moment, a large amount of ice crystals quickly spread over Lien Jin's body. In the blink of an eye, Lien Jin and the new bronze sword that had been inserted into his mouth were frozen together. Sei Ito, who had faintly moved his hand and put away the power of the world that he had obtained from killing Lien Jin, said indifferently, "Have someone carry him down." "Yes," Wu Shixian replied respectfully. Then he called the servants and had them carry Lien Jin, who had already turned into an ice sculpture, down. "Have Tao Fang come to my residence tomorrow," Sei Ito ordered as the servants carried Lien Jin down. "Okay." Wu Yingyuan nodded and agreed. "In that case, I won't disturb you any longer. Tingfang, let's go back." Sei Ito nodded slightly and said to the people of the Wu residence. "Okay." Wu Tingfang replied and stood up from the cushion. She walked to Sei Ito's side and then left the hall with Sei Ito under the Wu family's escort. She sat in the carriage and moved with the carriage towards Handan City. "Are you angry?" On the way back, Sei Ito suddenly asked. "No." Wu Tingfang shook her head. "Then why are you unhappy?" Sei Ito asked softly. "I'm just a little emotional," Wu Tingfang said softly. "Emotional about what?" Sei Ito reached out and wrapped his arms around Wu Tingfang's slender waist. He pulled her into his arms and asked softly. Wu Tingfang rested her head on Sei Ito's shoulder and closed her eyes. She replied softly, "Is it because Tingfang can't touch men in the future? You think I killed Lien Jin because he used to like him?" Sei Ito said with a chuckle. "Isn't that so?" Wu Tingfang raised her head and looked at Sei Ito's face. "Of course not. Although there may be some of the reasons you said. It's more because he was originally one of my targets to kill," Sei Ito explained softly. "Huh?" Wu Tingfang's face showed a confused expression, which made her look a little cute. You don't need to understand this. You just need to know that you will still be the same as before. Your husband, I, am not that narrow-minded, Sei Ito said with a smile. Really? Wu Tingfang asked in disbelief. Really? What? You even believe your husband's words? It seems that I have to punish you. Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and said. After saying that, without waiting for Wu Tingfang's reaction, he immediately pressed her down on his lap. He raised his right hand high and slapped Wu Tingfang's perky buttocks skillfully. Pa! A clear and crisp sound immediately reverberated in the carriage. How can you do this? Wu Tingfang, whose cheeks were suddenly red, rebuked. You're my woman, what do you think? Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and said. Then, he raised his hand and slapped Wu Tingfang's perky buttocks again. However, that was it. The next action changed from slapping to stroking, gently rubbing Wu Tingfang's perky buttocks. Under Sei Ito's stroking, Wu Tingfang's face became redder and redder, and a hint of spring began to appear on her face. It was obvious that she was already aroused. For a moment, the air in the carriage suddenly became dark. Chapter 1966. My lord, we have arrived at the Marquis residence of Great Deer. At this moment, the moving carriage stopped, and the coachman's voice sounded. That's right, it was the Marquis residence of Great Deer. On the way back from Wu Castle, Sei Ito recalled what he had seen in front of the shop on South Street. He did not ask the coachman to drive the carriage back to Madame Ya's residence. Instead, he asked the coachman to take a detour to Marquis residence of Great Deer, which was given to him along with his fief. I understand, Sei Ito replied as he withdrew his hand from Wu Tingfang's inner clothes. You stay in the carriage. I will be back soon, Sei Ito said to Wu Tingfang, who was lying limp in his arms. Wu Tingfang, whose face was flushed red, nodded lazily and agreed. Sei Ito stood up and got out of the carriage. He stood beside the shaft of the carriage. TSK, it has only been a few days, and the huge Marquis residence of Great Deer has actually become desolate. Sei Ito could not help but click his tongue as he looked at the huge residence that was no longer as prosperous as it was in the past. Instead, it was emitting a desolate and decaying aura from the inside out. Then, he strode to the front of the Marquis residence of Great Deer. He pushed open the door and walked straight in. Just like the decaying aura emitted by the entire residence, there was not a single servant in the residence. There were many piles of junk in the courtyard, as well as signs of vandalism. The residence was spacious and empty. The luxurious items inside were all moved out, as if it had been robbed by bandits. This should be the work of the slaves who were investigating Zhao Mu's death, and who escaped later. Sei Ito thought as he walked slowly in the Marquis residence of Great Deer. But this is good too. It will be convenient for me to use it. Thinking of this, Itsunari no longer hesitated, and his mind moved. He summoned a dozen young men and women. Greetings, your majesty. Seeing Sei Ito, the young men all knelt on one knee and greeted him. Rise, Sei Ito said calmly. Thank you, your majesty. The latter expressed his gratitude and stood up from the ground. Sei Ito ordered, I'll give you 1 day to clean up this place. Convert all the rooms here into an academy that can be used for teaching. Yes, the youths replied in unison. Here are the things you might need. Then Ito-sei flicked his finger and threw a black ring in front of one of the young men and said softly. The latter did not dare to hesitate. He hurriedly reached out to take it. Go ahead, Sei Ito said. Yes, the youths replied. Then, they dispersed and began to tidy up the Marquis residence. Seeing this, Sei Ito did not stay any longer. He turned around and left the Great Deer Marquis estate. He returned to the side of the carriage and entered. He ordered the coachman to take him back to Madame Ya's residence. 10 minutes later, the carriage stopped in front of Madame Ya's residence. Husband, you're back. Seeing Sei Ito come out of the carriage with Wu Tingfang, Zhao Ya, who happened to be idling in the courtyard, smiled and asked. Yes, I'm back. Sei Ito smiled and said, What are you doing? I was feeling a little bored, so I came out to water the flowers. Zhao replied, Oh, where are Zhao and I, Qian, and Xiao, Say Ito nodded and asked again. Sister is still with Pan, Qian, and Xiao, are in the room. While they were talking, the three of them walked into the room. Husband. Seeing Sei Ito walk into the room, Zhao Qian and Guixiu, who were chatting in the room, quickly stopped talking. They stood up from the couch and called out softly. What are you talking about? Sei Ito asked with a smile. Nothing much, just some girly things. Zhao Qian replied softly. Let's hear it. Sei Ito, who had already walked in front of the two girls, reached out his hand. He wrapped his arms around Zhao Qian and Guixiu's waist and led them back to the couch. He asked with a smile, I'm not going to tell you. Zhao Qian's face turned red, and she struggled slightly to get out of Sei Ito's arms and said softly, Sei Ito let out a low laugh. Then he looked up at Zhao and said, Go find two servants. I have something to tell them. Okay. Zhao didn't ask what it was and immediately nodded in agreement. She turned and walked out of the room. You must be bored at home. Sei Ito turned his head to look at Guixiu, who was still sitting in his arms, and asked, It's okay, I can read. Guixiu replied softly. Other than reading? Sei Ito turned his head to look at Zhao Qian, who was standing on the side, and asked, I can probably embroider something. Zhao Qian thought and said. Guixiu also nodded in agreement. Forget it, I won't ask. When I have time, I'll make a few games for you. Sei Ito shook his head and sighed. He felt that the more he asked, the more speechless he would be. Games? What games? At this moment, Zhao, who happened to hear the tale, walked into the room with two servants and asked, Nothing, you'll know when the time comes. Sei Ito shook his head and said, Okay then, I won't ask. Here, the servants you wanted. Zhao rolled her eyes at Sei Ito coquettishly, then pointed at the two servants beside her and said, Ming and Quan greet the Marquis. The two servants who were pointed at hurriedly knelt on the ground and bowed their heads. Get up, Sei Ito said softly. I want you to go out later and find a place with a lot of people to spread the news that Marquis Zhu Lu is going to set up an academy to teach all the children of the right age in Handan City how to read and write. Also, spread the news that he had already ordered people to renovate the original Marquis mansion. Is there a problem? After the two stood up, Sei Ito asked again. No. The two quickly shook their heads and said, although the two of them had never spread rumors before, it was not that they did not know how to do it. They just wanted to use the opportunity to spread the news. It was very simple for them. If there was a problem, it could only mean that the two of them were useless and could not be used. Then go. Sei Ito said. Yes. The two of them replied respectfully, then turned and left the room. My husband wants to set up an academy? Zhao asked in surprise. Yes. Ito-san nodded slightly and admitted, You saw it on the way back from the palace. Although I created new characters, it's still not enough. I even used paper books to spread the news, but there was a response. Almost no one heard about it. This is not something I want to see, so I plan to use another method to implement it. But even if you set up an academy, those young masters from the noble families might not want to enroll, right? Wu Tingfang said with a frown. Just as Wu Tingfang said, in this era, there was only one famous academy in the world, and that was the Jixia Academy in the state of Qi. Other than that, there was no academy in the world. Even if there was one, it would not attract many students, much less a new academy that Sei Ito had casually set up. The children of the noble families would definitely not go, because they could not afford to lose face. At this moment, Guixiu suddenly said, My husband, are you not targeting those sons of the noble families? As soon as she said that, everyone in the room immediately looked at her. Guixiu's face turned red. Her expression was somewhat shy. Earlier, when my husband had those two servants pass on the message, you said that you want to teach all the children of the right age in Handan City to read, not specifically the children of the noble families. Thus, Shoer boldly guesses that my husband's intention is not to use rumors to attract the attention of the noble families, but to really attract all the children in the city to study. Thus, We can promote clerical writing. Guo is said softly. Xiao is indeed clever. Seito laughed. But how many children from the common family can be taught? Zhaoya frowned. Zhaoya did not mean how many children of the right age could be taught, but how many of the children of the right age could read. During the Warring States period, the rich were literate and the poor were martial artists, so they wanted to study. If one was not a noble, it would be difficult for them to achieve anything. In fact, most of the common people were illiterate. Thus, even those geniuses from the various families of the Warring States period, when they taught their disciples, they would find those who could read, and not those who started from ignorant children. The reason was simple. It was too difficult to be enlightened. In addition, do you need to collect money to teach in the academy? How much money do you need to collect? If you collect too much money, even if the children of the common people want to learn, they will not be able to afford the cost of studying. Following that, Zhaoya expressed her concern from another angle. Is your husband short of money? Seito asked. Although I have not seen husband, I think you should not be short of money. Zhaoya shook her head. Just the daily toys in the residence were worth tens of thousands of gold, or even more. Not to mention the new wine sales that were gradually becoming popular outside. If he really wanted to be ruthless, even if he could not be as rich as a country, it would not be difficult for him to dominate a land. Moreover, Zhaoya knew that her husband had the support of Guo, Wu, and Zhao Wang behind him. Money was definitely not something that he lacked. Since you are not sure of money, how could I take a liking to those little scholars? So as long as they are of the right age, I will allow them to study for free. Seito chuckled. In addition, so what if they are illiterate? Enlightenment may be difficult for others, but it is not difficult for me. So as long as they are of the right age, even if they are ignorant children, I will accept them. This Zhaoya, Zhao Qian, Guoxiu and Wu Tingfang all gasped when they heard this. They were shocked by Seito's generosity. Husband, you tried to enlighten the masses and establish a great achievement. Zhaoya sighed. When the time comes, will you ladies be willing to help me? Seito looked at them and smiled. Husband, what are you talking about? Since we are married to you, we are family. How can we not help you? If this gets out, we will be laughed at. Zhaoya charmingly rolled her eyes at Seito. The other three nodded in agreement. Good. After the academy opens, Yu Zhao and I, Qin and Xiao, will go to the academy to be the dean, left disciple, and third minister. Seito smiled. The left disciple, like the scholar of Zhao, was an official position unique to Chu. It was mainly responsible for foreign affairs, just like the diplomats in the future. The third minister was also an official position unique to Chu. It was responsible for the ancestral temple worship and the education of the children of the royal family. It was a pretty good job. As for the dean, the head of the academy, and the principal, there was nothing much to say. Are you going to treat us as Dr. Chu? Zhaoya teased. Dr. Chu was Chu Yuan, who had died more than 20 years ago. He was still very famous. When he was alive, he had been the third minister and left disciple. He was responsible for the foreign affairs of Chu and the education of the children of the royal family. If all of you are really Dr. Chu, that would be great. If this gets out, I will have a lot of face. A group of young masters will definitely be envious. Seito laughed and joked. What about me? What will I do? After the laughter subsided, Wu Tingfang asked with dissatisfaction. You? If Tingfang is willing, then you will be responsible for the discipline of the academy. Seito thought and said, Good, that will be it. Wu Tingfang said with satisfaction. Seito smiled and turned to look at Zhao Qian and Guoxiu. He said, Qian and Xiao, in the next 2 days, find some time to organize the writings of the various schools of thought and those books that don't belong to any school, such as the Spring and Autumn Annals and the Book of Songs, and give them to me. Okay. The two nodded and agreed. Husband, you want to spread the teachings of the various schools of thought? Zhaoya asked curiously. I'm not so kind as to teach them disciples. Seito curled his lips and said. Then, Zhaoya asked even more curiously. It is very simple. I want to use these teachings to promote my clerical script. Seito chuckled and said. You have to know that these teachings of the various schools of thought are very popular among the scholars. If I print them one by one, what will happen? Students will definitely fight to buy them so that they can study them day and night and compete with others, Zhao replied. Then what if these books are like my shu, when Jiezi, printed in large clerical script and small script of the state of Zhao? Seito chuckled and said, husband's plan is indeed sinister. Zhao said in shock, how can you use sinister to describe something that benefits the world? Seito pretended to be unhappy and said. Zhao rolled her eyes at Seito and ignored him. All right, do what you want to do. There is no need to accompany me, Seito said. However, for the noble women of the Warring States period, accompanying their husbands was their proper business. Other than that, they couldn't find anything else to do. They didn't have to do laundry, cook, raise children, and teach like commoners. They also didn't have to sell their smiles and perform to earn money like the common people. They could only sit there and do nothing. Therefore, Zhao and the others still sat around Seito and chatted with Seito about the school and teaching. After a moment, Seito seemed to have suddenly thought of something and called, That's right, you're... What? Zhao looked at Seito in confusion. Tomorrow, send someone to the Zhao family inn and invite Zhao Ba's daughter, Zhao Ji, to come to the residence and teach the guards and servants martial arts, as well as the singing and dancing of the female servants, Seito said. Okay. Zhao nodded and then glanced at Seito. She asked with a faint smile, Husband, where did you hear about Zhao Ji? After she said this, Zhao Qian, Wu Tingfang, and Guixiu all looked at Seito strangely. Chapter 1967. The next day, morning, Madame Ye's residence. Tao Fong and Guo Huai greet the Marquis. Tao Fong from the Wu family and a middle-aged man who, like Guo Zhong, always had a smile on his face. However, he did not give off the feeling of being as dangerous as Guo Zhong. Rise, Seito, who was sitting at the head of the table, said. The two of them stood up and raised their heads to look at Seito. However, in the next moment, Guo Huai felt dizzy and his consciousness became hazy. Fortunately, this did not last for long. Very quickly, his mind became clear again. However, when he looked at Marquis Zhu Lu in front of him, he could not help but feel even more respectful than when he saw his master Bajong. Guo Huai greets the Lord. Under the influence of his emotions, Guo Huai knelt on the ground again and bowed. Rise, Seito said. Thank you, Lord. Guo Huai replied respectfully and stood up. At this time, Ito-sei didn't do anything, but the void flashed, and 4 male figures suddenly appeared in the room. From today onwards, the 4 of them will be your assistants. They will be in charge of selling books when the Guo and Wu family caravans travel. Seito said as he pointed at the 4 men who suddenly appeared. The so-called Guo family and Wu family's caravans were the Wu family's annual nationwide purchase and sale of female servants, and the Guo family's monthly weapon shipment. This time, Ito-sei planned to use the existing trade channels and routes of the 2 families to ship books. He planned to sell the paper books with clerical script to all parts of Zhao country, and even the surrounding countries. He wanted to spread the word. Zhang Wen, Li Liang, Wang Pai, and Zhao Shun greet the 2 managers. The 4 people who were pointed at cupped their fists and said. Tao Fong and Guo Huai did not dare to be arrogant and hurriedly raised their hands to return the greeting. You may leave. Remember to send someone to Madame Ye's fief in 5 days to retrieve the books. After seeing the 2 sides greet each other, Seito said calmly, Yes, Tao Fong, Guo Huai, Zhang Wen, Li Liang, Wang Pai, and Zhao Shun replied in unison. Then, they slowly left the room and disappeared from Seito's sight. Afternoon, on the streets of Handan. Have you heard? What? The rumor about Marquis Zhu Lu. Are you talking about the academy that Marquis Zhu Lu wants to open and recruit all the children of the right age in Handan City? This is it. Of course I have. Do you think this is believable? How would we know about this? But if it was true, that would be great. Maybe that stinky brat of mine can also recognize a few big words. In your dreams, even if that rumor is true, can you afford to go to school? Do you have the money to buy books, paper, and ink for your child? This, Sai, that's why it's better to just listen. Sai, why is it so difficult for us commoners to read and write? Similar discussions and sighs could be seen everywhere in Handan City. It was still afternoon, on a street somewhere in Handan City. Hiring, a young man suddenly shouted. The next moment, a large number of idle men rushed to the front of the young man and surrounded him in the middle. Where are we hiring? What kind of work? How much is the salary? Following that, a cacophony of questions buzzed like flies in summer. Quiet. The young man, who was annoyed by the noise, shouted. The people around him stopped talking and quieted down. The place where we are hiring is Madame Ya's fief on the outskirts of the city. I don't know what kind of work we are doing, but the salary is very generous. 1 cloth coin per person per day. If you are willing to work, you can go to Madame Ya's fief and find an old man there, the young man said loudly when he saw that everyone had quieted down. Wah! The people around him instantly became rowdy. Cloth coins were a type of currency used during the Warring States period. They were divided into pointed cloth, round foot cloth, square foot cloth, three-hole cloth, and so on. In terms of value, they were only slightly inferior to the knife coins used by various countries. Each coin could buy about 10 pounds of millet. Therefore, 1 cloth coin per day was equivalent to 20 to 30 pounds of millet. It was very generous. However, the young man ignored these people. He squeezed through the crowd and went to the next place. He still had a few places to inform. Seeing that the young man had left, the men stopped talking and dispersed. They hurried to Madame Ya's fief on the outskirts of the city. At the same time, in Madame Ya's fief, "Old man, tell us, what kind of work are there?" A barefoot man in linen clothes who reeked of sweat asked loudly. That's right, that's right. Old man, tell us quickly." The others echoed. Cough. In the crowd, the old man who was called Old Man coughed loudly and signaled for everyone to be quiet. Then, he looked at the crowd and said casually, "There are 2 kinds of work. The first is to be like those people and become farmers. They are responsible for planting the foreign vegetables that Marquis Zhu Lu gave out." Following the old man's finger, everyone saw a man and a woman working in the fields with strange wooden tools not far from the factory. The second is to be like them and become coolies. They are responsible for moving sand, cement, and breaking stones for the paving team. Then, Old Man pointed to another group of men who were working behind a horse-drawn machine. Then, do we get paid to be farmers? After a moment of silence, one of the men asked. Yes, Old Man said. How much? The others asked with shining eyes. 1 cloth coin per person for 5 days. Old Man said slowly. What about those people? Another man looked at the workers who were following the paving team and asked. 1 a day. Old Man didn't even lift his eyelids as he replied slowly. Let's do it. One of the men said loudly. With him taking the lead, more and more men followed suit. But first, I'm here to remind you that you have to do it. Do your job properly and don't slack off. Otherwise, not only will you not be able to get your hard-earned money, you might even lose your life here. Do you all understand? The old man raised his head and looked at the men as he coldly spoke. Everyone's hearts tightened, and they quickly nodded. They expressed that they understood. The next day, the grand renovation of Handan City began in the middle of the city. At the same time, even more exciting rumors spread in the city. Have you heard? What? Marquis Zhu Lu wants to start an academy. I heard, but this has nothing to do with us. Just treat it as entertainment. How is it unrelated? Don't you know that Marquis Zhu Lu's new academy doesn't accept money? As long as the child is under 14 years old, regardless of gender, they can be sent to the academy to study. Are you serious? Free of charge. Really? I heard it from my distant cousin who is a servant in Madame Ya's residence. How can it be fake? TSK, Marquis Zhu Lu is so bold. Aren't your son and daughter under 14 years old? Why don't you give it a try? Really free of charge? That's what my cousin told me. Unfortunately, My sister is over 15 years old this year. My mother is looking for a husband for her. If not, I would also send my sister there to study. If she is interested, she might even marry into a noble family. That way, my family will have a good life. Then came the third day. Have you heard? What? Marquis Zhu Lu's Academy. Of course I have. The entire city is talking about it now. It's hard not to hear about it. Then do you know what the new academy is called? Who are the principals? I don't know. Let me tell you. The new academy is called Zhu Lu Academy. Marquis Zhu Lu will be the principal himself. At the same time, Madam and I will be the principal of the female academy. Madam, you will be the left disciple. The third princess and Madam Xiao will be the head, and Madam Tingfang will be the head. They will be recruiting students soon. Wow, Marquis Zhu Lu wants his whole family to go to war. Of course. Looks like Marquis Zhu Lu values this academy a lot. Yes, maybe we should bring our little brat over to take a look on the day of the academy's opening. Yes, if it's really free of charge, we can make use of the opportunity to let them learn more words. In the future, our family might have a doctor too. With your little brat's character, dream on. Erguzi, what did you say? Are you looking for a beating? With your old face, you want to beat me up? Dream on. Little brat, you are looking for a beating. Ding ding guang guang. A series of sounds rang out. On the fourth day, have you heard? If you have something to say, say it. You don't want to hear it, right? Fine, I won't say it. Hey, come back. My tone was wrong just now. I will apologize to you here. Please forgive me. Don't take it to heart. That's more like it. Forget it. I won't blame you. 5 days later, in front of the original residence of Marquis Zhu Lu Academy selection will begin. Remember to bring your little dog there. Thank you, big brother. No problem. Is it really free to go to the academy? How would I know that? Anyway, it's only 5 days. When the time comes, you can just go and take a look. If it's not true, just bring your little dog back. Even if it's just a few steps, I can't let your little brat lose a piece of meat. That's true. In the midst of the rumors, another piece of news that was similarly spread did not attract the attention of these commoners at all. Instead, it was the students who were studying in the city and the famous scholars from the country of Zhao who were shocked. They all exclaimed softly, "Are you serious? The Fragrant Book House is really starting to sell books on the theories of the various schools of thought? Yes, I heard that someone has already bought it. No, I have to go and see for myself." Soon after, amidst a series of surprised cries, young masters and scholars of various heights and sizes, but their faces were full of eagerness, took carriages and rushed to the Fragrant Book House on South Street. They got off the carriages and quickly squeezed into the shop. Chapter 1968. 5 days later, in front of Marquis Zhu Lu's residence, which had been renovated into Zhu Lu Academy, the residents of Handan City gathered in front of the academy. They stared at the tightly shut doors of the academy and a cement road that led to Madame Ye's residence. After 10 days of construction, the entire southern outskirts of Handan City, from Madame Ye's residence to the current Zhu Lu Academy, as well as the streets leading to the palace, the Fragrant Book House, and the restaurant were all changed into flat and neat cement roads, replacing the original lush streets. Under the anticipation of the crowd, time slowly passed. Could it be that Marquis Zhu Lu was frightened by the scene here and didn't dare to come? In a certain corner, among a group of youths who were dressed like the children of a big family, a man said with a face full of mockery. The person who spoke was none other than Prince Xiaoyuan, Zhao The, who had a conflict with Zhao Ye and was taught a lesson by Seito in the end. That Marquis Zhu Lu is probably regretting it at home. He shouldn't have said that he would accept the academy for free. Now, even his intestines are probably green with regret. Another young master added, "Ha." The young masters at the side were amused by this and laughed exaggeratedly. Hearing their words, even though the Handan City residents were unhappy, they didn't dare to refute. Instead, their anxious hearts wavered even more. Could it be that it's like what those young masters said, and he's regretting it? However, his worries were quickly dispelled by a sudden commotion. Look, it's Madame Ye's carriage. As a prominent figure in Handan City, Zhao Ye's carriage and the driver were clearly remembered by the residents of the city. Thus, the moment the carriage drove over, it was recognized by the sharp-eyed residents. It's Marquis Zhu Lu and the others. Hearing this, the Handan City residents immediately relaxed and heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, there was a strange creak. The tightly shut doors of Marquis Zhu Lu's residence, which had been renamed as Zhulu Academy, were slowly opened. Dozens of men in martial attire with weapons at their waists ran out and stood on both sides of the street, shouting for the residents to keep quiet. Under the support of these warriors, the originally chaotic procession, due to the appearance of the carriage, gradually stabilized. They watched with anticipation as the carriage stopped in front of the academy. Then, the curtains were pulled open and Sei Ito walked out. Then Zhao and I, Zhao Ye, Zhao Qian, Wu Tingfang, and Guoxiuer came out. Whoosh! Almost as soon as they appeared, the surrounding citizens of Handan City immediately pulled the children beside them and knelt down, bowing their heads deeply to show their respect for the Duke and Marquis. Rise, Sei Ito's voice, as if there was a megaphone of the academy. His voice reverberated throughout the entire academy. Whoosh! The civilian stood up and looked at Ito-sei in the car. I know what you're looking forward to. Yes, as the rumors in the city have said, I am indeed going to open an academy and accept students regardless of gender. I will also waive the fees for students. Now, I will personally admit it. You can rest assured, Sei Ito said with a smile as he looked at the many residents on the street. During the Warring States period, even though the Marquis had all kinds of problems, their credibility was unquestionable, even if they were notorious nobles. The words spoken in public and the promises made would also be believed by the civilians. It was completely different from the later generations, where there was a lack of trust. Even the words between two friends could not be trusted. So the moment Ito-sei finished speaking, a loud cheer immediately sounded from the mouths of the civilians. They had no choice but to cheer. In the current era, where documents were controlled by the government and the School of the 100 Schools, having the opportunity to study meant that there was a chance to change one's fate and make one stand out. In the future, one could even enter the imperial court as an official, become a minister, a doctor, or a noble. This would give one a name and a status that was comparable to the situation in the future where one could study and enter a university. Thank you, Marquis Zhu Lu. Thank you, Marquis of Zhulu. Thank you, Marquis of Zhulu. Following this, it started out as a small group, but it soon became more and more. In the end, it became the cheers of all the residents present, which reverberated like thunder in the sky above Handan City. This situation continued for more than a minute before it calmed down under Sei Ito's signal. All right, let's not waste any more words. I now announce that Zhulu Academy is officially open for students, Sei Ito said with a smile as he looked at the residents. Then he turned his head to look at the 6 men standing at the entrance and continued, Zhao Run, Zhao Yi, Zhao Li, Zhao Ji, Zhao Hexen, Zhao Da, begin the registration. With that, he brought Zhao and I, Zhao Ye, Zhao Qian, Wu Tingfang, and Guoxiuer down from the carriage and walked into the academy, disappearing from the sight of the residents of Handan City. Yes, Zhao Run, Zhao Yi, Zhao Li, Zhao Ji, Zhao Hexen, and Zhao Da replied in unison. We will now begin the registration process. Everyone, please come forward in order. The surrounding warriors will maintain order. If there are any troublemakers, chase them away. If there are any troublemakers, chase them away. If there are any who cut in line, chase them away. If there are any who force themselves on the weak, chase them away. Then, one of the 6 people took a step forward and announced loudly in front of the crowd. Then, the surrounding warriors dispersed into 6 groups. They stood at the 6 square tables that were just brought out of the academy and slapped them twice. Their hands were on the hilts of their swords as they glared at the surrounding residents and helped the man sitting on the chair behind the table maintain order. Child's name, The man sitting behind the table held a brush in his hand and lightly dipped it in ink. He used his left hand to press down on the paper with the form in front of him and raised his head to look at the nervous middle-aged man in front of him. "Erwa," the man said with a trembling voice. "Do you have a surname?" The man asked softly. "No, no." The man quickly shook his head and said, "Age." The man wrote down Wa's name on the form and asked again. 13, the man replied. "Home address." The man nodded and asked again. "North of the city." The man said his home address. "Okay, this is your child's registration certificate. 3 days later, bring it here." After registering the child's information, the old man picked up a half-broken bamboo stick with an engraving on it and handed it to the man. "Remember to take good care of it. Without it, you won't be able to enter the academy." "Okay, I got it." The man held the half-broken bamboo stick tightly and said nervously, "You may leave. It's time for the people behind," the man said gently. "Okay." The man answered and hurriedly led the child away with 1,000 thanks. "Name?" The man looked at the person in front of him and asked. "Now that I have the document, I'm just missing the military merit." Seito thought to himself as he stood in the inner room of Julu Academy and looked at the Handan City citizens who were registering at the entrance. Noticing Seito's contemplative expression, Zhao and I walked to Seito's side and asked softly, "Husband, what are you thinking about?" Seito turned around and smiled at Zhao and I. "I'm thinking that the Wei Kingdom's diplomatic group should be here soon." "Husband, are you talking about Qian Er's marriage?" the intelligent Zhao and I suddenly asked. Hearing Zhao Ni's words, Zhao Qian, Guixiu, and Wu Tingfang, who were originally sitting at the side and reading the teaching book Seito had prepared for the academy, all looked at Seito. "Yes, after all, we were the ones who broke our promise first. I wonder how the Wei Kingdom will react." Seito chuckled. "Husband, are you worried about the Wei Kingdom's attitude?" Zhao walked to Seito and asked curiously. Based on her understanding of Seito during this period of time, her husband, who even dared to control King Zhao, was not the kind of person who would care about the attitude of other countries. "Worried? No, I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward to the Wei Kingdom's attitude being tougher. It would be best if they were angry enough to send troops to attack Zhao." Seito wrapped his arms around Zhao Ya's body and sniffed her neck deeply. Zhao and I, Zhao Qian, Wu Tingfang, and Guixiu, who did not expect Seito to say this, all let out a cry of surprise. "Husband, why do you have such thoughts?" Zhao and I asked with a look of surprise. "Because I need military merits." Seito stretched out an arm and wrapped it around Zhao Ni's waist. He pulled her into his embrace and kissed her on the lips. "It would be best if it's the kind of unworldly military merits. This way, I can cooperate with the influence of the current civil affairs and let your brother abdicate the throne and become King Zhao." This was the first time he had spoken his thoughts to someone other than Zhao Ya. Naturally, these words once again caused Zhao and I, Zhao Qian, and the others to cry out in shock. "How about it? Are you willing to accompany this rebellious husband of mine?" Seito chuckled as he looked at Zhao and I in his embrace, as well as Zhao Qian, Wu Tingfang, and Guixiu are not far away. As for Zhao Ya, she had already submitted, so there was no need to ask. "My body and mind already belong to you. No matter what husband does, Zhao and I is willing to be an ox or a horse and serve you forever." After a moment of silence, Zhao and I decisively said. Seito slightly tightened the arm around Zhao Ni's waist, letting her body stick closer to him. Then, he raised his head and looked at Zhao Qian, Wu Tingfang, and Guixiu. Just as Sister and I said, Xiu is willing to be an ox or a horse and serve you forever. Although Guixiu's tone was soft, her expression was full of determination. "It won't affect father and mother, right?" Wu Tingfang said with some worry. "Then what if it does?" Seito asked back. Wu Tingfang's face immediately revealed a hesitant expression. However, she still said straightforwardly, "Fang naturally wants to follow husband, but father and mother." Seito nodded slightly and turned his head to look at Zhao Qian. Husband, do you know, Qian is very grateful to you. Chapter 1969. P.S. Thank you to Boring Lord for your precious monthly votes. Husband, do you know, Qian is very grateful to you. Zhao Qian's voice was a little shaky. Then she smiled and continued. Thank you, husband, for killing Zhao Mu and avenging Qian Er's mother. Your mother, didn't she commit suicide? Zhao Ye, who was familiar with the matters of the palace, frowned and asked in surprise. Zhao Mu forced her to do that. Zhao Qian said hatefully. At that time, Qian Er's mother was Lord Father's most beloved Zhao Yi. One night, Zhao Mu and Lord Father summoned Mother to the palace. The next day, Mother committed suicide. Qian Er was only 10 years old, but I will never forget that scene. Mother died a painful death. Although he did not directly explain what had happened in the process, whether it was Zhao Ye, who knew Zhao Mu's character and the inner workings of the palace, Zhao Ni, who did not care about the outside affairs of the palace, but was still pestered by Zhao Mu, or Ito Sei, who had read Zhao Mu's memories, all three of them could guess what had happened. They could not help but feel even more resentment towards the dead Zhao Mu. Sei Ito withdrew his arms from Zhao Ye and Zhao Ni's waist and walked out from between the two. He came to Zhao Qian's side and reached out to pull the tear-stained Zhao Qian into his arms. His hand gently stroked her back. Okay, it's all in the past. Sei Ito comforted her gently. So Qian is happy to be able to marry a husband. Zhao Qian, who was leaning on Sei Ito's chest, choked out. Then she changed the topic and said angrily, but although Qian hates Zhao Mu, she hates Lord Father even more. If it wasn't for him, Qian Er's mother wouldn't have committed suicide. So husband, please do whatever you want to do. Qian will definitely stand by husband's side and support husband. Sei Ito replied softly. Husband, At this moment, Wu Tingfang, who saw that the other four women were so determined to stand with Sei Ito, opened her mouth and called out softly. Idiot, how can I only care about myself and not notice your parents' family? So, Ting Fong, you don't have to be so conflicted. Just continue being my happy Ting Fong. Seeing Wu Ting Fong on the verge of tears, Sei Ito found it funny and stretched out an arm to pull Wu Ting Fong into his embrace as he slowly rubbed her back with his palm. She comforted him softly. Yes. Hearing Sei Ito's words, Wu Ting Fong responded softly. She then raised her head and said in a sweet voice, Husband, can you kiss me? I couldn't ask for more. Sei Ito smiled. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head and fiercely kissed Wu Tingfang's mouth. He stuck his tongue out and fiercely tangled with Wu Tingfang. Not long after, Wu Tingfang's breathing quickened, her eyes blurred, and she looked like she was in love. It seems that Ting Fong can't wait for husband to pamper her. Zhao Ye, who noticed the change in Wu Tingfang's expression, impudently teased. Hearing this, Wu Tingfang blushed and immediately recovered from her daze. She escaped from Sei Ito's embrace as if she was escaping. She stood to the side with a red face and lowered her head, not daring to look at anyone. However, it was also because of Zhao Ye's cross that the heavy atmosphere in the room dissipated and the atmosphere became lively once again. All right, don't bully Ting Fong, Sei Ito advised with a smile. Husband really dotes on Ting Fong. Zhao Ye pretended to be jealous and said, I only teased her a little. I already started to defend her. If I go overboard, won't husband punish me? Yes, I will definitely punish her. Sei Ito pretended to be serious and nodded. Then he smiled and continued with a strange expression. For example, on the night of the wedding, I will taste the beauty of the daisies. Zhao Ye and Zhao and I, who were reminded of that night by Sei Ito's words, blushed and rolled their eyes at him in annoyance. All right, this place is already on a right track. We don't need to stay here any longer. Let's go back. Sei Ito turned his head to look at the Handan children who were registering outside and said, regarding this, Zhao Ye and the others naturally had no objections and followed Sei Ito out of the room. They left the academy through the back door of the former Marquis of Julu's residence and boarded the carriage called by the servants to return to Madame Yu's residence. Not long after, the group of people returned to the residence. Xiaomei, go and call instructor Zhao over. Sei Ito, who had returned to the room with the girls, suddenly turned his head and ordered the female servant who was waiting by the side. Yes. The female servant replied in a low voice and retreated. Husband, are you finally going to make a move on Zhaoji? Seeing the female servant leave, Zhao said, what are you thinking? Although I don't deny that I have thoughts about Zhaoji, this time I'm looking for her for business and not to flirt with her. Sei Ito said in annoyance. Then I shall wait and see, Zhao said with a smile. Chin air, show air, Ting Fong, let's go play mahjong. Zhao and I, who was dignified and decent, looked at Ito Sei gently, then called Zhao Qian, Guoxiuer, and Wu Tingfong and suggested. Mahjong was one of the early entertainment activities that Sei Ito had prepared for them. The others included Do Diju, Shuqi, checkers, and so on. They were very popular among the girls and were spread around the residence through the hands of their personal maids. Then, through the mouths of the servants in the residence, they spread to Handan City. In just the 10 days of promoting the academy, they could be seen everywhere in Handan City. If it weren't for the fact that playing cards and picture plates were too difficult to make, they would have already spread throughout Handan City. It could be seen how much people like them. Okay, Wu Tingfong, who was also very interested in these new games, agreed. The other two also nodded with a smile and agreed. Then, the four of them didn't stay any longer and walked towards the back room while talking and laughing. These girls, Zhaoya, who was left alone, muttered in dissatisfaction. If you go now, it will be too late, Sei Ito said with a smile. Forget it. Isn't just a game of mahjong? At most, I'll find Xiao Yu and the others to play a game. Zhaoya rolled her eyes at Sei Ito and said angrily. Just as Zhaoya finished speaking, the maid Xiao Mei and the other girl who didn't have a breathtaking beauty at first glance had an indescribable sense of vicissitudes on their faces. Together with their astonishingly delicate phoenix eyes and thin and long faces. A young girl with sexy red lips and great feminine charm walked into the room. Moreover, she had a body that was rarely seen in this era that was as tall as a model in the future. Greetings to the Marquis and Madam. After standing still, the girl cupped her hands and bowed like a Jianghu person. No need for formalities, Instructor Zhao. Sei Ito raised his arm and said with a smile, Thank you, Marquis. Why did the Marquis summon me? After completing the formalities, Zhaoji opened her mouth and asked, Has Instructor Zhao heard about the matter of this Marquis opening an academy? Sei Ito asked in return. Such a shocking matter. Of course I have heard about it. I'm deeply impressed by what the Marquis has done. Zhao Ji replied. Then do you know how many courses are offered in this academy? Sei Ito asked again. I don't know. Zhao Ji shook her head. The Julu Academy that this Marquis has established has 6 levels. The number of courses offered at each level is different. However, there are 2 courses that all students must learn. Sei Ito said softly. The first is the clerical script that this Marquis created. The second is martial arts and sword techniques. Hearing this, Zhao Ji faintly sensed the reason Sei Ito had called her over. As expected, in the next moment, she heard Sei Ito say, I won't talk about the clerical script lesson. There will be an expert to teach it. However, the martial arts and sword techniques lesson still lacks a supervisor. Therefore, this Marquis would like to invite Instructor Zhao to take up the position of supervisor of the martial arts lesson. I wonder if Instructor Zhao will agree. There are countless experts in sword techniques in this world. Although there are many who live in seclusion, there are also many who seek fame and fortune. With the Marquis abilities, you should be able to find 1 or 2 to take up the position. Why did the Marquis choose me? Zhao Ji asked doubtfully. Actually, this was also something that Zhao Ji had been wondering about. She really didn't understand what kind of attitude this Marquis of Jiulu had towards her. First, He had mysteriously sent someone to find her from the Zhao family in to be the martial arts instructor for the servants and the sword dance instructor for the female servants. This could be said to have been recommended by Wu Tingfang. After all, ever since she came to the residence, other than the first few times that she had a conflict with the Marquis of Jiulu, the Marquis of Jiulu's attitude towards her was very normal. It was as if she was a normal employer and contractor. However, she really didn't understand why he would want her to be the supervisor of the martial arts lesson. Because this Marquis likes to use the familiar. Seito smiled faintly. As you said, with this Marquis abilities, it is indeed not difficult to invite a few experts in sword techniques. However, this Marquis is not familiar with them, and I don't know what their personalities are like. After all, I am not hiring them to guard the residence, but to teach and educate people. If their personalities are corrupted and they teach evil people, wouldn't it ruin the reputation of this Marquis Academy? Secondly, there are more men than women among the world's famous swordsmen. Although this Marquis Jiulu Academy is newly opened and we don't know how many female disciples we have, we do have female disciples. However, it is not easy to teach male swordsmen. After thinking about it, this Marquis thought of you, Instructor Zhao. Furthermore, this Marquis is familiar with you, so it is inevitable that this Marquis will use you. After hearing Sei Ito's explanation, Zhao Ji's eyes lit up as she looked at the Marquis of Jiulu who had replaced Zhao Mu. She lowered her head and said, "Thank you, Marquis, for your trust. I am willing to accept the position of the martial arts lesson master of the academy. I will not let you down." "Ha, good. Then I will leave it to you, Instructor Zhao." Seito laughed. "Instructor Zhao, it seems like we've spent more time together," Zhao Yi chimed in with a smile. Zhao Ji smiled and did not say anything. Then, he cupped his fists and said to the two of them, "If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. And go ahead. Remember not to work too hard. It would be bad if you tire yourself out," Seito casually said out of concern. "Thank you, Marquis, for your concern. I will take note." Zhao Ji bowed and turned to leave the room. At this moment, Seito raised his eyebrows at Zhao Yi, as if to say, "See, I'm indeed looking for her to talk about a marriage." Zhao Yi rolled her eyes at Seito flirtatiously. She snorted and stood up, swaying her snake-like waist as she slowly walked to the back. Seeing this, Seito chuckled and stood up to follow her. 5 days later, on the official road to Jiulu, a carriage quietly sped along the yellow dirt road. How much longer until we reach Jiulu? At this moment, the curtain of the carriage opened, revealing the face of a young man dressed in luxurious clothes. "Marquis, about half a day," the carriage driver replied. From the conversation between the two, it was not hard to deduce that this young man was none other than the newly promoted Marquis of Jiulu, our main character, Seito. In the past 5 days, Seito first attended the official opening ceremony of Jiulu Academy 3 days ago and gave a speech to encourage students to learn. Then, he stayed at Madame Ye's residence for 2 days to observe the operation of Jiulu Academy and arrange some things. Then, he bid farewell to Zhao Yi, who had officially transformed into the female principal of Jiulu Academy, the left disciple, the head of the department, and the criminal officer. He sat on the improved, shock-absorbing carriage and began his journey to Jiulu. This stupid road needs to be fixed. Seito glanced at the yellow dust on both sides of the carriage and sighed. Yes, it really can't be compared to the cement road you had people build in the city. It's not tight, it's big. It's not even flat. Luckily, your territory is very close to Handan City. It's only a day's journey. Otherwise, it would have offended you. The carriage driver, who had followed Seito for a long time, knew that this Marquis was easier to talk to than his wife. Jiulu Academy was located northeast of Handan City. The distance between the two places was not far, only about 100 kilometers. If it was in the future, it would only take 2 hours to reach. Even though it was impossible to do so in this era, it could still be easily reached in a day. Yes, you can drive the carriage. If you can't take it anymore, just stop. There's no need to rush. Seito said, "Okay, The cart driver said with a moved expression. For a low-level person like him, who could be said to be a slave, even people of the same rank as him rarely cared about him, let alone being understood by someone like him. Therefore, even if it was just a simple sentence, the carriage driver's heart was filled with excitement, and his loyalty instantly increased by a few percentage points. However, at this moment, Ito's expression changed slightly. A slender black shadow instantly flew out from the forest on both sides of the road and pierced the horse pulling the carriage. The horse neighed and immediately fell to the ground. Even the carriage flipped over. Old horse, are you okay? Ito asked Old Horse, who was in his hand as he stood beside the carriage. Thank you, Marquis. I'm fine, Old Horse said with relief. Ito nodded and turned his head to look at the forest where the short arrow came from. Then a tall man, about 35 or 36 years old, with a horse-like face and an unhealthy greenish-white complexion, with a thick goatee and a pair of eyes that were half open and half closed, shining brightly when they widened, looking very gloomy and unfathomable, slowly walked out of the woods with a crossbow in his hand. It's Sheen knew. Seeing the crossbow in the man's hand, the old carriage driver's expression changed slightly and reminded him in a low voice. Chapter 1970. For the people of Zhao, especially the knowledgeable people like Old Gaoshi, as long as it was something from the Qin kingdom, they would be able to recognize it at a glance. This was not only because of the difference in standards between countries, but also because the people of Zhao hated the Qin kingdom so much that they couldn't bear to see anything from the Qin kingdom. Who are you? Looking at the newcomer, Ito asked in a low voice. Marquis Zhu Lu doesn't need to know. The person waved the Qin crossbow in his hand and smiled evilly. Looking at you, it seems like you have me in your grasp. Ito smiled. If I didn't have some ability, how would I dare to do business with Marquis Zhu Lu? The person's eyes flashed with pride. Business? Tell me, what do you want from me? Ito asked with interest. Many things. For example, the method of making paper, the method of burning cement, and the method to quickly make adult paper books. The person smiled evilly. Looks like the master you serve is a smart person. He discovered the value of paper, cement, and printing so quickly. Ito smiled. Oh, the method to quickly make adult paper books is called printing? The person's eyes flashed as he asked. Yes. Ito nodded and admitted. Marquis Zhu Lu is a straightforward person. Since that's the case, why don't you happily hand over the method to make these things? This way, Marquis Zhu Lu can regain your freedom and continue to enjoy your beautiful wives and concubines. The person laughed strangely. At the same time, his eyes flashed with an evil light. Noticing this, Ito's eyes flashed with a cold light, and killing intent rose in his heart. However, at this moment, with a muffled groan, the old horse beside him suddenly swayed and fell to the ground. His face was pale. Plop! Ito, who did not fall like Old Gaoshi, glanced at Old Gaoshi with interest and said, "This is your backup plan?" The person frowned, and a heavy expression appeared on his face. "You're quite considerate. You actually smeared this poison on the arrow. I don't know if it's effective upon contact with blood or heat, but it should be effective upon contact with blood. After all, compared to a horse's body temperature, blood is more stable and can ensure the poison's normal effect. My guess is correct, right?" He withdrew his gaze. Ito said calmly as he looked back at the person. As expected of the person who invented paper, cement, printing, and created calligraphy, Marquis Zhu Lu's thinking is indeed quick. I admire you. The person praised. However, I don't understand. How did Marquis Zhu Lu discover my poison and not be affected by it? Following that, the person asked with a puzzled expression. Guess. Ito smiled. The person's heart's expression froze. However, just as his mind froze, a voice rang out. Ito's figure suddenly appeared in front of him and reached out to grab his neck. The person whose body was restrained did not care whether he would kill, say, Ito or not. He immediately pulled the trigger of the crossbow at, say, Ito's abdomen. Click! However, before the arrow was shot, the entire crossbow arrow and the crossbow were grasped by Ito Sei's hand. "Let me see who your master is." Sei Ito looked at the person in front of him, whose face had become very masculine, and chuckled. Then, his eyes lit up, and he released his spirit power into the person's mind. He quickly read the person's memories. In just a moment, Sei Ito found out everything about the man's identity and the person behind him. The person who came was called Moao. He was a descendant of the classic prescription sect of the Fong clan. He was good at using medicine. However, he was more lecherous. Moreover, he wanted the riches of the world. Therefore, after a little success, he joined the prime minister of the Qin kingdom, Lu Buwei, and became a follower. Lu Buwei thought highly of him. The reason why he appeared here and shot his horse to intercept Ito Sei was that he wanted to find out the real reason why the secret agents sent back the dragon manifestation vision. According to the agents who were present at the time, the only one who stayed at the center of the scene was Marquis Zhu Lu, Chini. Therefore, if he wanted to find out the truth, he could only start with Marquis Zhu Lu. As for the manufacturing technology of paper, cement, and printing, although it was also within Lu Buwei's investigation order, it was targeted at the agents in the kingdom of Zhao. It was not his mission. Therefore, it could be said that he was selfish. He wanted to use the technology of these things to take credit in front of Lu Buwei and gain more benefits. For example, some beauties. However, no matter what his goal was, he could not kill Sei Ito before he got what he wanted. Therefore, the poison he put on the arrow was not fatal. It was a privately made poison that could make people fall into a state of pain and powerlessness. The antidote for this poison was in his possession. After receiving this information, Sei Ito did not hesitate. He immediately took the antidote from Moao's clothes. With a shake of his arm, he used force to shatter Moao's neck bone and medulla oblongata, killing him. Then, he threw Moao's corpse to the side and returned to the cart driver's side. He fed the antidote to the cart driver and the horse that was about to die with an arrow in its neck. He also gave the man and the horse some simple treatment. Under Sei Ito's simple but powerful treatment, the cart driver and the horse quickly recovered and stood up from the ground. "Thank you for saving my life, my lord." The old cart driver thanked him with tears of gratitude. Sei Ito replied and accepted the old cart driver's gratitude. Then, he patted the horse's neck and walked to the side of the carriage. Using the tip of his foot, he used force to lift the carriage. In an instant, the carriage was lifted up and landed on the ground with a boom, kicking up a large cloud of yellow dust. Sei Ito waved his hand and used the wind to blow away the surrounding yellow dust. He also absorbed the world energy from Moao's death. Then, he walked onto the carriage and said calmly, "Let's continue on our way." "Yes," the old cart driver respectfully replied. Then he quickly sat on the shaft of the carriage and pulled the reins. With a shake, the carriage started moving again. The wooden wheels spun, and the carriage quickly sped towards Jilu City. Nothing else happened along the way. The carriage smoothly entered Jilu City that night and was warmly welcomed into the governor's manor by the governor of Jilu, who had heard the news. The next day, Sei Ito, who was fully rested, asked the governor to summon all the officials in the city. Without wasting any time, he directly used his mental energy to change their consciousness and change their allegiance from King Zhao to himself. Then, Sei Ito opened the Rubik's Cube world and released all the necessary talents and materials. He then began to make changes to Jilu City. As his fief, everything in Jilu City was decided by Sei Ito. Even if he wanted to change the laws of the city, it was not impossible. However, changing the laws of Zhao when the laws of Jilu City were still the same would be too eye-catching. It would mean that he wanted to become independent. Even though Sei Ito had been very high-profile recently, it paled in comparison to this. Therefore, before he became King Zhao, he still followed the laws of Zhao and made changes to Jilu City. Just like that, With the full power of the Rubik's Cube world, in just 10 days, the entire giant deer city looked brand new. The yellow walls were covered with a layer of ash, and the yellow roads inside were replaced with gray cement roads. There were also new security officers and health officers who took care of the city's environment. There was an academy in the city, and the children were allowed to enter. The surrounding fields were also reclaimed and planted with the new vegetables that Ito gave out. It could be said that in just 10 days, the quality of life of Julu City's citizens increased by a whole level. The quality of the citizens also improved, and they were now comparable to the citizens of Chi. However, even at this stage, Ito did not stop. He continued to use the power of the Rubik's Cube world to make changes to Julu City. It was as if he wanted to turn this city into his foundation. However, this situation only lasted for a few days before he had to stop. This was because there was news from Handan City that King Yin had ordered his generals, Li Wei and Qin Qin, to send 5,000 soldiers to attack Zhao. Although it had been almost 10 years since the defeat of the Battle of Chongping, the number of able-bodied men in the Zhao kingdom had yet to recover. The streets were still filled with children, old men, widows, and women who had no husbands to marry. Therefore, even if the Yin kingdom sent 3,000 soldiers, the Zhao kingdom would still need to recruit children and old men to resist. If they were defeated, they would even need to send women to the front lines to fight. Therefore, Zhao Ye, who was in the royal city, immediately received the news and sent the information to Ito Sei to ask for his opinion. I remember that Lien Po defeated Yin kingdom in the end. However, I can't let go of such a good opportunity to gain military merits, Ito thought to himself when he received the information. After thinking about it, Ito did not hesitate. He immediately called for his subordinates and arranged many things. Then, he called for the carriage driver and left Julu in the middle of the night, rushing to Handan. One day later, Ito successfully arrived in Handan and returned to Madame Ye's residence. Husband, seeing Ito suddenly return, Zhao Ye and the others, who had not seen each other for more than half a month, immediately cried out in surprise. "Ha ha, my wives, your husband is back. Did you miss your husband?" Ito laughed and quickly walked up to Wu Tingfang and Guoxiuer, who were closest to him, and pulled them into his arms. He kissed their cheeks and said, "Yes, we missed you." Wu Tingfang and Guoxiuer replied, "You're finally willing to come back." At this moment, Zhao Ye's expression changed. She said with a bitter expression, "Why would I miss you?" Ito knew that Zhao Ye was being petty. After sending Wu Tingfang and Guoxiuer away, he walked to Zhao Ye's side and pulled her into his arms. Then, without waiting for Zhao Ye's reply, he lowered his head and kissed her lips. Chapter 1971. After a round of lovemaking, Ito Sei held Zhao Ye's white and tender body. While playing with her soft and elastic chest, he asked softly, "What's the matter?" 2 months ago, during brother's birthday, King Yin sent Li Wei of the Prime Minister to visit. At that time, Yer hadn't seen husband yet, so there was no such prosperous scene. Therefore, the city was desolate. Li Wei thought that there was an opportunity and suggested to King Yin to attack Zhao after returning to Yin. Zhao Ye, whose face was flushed, explained lazily. Although General Lu Jian, physician Jiang Chu, and the officials all objected, and even physician Jiang Chu refuted the king, King Yin didn't listen and insisted on attacking Zhao according to Li Wei's suggestion. Therefore, he sent out 2 armies, 2,000 carriages, and 600,000 men to attack. Among them, Li Wei will lead one, with about 400,000 soldiers to attack the northern part of Baishan County. Qin Qin will lead the other, with 200,000 soldiers to attack the northern part of Sengzi County. Yen Wang will lead the follow-up troops to follow. I miscounted the 5,000 soldiers in the previous chapter. This is the normal number. Above. Now that the 2 cities have been conquered, the Yin army is entering Zhongshan. They will reach Fanbei and Fei soon. During Zhao Ye's narration, Zhao Ni, Zhao Qian, Wu Tingfang, and Guixiu listened to her quietly. It was apparent that they were very concerned about the battle ahead. What's the situation in the court? Sei To asked. They are discussing whether to send General Lianpe or General Li Mu to lead the army. However, the conscription has already been sent to each city and they are currently gathering. Zhao moved her body to a more comfortable position in Sei To's arms and said softly, I wonder how many men will be left in Zhao after this. Don't tell me they won't be able to see it. When she said this, the atmosphere in the room became stagnant. Luckily, brother still remembers husband and specially let go of the boys studying in Julu Institute. He didn't force them to join the army, leaving Zhao with a bit of hope. Zhao seemed to have noticed the atmosphere in the room, so she changed the topic in a relaxed tone. Ha! Sei To chuckled. At this moment, Zhao raised her head slightly and looked at Sei To's chiseled face as she asked softly, Husband, what are your plans for this battle? Instantly, Zhao Enai, Zhao Qian, Wu Tingfang, and Guixiu's gazes all landed on Sei To. Is there even a need to ask? Naturally, it's to fight for the military merits this time. Sei To pinched Zhao Ye's chest slightly and said with a smile, This is a rare opportunity. I knew that my husband would make such a choice. Zhao Ye sighed softly. As one of the widows due to the war, Zhao Ye and Zhao Enai both sighed softly in their hearts. Seeing this, the expression on Sei To's face slightly receded. He stretched out his arms and embraced Zhao Ye and Zhao Enai. His palms gently caressed them as he silently comforted them. All right, let's sleep, Sei To said softly. Zhao Ye replied softly and closed her eyes. The others did not say anything and also closed their eyes to rest. Not long after, the sound of even breathing could be heard in the room. The Yin Kingdom. I wonder what the Crown Prince Dan looks like now. He should have been born already, right? Sei To thought to himself as he looked at the cloth canopy above the bed. The next morning, after breakfast, Sei To, Zhao Ye, and the others left Madame Ye's residence in a carriage and rushed to Julu Academy. Then, they parted ways with Zhao Ye and the others who got off the carriage and headed straight to the palace. Not long after, the carriage stopped in front of the palace. Sei To got off the carriage, tidied his clothes, and walked into the palace. Your Majesty, the Marquis of Julu requests an audience. A man who looked like an internal official bowed and said respectfully as he entered the discussion hall. As soon as he said this, the noisy discussion hall immediately quieted down. It was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. The internal official's heart tightened when he saw this. He could not help but feel some respect for the newly promoted Marquis of Julu. Quickly invite him in, King Zhao hurriedly said. Yes, the internal official replied and slowly left the hall. In the next moment, Sei To, dressed in black, walked into the hall. While his back was facing the internal official, Sei To secretly gave King Zhao a look. King Zhao understood and said to the female servants, guards, and internal officials, You are all dismissed. Yes. Everyone answered in unison and left the main hall. After all the unrelated people had left, the officials, doctors, and King Zhao, who was sitting on the main seat, immediately prostrated themselves and shouted, Greetings, my lord. Get up. Standing in the middle of the hall, Sei said softly. Shua. Everyone straightened up. Are you discussing the candidates for the general to fight against Yin? Sei To asked after everyone was seated. Yes, King Zhao replied on behalf of the officials in the hall. There's no need to discuss. I will personally lead the army in this kingdom war, Sei To said loudly. Your Majesty's body is priceless. How can you go to such a dangerous place? King Zhao exclaimed in shock. Yes, Your Majesty, please retract your order. The other officials also try to persuade him. There's no need to persuade me. I've already made up my mind, Sei To said. Yes, King Zhao and the other officials had no choice but to lower their heads and agree. Also, I will prepare my own army this time. There's no need for Zhao to send a single soldier. You can all reject the previous conscription order. After all, there are not enough men in Zhao. We can't afford to be tossed around like this, Ito said again. Thank you, Your Majesty, for helping Zhao. King Zhao bowed and said gratefully, All right, get someone to announce it to the public later. 3 days later, I will lead the army and depart from Jiulu. During this time, I will not receive any orders, Ito said. Yes, King Zhao replied respectfully. As for the last point, King Zhao, who was already under Ito's control, wouldn't dare to give any orders to Ito. At most, he would send a letter to ask. Hence, it was pointless to say anything. However, it could be considered a warning in advance. This was to prevent Yin capital from being unprepared when his army broke through. After saying this, Ito didn't stay in the palace any longer. He turned and left the palace, passing through the long courtyard and arriving in front of the palace. Just as he was about to board the carriage, a panting voice sounded from afar. Marquis Jiulu, Ito stopped and turned to look in the direction of the voice. In the blink of an eye, the figure of a delicate and pretty female servant appeared before his eyes. She held on her skirt with both hands and quickly walked over. A moment later, the female servant arrived in front of Ito. This servant greets Marquis Jiulu. The female servant took 2 deep breaths to calm herself down before bowing. What is it? Ito raised his eyebrows and asked. Marquis, the queen has invited you, the female servant replied. Ito raised his eyebrows in surprise and said calmly, Lead the way. Marquis, please follow this servant, the female servant said. Then, she took a step forward and led Ito deeper into the palace. Although the palace during the Warring States period was not as luxurious as the later dynasties, the scenery inside was not inferior at all. There were red flowers and green plants, and short trees could be seen everywhere. Under the decoration of the palace, it was very beautiful. Just like this, Ito and the female servant walked past a restricted line and stepped into the inner palace. Finally, they arrived at a courtyard with flowers and grass. It looked like a courtyard in the palace. The female servant walked forward and led Ito into a room in the courtyard. The space in the room was very large, more than 100 square meters. For thick, dark red pillars stood in the middle of the room, supporting the roof. Gauze curtains made of high-quality cicada silk were casually placed, dividing the slightly spacious room and adding a gentle and beautiful temperament to the room. A beautiful upper-class woman who was no more than 30 years old, who had a graceful and luxurious appearance and a pair of majestic phoenix eyes, who was not as beautiful as Zhao Ye and Zhao and I, was still above average in terms of beauty. She leaned against a soft cushion on a long couch and looked at him with a calm and dignified gaze. It was Han Jing, who was born in Korea and was the descendant of King Zhao. This servant greets the queen. Ito cupped his hands and bowed. No need for formalities, Marquis Jiulu. Han Jing raised her arm and said calmly. Ito stood up and asked straightforwardly, May I know why the queen has summoned me? Han Jing sat up and looked at Ito with a dignified and sharp gaze. From what the king has said, Marquis Jiulu wants to be the commander and lead the army to fight against the Yin army. Yes, Ito smiled. Marquis Jiulu, have you learned the art of war? Han Jing frowned at Ito's performance and asked, Although I'm not proficient, I have read all the moves of Sun Tzu, Lu Tao, and Tai Gong, Ito replied. Then have you ever led the army? Han Jing frowned and asked again. No, Ito replied. At the same time, he added in his heart, at least not in this world. Then how dare you ask the king to be the commander of the army? Could it be that Marquis Jiulu wants to learn from Zhao Kuo and cause trouble for the Zhao kingdom? Han Jing said angrily. So this was where the problem lay. Queen Han Jing was afraid that Ito Naruto would be like Zhao Kuo, who was an armchair strategist. He would harm the Zhao kingdom, which was already in a precarious situation, and make it even more dangerous. Then does the queen know that the soldiers I brought this time were all self-recruited? I did not use a single soldier from the Zhao kingdom. Ito asked, You are alone. How can you recruit soldiers? You are still a citizen of the Zhao kingdom. What is the difference between this and the king giving you the order to recruit soldiers? Han Jing reprimanded loudly. Although she was in the palace, she was still clear about some things in the kingdom. Therefore, she knew a little about Sei Ito's situation. However, she did not know everything, so it was inevitable that she made a wrong judgment. Of course, there is a difference. Sei Ito smiled. Chapter 1972. P.S. Thank you to Boring Saint for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Boring Saint and Nickfany for your tips and wine. I'm very grateful. P.S. I have changed the 1971 chapter, but the system does not show it. The editor is probably celebrating mid-autumn, so there is no response. I am unable to change it, and it is a repeat chapter. I don't know when it will be changed, so please forgive me. I apologize for the inconvenience. What's the difference? Queen Han Jing asked with disdain. Queen, you will naturally understand when the time comes. Sei Ito smiled and said mysteriously. Han Jing frowned and stared at Sei Ito with an unfriendly expression. How about this? Let's make a bet on the outcome of the war against Yen. Sei Ito said with a smile, not caring about Han Jing's expression. What bet? Han Jing asked in a low voice. It's very simple. If this marquis wins this battle, then you will learn from the courtesans in the palace. Put on the most erotic dress and dance for this marquis. No matter if it's a Zhao dance or a Han dance, it's fine. Ito Sei's eyes wandered over Han Jing's body. Impudent. As the queen, when had she ever been treated like this? Back then, even Zhao Mu had to be careful when dealing with her. This newly promoted marquis of Great Deer actually dared to make such a rude request of her. She was immediately enraged as she stood up and pointed at Ito Sei. Impudent. This marquis hasn't done anything truly impudent yet, Sei Ito said with a laugh. Marquis of Julu, aren't you afraid that this queen will report this to the king? Seeing that Ito Mori was still indifferent, Han Jing, who suppressed the anger in her heart, asked in a cold voice with a frosty face. Do as you wish. I'm just afraid that the result will disappoint you even more, Sei Ito said with a relaxed smile. Han Jing's expression changed slightly. She fell silent. Queen, do you want to make this bet with me? Sei Ito asked again when he saw that Han Jing was silent. What if you lose? Han Jing's face was cold as she asked in a cold voice. It seems that the queen wants to make this bet with me. Ito Sei smiled. If I lose, I will be the queen. If I die, then there is nothing to say. But if I can return to Handan alive, from now on, I will follow the queen's lead and listen to her orders without any hesitation. A gentleman keeps his words. Han Jing's expression changed slightly as she said in a deep voice. You can't go back on your word. Sei Ito immediately replied. Sei Ito and Han Jing stepped forward. Walking up to the other party, he raised his right hand and lightly tapped his right hand 3 times. This queen will wait and see. After the high five, Han Jing took a step back and looked at Ito Sei with a sneer on her face. Then please prepare your dancing clothes and familiarize yourself with the dance steps again because of this bet. This marquis will definitely win. Sei Ito's aura surged and his face was full of confidence as he laughed in high spirits. Looking at Marquis Ju Lu like this, Han Jing's eyes couldn't help but shine with a strange light. Clearly, this Marquis Ju Lu made Han Jing's heart beat faster. Speaking of which, ever since King Zhao fell in love with men, he hadn't touched her for a long time. He had not touched her for several years, causing her to have to suffer in the Spring Palace. She had no choice but to find a gigolo to relieve the pain in her boudoir. However, that person was still an outer court official and had no access to the harem. There were very few opportunities for them to meet. Thus, Han Jing's heart was still burning with lust and couldn't bear to see a majestic man. This marquis still needs to gather the troops. Prepare the supplies. I won't accompany the queen any longer. Farewell. Sei Ito looked at Han Jing's body with an unbridled gaze that seemed to be able to see through things. Then he cupped his hands and bowed. After speaking, He didn't wait for Han Jing's reaction and turned around to walk out of the palace. Looking at Seito's back, Han Jing's eyes flashed. Her chest suddenly rose and fell rapidly, as if she was unable to calm down. On the other side, Seito, who had left the palace, rode a carriage to Ju Lu Academy. Your feet must be steady, your body must be straight, your hands must be flat, and your arms must be straight. This way, your sword will be stable and straight, and it will be accurate when you stab the enemy. Zhao Ji, who was dressed in black and holding a willow branch, spoke loudly as he walked between the 100 or so male and female students who were standing in a neat square formation. Smack! The willow branch waved and whipped a male student in the back. Your feet are too wide, Zhao Ji reminded. Yes, your wrists must be softer. Yes, that's right. Then, Zhao Ji walked in front of a female student and gently pinched her wrist, helping her to correct her. Good, raise your sword. Zhao Ji, who had improved the movements of a few students who were in the wrong positions, shouted loudly. Swoosh! In an instant, the 100 swords moved together, changing from a straight thrust to a diagonal slash. Husband! However, at this moment, a soft voice sounded from the side. Hearing this soft voice, the youths who were practicing in the courtyard immediately scattered their attention and turned to look at Seito, who was standing at the entrance of the courtyard. Seeing this, Zhao Ji, who was in charge of the martial arts, frowned and shouted, What are you looking at? Focus and point your sword. Swoosh! Hearing this order, the students immediately trembled and subconsciously pointed their wooden swords forward. Let's go! Don't disturb Instructor Zhao's teaching. Seito nodded at Zhao Ji and turned to speak to Wu Tingfang, who was dressed in black. Yes. Wu Tingfang replied softly and followed Seito out of the drill ground. They arrived at the courtyard that had been converted into the office of the dean and the department heads. Husband, seeing the sudden arrival of Seito, Zhao Enai, Zhao Ye, Zhao Qian, and Guoxiu were all called out. Have you seen Brother Wang? Zhao Ye stood up and gave her seat to Seito. Yes, I have seen him. Seito, who had conveniently sat on the seat that Zhao Ye gave up, nodded and replied. Are you sure? Zhao Ye asked softly. At the side, Zhao Enai, Zhao Qian, Wu Tingfang, and Guoxiu all looked at him. Yes, 3 days later, I will personally lead a private army from Jiulu to the east to fight against Yan, Seito confirmed. Private army? Zhao Ye frowned. Her eyes were filled with doubt as she asked. That's right, a private army. In the imperial court, I rejected the national conscription order issued by the king of Zhao and changed it to a private army. This way, at least some of the men in the kingdom of Zhao can be left to recuperate, Seito explained with a smile. Husband, you have a good heart, Zhao Enai and Zhao Ye praised in unison. Then, Zhao Ye frowned again and said anxiously, It's only 3 days. Where are we going to recruit tens of thousands of soldiers to fight against Yan? Have you forgotten who your husband is? Seito glanced at Zhao Ye and the others and smiled. Zhao Ye's eyes lit up and she relaxed. The others were also stunned at first. Then they understood. However, if that's the case, your husband won't be able to accompany you. Seito sighed softly. Husband, what are you saying? We are not women who don't know the importance of things. Husband, you can focus on the matters of the kingdom. We are fine, Zhao Enai said with a serious expression. Yes, husband, you think too poorly of your and the others. Zhao Ye pretended to be bitter and said, Ha, this is indeed your husband's fault. Your husband has wrongly treated you, and the others as ordinary women. Seito laughed and said, If that's the case, then your husband won't stay any longer. I will immediately rush to Jiulu and prepare for the war. Husband, wait. Before you leave, follow Fong back to Wu Castle. Just as Seito was about to leave, Wu Tingfang hurriedly stood up and said, That's right. You should also follow Ye back to the mansion. Although Ye doesn't have many capable servants, she should be able to find 3 or 5 valiant servants. Zhao Ye, who understood Ye's intention, hurriedly chimed in. Xiao'er can also ask father to prepare some guards for you. Guo added. As for Zhao and I and Zhao Qian, one of them was married with nothing. Other than a few maidservants and a son, there was no one else that they could use. On the other hand, because she was too young, she hadn't thought of training people yet. Thus, like Zhao and I, she only brought 2 personal maids and a few guards bestowed by King Zhao. Similarly, she didn't have anyone she could use. Thus, their expressions were somewhat awkward. Haha, there's no need for that. Since your husband can summon tens of thousands of soldiers, why would I lack guards? So don't worry. Seeing the concern on the faces of the girls, Ito-sei, who was full of joy, laughed and said, Furthermore, with your husband's ability, no one in the world can hurt me. If it wasn't for the fact that I don't want to shock the world, I can even destroy the 600,000 yen soldiers with a wave of my hand. There's no need to go through so much trouble, Ito said proudly and confidently. Since my husband said so, then and the others won't interfere. Let my husband do whatever he wants. However, there will be many difficulties ahead, so I hope that my husband can think of and the others. Don't be careful and don't make them worry. Seeing Ito like this, Zhao couldn't do anything. She looked at Ito tenderly and said softly, I understand. Ito looked at Zhao and I, Zhao Qian, Wu Tingfang, and Guo'er's concerned expressions and said softly. Then, he suddenly went up and hugged Zhao. He lowered his head and fiercely sealed her lips. He stuck out his tongue and tangled it with Zhao. Then Zhao and I, Zhao Qian, Wu Tingfang, and Guo'er did the same. Okay, your husband will be going. After that, Ito-sei did not stay in the room. He turned around and strode out of the room. Under the gaze of Zhao and I, and the other girls, he passed through the courtyard and left the academy. He got on the carriage and quickly rushed to Jilu City. That night, Ito arrived at Jilu City. Then, Ito didn't waste any time and immediately went outside Jilu City. He opened the Rubik's Cube world and summoned 100,000 Xianqi soldiers and various Xianqi equipment from the Great Tang Dynasty and the 3 Kingdoms. In an instant, men and horses neighed, and an endless army appeared in the wilderness outside Jilu City. Your Majesty! Then, a thunderous roar resounded across the sky and into Jilu City. The people in Jilu City shuddered, thinking that the Yin Kingdom's army had arrived. Luckily, the defense of Jilu City had already been taken over by Ito's subordinates. There were also law enforcement officers patrolling the streets. Thus, before the citizens were completely panicking, they were immediately calmed down and the city regained its peace. Li Jing, Ito shouted loudly. Present, a white-haired old man in bright silver armor walked out of the army and cupped his fists in response. It was the elderly version of the Great Tang's war god, Li Jing. In fact, after such a long time, Li Jing's age had already reached 70 years old. It was reasonable to say that he shouldn't be leading the army on an expedition. Instead, he should be resting at home. However, the technological level of the Rubik's Cube world was high. There are all kinds of things that could extend one's life. Therefore, even at this age, Li Jing's body was still as strong and powerful as when he was in his middle age. Furthermore, Ito was willing to use him and would give him items that could extend his lifespan to offset Li Jing's military achievements. Thus, Li Jing didn't know how long he had to live. At least 100 or 80 years was definitely not a problem. However, in order to prevent these old generals from living too long and having too many children, Ito had added sterilizing substances into the longevity medicine and set up a special method to suppress these old generals and officials. Thus, even after so long, Dehua was still in a healthy state of development. Lead 70,000 soldiers and immediately head to Fanbei to resist Yin General Li Du's army. Ito ordered. Yes. Li Jing accepted the order and retreated back into the crowd. Su Rong. Ito, who had sent Li Jing off, called out again. This general is here. A middle-aged man in a Swazi suit walked out of the army and cupped his fists. Lead the remaining 30,000 soldiers and immediately head to Feicheng to resist Yin General Qin's army. Ito ordered. Yes. Su Rong accepted the order and retreated back into the army. Let's go. Ito waved his hand, following which the army roared and quickly split into two groups, one large and one small. They pulled their equipment and rushed towards the northeast. In the sky filled with sand and dust, the two groups quickly disappeared into the wilderness. While the war is going on, I'll go to Xianying and take a look, Ito muttered as he watched the army leave. Thinking of this, Ito didn't hesitate and turned ahead towards Qin. With the way he moved, it didn't take much time. In just a little over a day, that is at dusk on the second day, Ito's figure appeared in Qin's capital, Xianying City. Compared to the desolate Handan City, Qin's Xianying City was naturally very lively. However, because of Wei Yang's reform, the prosperity of the commerce was far inferior to that of the other countries. Although it was still very lively, it was still a bit monotonous, making people feel as if they hadn't had enough. At this time, Ito stopped a man in black and asked, "Brother, how do I get to the Drunken Wind Pavilion?" "From here to the west." The man sized up Ito and told him the route to the Drunken Wind Pavilion. "Many thanks." Ito thanked him and walked towards the Drunken Wind Pavilion. Another young master whose soul has been seduced by the four famous courtesans. Seeing Ito's figure gradually disappear into the distance, the man leading the way sighed and shook his head with a regretful expression. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.